Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Just in 1 second, I'm going to undeafen myself and transfer over to where you can see the boys. But I just wanted to say before I get started, thank you so much for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. Whether or not you're super invested in the topic at hand today, or if you're just here to vibe and hang out, I really, really do appreciate you guys just for coming by. Hope you have a good time lurking, or if you have anything that you'd like to chime in, please use the highlight my message redeem to get your message shown on stream, and I will be noting it down. We will be doing a Q&A at the end. All right, let me undeafen now. Let me see here. Howdy, boys.
Hello, boy.
Hello.
And bam, there we are. Whew.
Damn.
It feels like so long that we've been discussing doing this, and it feels wild to me that it's actually finally happening.
Indeed it is.
All right, so as a quick way to address what we're doing, for those of you who haven't heard us talk about this for months and months and months, quite literally, this is going to be the first of many streams. We're probably going to do these every other week unless we don't have anything to talk about. At least that's currently the plan. The day might change every week depending on people's availability, but we'll probably get settled into a routine if everyone likes it. If you guys aren't a big fan, we may move on to something else or change up the formula a little bit. But the purpose of this, and I've always, every time I've said this in my head, it sounded a little bit insulting in a weird way. But I feel like it's very difficult to have a very opinionated discussion these days without people getting a little upset about people challenging their opinions on the things that they love. So I wanted to create a space where we could get together, us as friends, knowing each other very well and knowing that we wouldn't intentionally attack each other for their beliefs or the things that they like. And we wanted to create a space that we could discuss and debate topics that are very opinion heavy and just kind of have a good time doing it and do it as adults. Additionally, we will be having guests most likely in the future. However, for tonight's stream, we did decide that we wanted to just have it as us to see kind of how it works out, gauge you guys' reaction, so on and so forth. I'm actually going to go ahead and answer one of these highlighted messages. Will this go up on Spotify because I love podcasts? Maybe. It feels like visuals might play a larger role in this because in the future we may have some things that we want to pull up and show like a short video, or it might show up like a just like a reference image or something like that. But as for right now,
Spotify.
we can still post it on Spotify. It's videos?
No, I mean like you can still post the video and everything on Spotify.
Can you?
Let's get it on fucking Spotify, baby. Woo! I was just planning on putting it on YouTube, but yeah, sure, why not? I don't see a reason not to. Also, I may need help noting down these highlight my messages while I am going over what we're doing today, because I don't want to miss any.
That's what mods are for. Mods get to it.
So to get back to what we're actually doing, today we're discussing The Last of Us Part 2. I don't want to put words into Chunk's mouth, so I will let him speak for himself, but I will start by saying, personally, I'm a big fan of the game. You guys watched me play it all last week. I see you. I'm sorry, Chunk. I kind of baited you a little bit.
Just hold on. It was fine.
I love the game. Chunk's not a fan, clearly. And then Aravand has intentionally tried to stay as unbiased as possible, except for you had one favorite character we were talking about beforehand.
Yeah, I was watching a bit of your stream, and there was the part where you were walking through like a museum with a little girl, and she like climbed a dinosaur and got into a space capsule. I was like, this character feels very real and cool. And Chunk, stop drinking your goddamn drink. And that's like the only character I kind of have an opinion on right now, for the most part. And that's okay. So I do know a bit about The Last of Us 1, but The Last of Us 2 I am very impartial to, and I would love to mediate a lot of what you guys are going to argue about.
I'm noting down some of these messages I missed. Hold on.
There's so many.
I know, there were so many highlighted messages right when we started.
I shall join, since Sky is trying to roast Chunk, I shall join him in the way of drinking.
You know
Chunk,
what? Hold on. I just got one of these because I needed the energy. Here we go. Yes.
Delicious green screen.
I'm smoking a cigarette the way God intended.
I'll actually address some of these before we jump straight in, since there were so many. Meatbeater36, first of all, gorgeous name. Do you think this debating stuff will turn into Twitter arguments? I don't think so.
Yes.
First of all, I'm not 100% familiar with what some would consider Twitter arguments. My brain immediately goes to things on the points of like general like I don't know what like the hot topics of like people's rights and racism and feminism and things like that.
Yeah, no, okay. So I don't want to be. No, I'm not gonna go that far.
Woke shit, basically.
Yeah. I think we'll touch a little bit on some of those things because those are very important things that people were bashing the game for in its release. And I would personally like to touch on whether or not we think that was valid, or at least that those people had grounds to stand on for the points they were making. We have a lot of highlighted messages that are not relevant to the discussion. All right, here's a good one. I'll note down Simply Okay Gamers real quick. Or whatever the first game's main character is. Nice. I can see.
Debbie, Debbie, can you put your fingers near your mic wire real quick?
Hey!
You got fucking baited.
Give me and taste.
Okay. So now that we have pitched what we're doing today, now that we have discussed the topic a little bit at hand, I am ready to jump straight in. I have some notes.
I should pull up my notes too.
You should pull up your notes. How long will each episode be? The intention is that each episode will probably be... Some topics may not require as much discussion as others, so I would say like our discussion time alone, probably between 1 and 3 hours usually. I don't imagine any being much shorter than an hour just because we're friends and we can always find something to talk about even if we get off subject. But if we hit like the 3 hour point, generally I'll be surprised. That being said, I do intend to have a Q&A session where we answer any question basically at the end of streams. Preferably ones that are on topic, but I can imagine we'll get some that are very not on topic, and that'll be fine too. We'll just it's gonna be pretty casual.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kitty. You have a good night. Okay, so if you'll allow me to start us off, I think.
Floor is yours.
Sorry, what? Oh, the floor is yours. I see. The first point of conversation I have noted down in my notes as the elephant in the room. Let's discuss Joel.
Is that a fat joke? Oh, never mind.
So, I personally believe that the way the scene with Joel played out, and I'm going to be on the opposite side of the fence from a majority of people from what the internet tells me, but apparently my chat feels differently. I think Joel deserved everything he got. I think that the introduction to the game was brutal by design. I believe that had Joel stuck around for too much longer in the second game, it would have caused the introduction of the game to drag on, and we would have gotten to the actual meat of the game, so to speak, way later, and it would have been a very dull, slow intro. I also think that while there may have been less brutal ways to have a main character killed off, I admire a game studio for having the absolute solid steel nads to murder the beloved protagonist of their game an hour in.
I think that I'm fine with them murdering Joel like that soon, because I do agree. I think it definitely needs to like have a clear cut, like it's moving on from this like the other game, right? It's about something else. We're not talking about that anymore. It is what it is. But I think the problem is that they did him so dirty, a beloved character, and they're just like, he just seemed like such a helpless old man when he got the shit absolutely rocked out of him. Because he just absolutely gets ambushed, which also leads me to the conclusion that they just knew his name was Joel, which leads me to wonder, do they just beat to death any man they've ever met whose name is Joel? Because if that's the case, then man, I wonder how many people have fucked up at this point.
So
I don't know. I agree partially with that, I think, overall.
On the note of like, yeah, they did know his name is Joel. That is mostly because, Ervin, since you're moderating, I'm going to trust you to note down most of these highlights, if you're willing. I believe that, well, I mean, first of all, they all knew who he was when he took Ellie to the Fireflies in the first game. So Marlene, the leader of the Fireflies, knew exactly who he was and told everyone, like, hey, Joel is coming with this girl, blah, 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 blah. Which, personally, I don't see why Marlene just didn't do it. I feel like she was already fucking there. She could have done it a long time ago. That was one thing that threw me off about the first game that no one complained about. We're not here to discuss the first game. But they knew who Joel was, obviously, because he delivered Ellie. And when he killed basically everyone and left, it makes sense that his name would still be floating around. Also, I'm trying to remember. I think there was a scene where they addressed how Abby found Joel. And it was a very, very brief conversation with Owen when they were. God, it's Owen,
Was it the
right?
very
I hate that
beginning?
guy. It was the beginning of Abby's part.
Yeah.
When he took her into the aquarium for the first time. And he had her in like this room, and he was like trying to woo her and whatnot. And then while he's like in the middle of his mating ritual, Abby just shows up and pulls out the. I think I found him, by the way, and you could like see the soul leave at Owen's eyes.
Yeah.
and basically she says that some guy found Tommy, who kind of suggested that they had that whole settlement over out in Jackson and blah, 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 blah. So that was kind of the lead. So they knew a Joel that they were looking for was out there.
True. Okay. So I think what it comes down to then, like, think your question is basically broken up into two parts. Where is that he deserved to die, and that basically it needed to do that within the early part of the game to move on for it, right? This is basically like the timing of it and like how he deserved it overall. Is that the two parts I'm getting from it?
Generally, yes. I won't say that that's one of your complaints to the game. I would say that's the general complaint that I hear a lot, is that people are saying that that didn't need to happen. They didn't have to do my boy dirty, is a quote I've read 50 times.
I think the way he went out was a little lackluster for like the previous ways that he'd handled himself.
Like,
and, like all those types of
mentioned
situations.
he's a beloved character. Like, that was a specific thing that like both of you said. Like, I feel like a beloved character needs to have a satisfying death. A perfect example is Red Dead Redemption 1. Like how Arthur Morgan went out. Everyone agrees the ending was sad, but no one's pissed he died.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because like the way he went out was like a fucking hero, and Joel went
Yeah,
out
the
like a
last
bitch.
stand. Agreed.
And I get that it's like I'm sure it's some thing where it's supposed to contrast the fact that Abby's father died in like a similar non-heroic, just like I guess it was semi-heroic. That's up for debate, but like I feel his death, as you said, is like the gonads, the fucking iron balls needed to do that is really respectful. However, I think there is a way to do something like that respects the character as well. Because if you were to just, the next episode of The Simpsons, kill off Homer Simpson because he falls down the stairs and cracks his neck, no one will be satisfied. But if you have like an amazing,
yeah, that's on par. Yeah, he'd be alive in the next episode.
That is pretty fair. But if you like release a movie and he like is like the hero and he dies a hero, like that's a way to like do something crazy but also respecting the character. I don't really think I'm not sure if they did a good job at that.
So
no, absolutely not.
I was hesitant to bring this up this early, but I feel like this is one of my core arguments for supporting this game. And one of my core arguments is that a majority of the issues and complaints that people have about The Last of Us Part 2 are founded on the basis of a traditional story. I think that when it comes to traditional storytelling, television, movies, books, writing in general, there are a lot of tropes and general understandings that we have. I think that The Last of Us Part 2 chose to go a different route and chose brutal realism over anything else.
Okay, I would agree that they did go that way, but here's the question is, does that mean that it's good? Just because they chose to do this a specific way doesn't mean that what they did was the right way, Just because one of the things I hate whenever people try to make this argument is that unique means something is good. Unique does not mean something is good at all. Just because something is like not been done before doesn't make it like make sense. And I think in this aspect of like the character, which you can debate back and forth on whether or not Joel's a hero based on like the ending of the first one. That's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
But I think in the hearts of like the people or the players of the game, he is, and so you have to basically treat him as such in that role.
So I am going to pull from chat here because I think Sky actually phrased it a little better than I was thinking it. But I would agree in a lot of situations where a believable, realistic story is better than tropes in my mind. I think that's the reason I don't watch movies anymore, because I see the same thing happening over and over and over again. Like, I went on a ramble for like an hour on one Twitch stream about why I hate Marvel movies, and it's because it's the same movie in a different costume every time. So while I agree, unique does not always mean good. What was the movie that we watched that one night with the guy with the personality disorder in your Discord?
Oh, Split.
I didn't care for that. I thought it was unique and it intrigued me, but I wouldn't go out of my way to say, like, this is good or this is bad. It's just like, okay, at least they tried something new. So I respect that. But
that argument is like so easily distilled along with a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. Like, truly, Joel's death was the medicine, and 99.9% of the people fucking hate the way medicine tastes. So, like, I understand that is realism, but I feel like there's better ways to go about it, because it's not like we're three dudes that are all pissed about it. Like a lot of I know, like, from what you've explained, most of the community fucking despises how he went down. So even if it would be like a little bit more tropeful, I think even if they didn't use sugar, use fucking like orange extract or something. I don't know, anything to make it so it wasn't just pure medicine.
So I do have a specific question on this topic for, I guess, both of you. Do you think that there is a better way that they could have handled this scene while still achieving the same goal?
This scene specific, yes, I do believe so.
A rebuttal to that is, what do you think their goal was?
That is actually my next major talking point.
Because like, if their goal was to get a reaction,
I know, we're going so fast.
If their goal was to give you the medicine without any sugar, no.
Okay.
They nailed it.
Then I would say, in my view of what the game's story was meant to tell, that this scene, the purpose of it was to dehumanize Abby and get you heated and involved in the story.
Okay, so I think this is the problem with breaking it down this way, is that, yes, I would agree with the specifics of this scene delivers what they were intending, but I would argue the overarching thing that they're intending as a whole is bad. I think that even if this scene is to dehumanize Abby, which it does well, it does it in such a way. I think the best way to sum up my problem is that if we are to look at this game as like an individual, it's a good game. But it's a Last of Us game and has a franchise to live up to, a previous game to live up to. Because of that, you can't treat it the same way, no matter how much you might want to. I think that what it feels like the developers did was like write their own story and try to like map it out like they would normally, but without taking that into perspective. And so because of that, the community feels wrong for how they treated the past characters. And no matter how much they may try to empathize Abby later down the road, it never comes full circle because of the emotional attachment that you have from like how many years in between the games? You have people that replay the game over and over and over again that are attached to Joel and Ellie to the hip. You're not going to be able to erase that simply by dehumanizing someone and then trying to go back around. At that point, you've just lost all your momentum by dehumanizing that character, and you're never going to fully be able to reattach. At least that's my opinion of it. I think they went too hard in the paint too early, and they basically killed any momentum they would have had going forward.
So that is an interesting way to think about it.
Do you think the game would have been received better if they flipped the Ellie and Abby storyline? Like if they made you play Abby first and then Ellie?
I definitely think it would have been better because you would have empathized earlier on without having the immediate hate factor, and so therefore you would have been able to build a connection. I don't think it would have been as strong of a connection, but it definitely would have gotten better of a point, right? You would have been able to attach to that character. I feel like you're not, at least, again, this is to me, and that's because I'm a very empathetic person. One of the things I noticed when I was watching your VOD, Debbie, is that you were being very logical about how you broke it down. You were like, Joel had this coming, and Abby had the better reason for going and hunting down Joel than Ellie did for going and hunting down Abby. But I would argue that that's not true, because whenever Abby went to hunt him down, it doesn't matter that he, like, cost the entire human race the cure or whatever. Because at the end of the day, all she cares about is that he killed her dad, and she's willing to sacrifice anything for it. It's exactly the same thing as Ellie at the end of the day. I don't think the other part has anything to play into it.
So, and I want to read word for word how I wrote something in my quotes, or I mean in my notes. Okay. I wrote, hold on, let me find it here. This was actually my first point for the point that I'm going to argue later. But I wrote that Abby is hated as a character because she dedicated herself to the sole cause of avenging her father's death by killing Joel. And Ellie is still a beloved character because she dedicated herself to the sole cause of avenging her father figure by killing Abby.
Now, I think this is where I may defer from a lot of people, is that while I was like more emotionally attached to Ellie and I understood why she was going out for vengeance, I did not specifically support it. And I wasn't like oh, okay, yeah, let's go, kind of like, I wasn't that guy. I was like, both are fucked up in the head for doing this in the first place. And so I never quite I didn't like Abby as a character as a whole. And to me, it was just that Ellie fucked up. Because I knew Ellie's character from the past game, so therefore it was just like, it was less of a whole total character humiliation and more of a small mistake. Not a small mistake, it was a big mistake, but still.
Like a character flaw type thing.
Yes.
It's weird you say it because I was thinking like, I like Ellie, but then I realized the only time I saw her in the second game is when she was the same age as she was in the first game when I enjoyed her. Because like the Ellie that I saw a very little bit of from the second game seemed kind of like a fraud, like a broken shadow of what she used to be, because like I heard she did like some bad stuff by the end of the game. She played a guitar. So
That's the bad thing, is that she played guitar.
you know what I mean. I meant like the very end. I
gotcha.
saw the very end of the game, so I know how it ends.
Gotcha, okay.
And I don't know if actually what are the opinions on the end of the game, because I quite liked how it ended. I feel like everything was deserved on Ellie's part. I don't like the letting Abby get away thing.
I liked letting Abby get away. I didn't think that she deserved all of the nonsense of getting like beaten and tortured for months by the Rattlers and having Lev drawn into it as well. That seems so out of nowhere to me. That like the whole last section of the game is the one part I agree that I feel like it was tacked on. It felt very strange. It was
Ellie
very fun gameplay wise. Sorry, what?
Was Ellie responsible for it?
No,
Oh,
it had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It was just completely random.
As a quick recap,
tacked on.
they went to, well, for Abby, it made sense as like an epilogue, because they had been talking about the Fireflies having a new base set up in Santa Barbara, California throughout the entire game. And it was kind of like Abby's ex-boyfriend's life goal to go find the Fireflies again. And when Abby finally like finished her revenge, that was like her next goal. She wanted to reunite with the Fireflies because her dad was a Firefly. Her going to Santa Barbara with Lev makes a lot of sense, but then it's just they finally make contact with the Fireflies and then walk outside of a house, and then she just gets kidnapped, and then for months is in this like concentration camp type thing. It's very weird. And then it even that would have been really fucking unsatisfying if they ended there. But they also like it does make some sense that Ellie would go back because of PTSD. If that's like the only reason, maybe. Like you could argue that it makes sense for Ellie to go back. I'm not saying that the last section, I'm not vouching for the last section that much. But Ellie goes back, kills all of the Rattlers, saves Abby, and then I don't want to go into my opinions on the last scene yet, but we'll go deep into that scene, I'm sure.
Okay. I was saying, we can hold off on the end, we can hold off on the end. But I think I mostly agree with you, because it definitely is tacked on with, like, it doesn't make any sense of why they're being tortured and stuff. And it just feels weird for them to have, like, this whole thing about, like, Ellie going to like get revenge again, but then she doesn't get revenge, and so it just feels like a wasted amount of time. Like they were trying to fill a certain amount of time slot in the game that they need you to spend on it to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then it's like, it just felt so weird. And not to mention that she basically saved the person she hated accidentally, basically, because she ties her down or cuts her down and everything. Even if they fight and she lets her go, she still ended up saving her, which is the opposite of what she was going for. It just made no sense.
Do you think that's realistic? Do you think if you went through all of that, you would hold back at the last moment?
No.
Especially in that
I think it's
environment.
realistic for Ellie, specifically for a scene that, in my opinion, was 10 minutes out of place. There is one scene that, God, we're going too deep into the end again. I don't know if I want to go here yet.
Okay,
you know,
switch it real quick.
Yeah, we can switch it. We'll get back to the ending. We're gonna have a whole section on the ending, I'm sure.
One of the things I wanted to ask you is, how do you think they sold the sympathy scene with Abby's dad? How well do you think that scene was? Like, do you think it sold the whole empathy building relationship that you're supposed to have with that character?
Absolutely not. I think they did a pretty good job in the very first scene with Abby of like showing her relationship with him, so we could see like how attached she was, and they made him seem like a pretty nice guy overall. It was very brief though, and then I do think the actress for Abby absolutely killed it in that scene.
Absolutely.
Like, nailed it. She didn't deserve to get shit. We don't even have to go into that. We all agree on that. But I think all that scene did. I don't think that was meant to make us empathize immediately with Abby. I think that was meant to be like like I get it now. Like, okay, she actually had she wasn't just some killer. Like he killed her dad and she was coming back for revenge. Like, I feel like that was the explanation as opposed to the moment of you should care.
Yes, but my problem is that I don't think, and maybe this was me just giving Naughty Dog credit, but it's like I never once thought from the get-go, because the way it's set up seems revenge plot driven, right? Because she like goes out on the edge, she's like talking about going into the town, like that's where he is, which, you know, is one of my problems with Abby's flaws. And like one of the things I hate about her is she's inconsistent, and you can argue inconsistency is human, whatever, but at the end of the day, she's sitting there, it's years past things, so it's not like she's acting in the heat of the moment. She's sitting on the edge of the mountain, willing to sacrifice basically all of her friends to go into a huge town that's armed, potentially harm other like children and families that are there while she's there. Like, there's gonna be collateral damage. It doesn't make any sense that she's so like gung-ho about it, even if it is for revenge, to risk like everything else. And then like later on, whenever she's like, it's like very early on in her like side of the playthrough, whenever she like the kids get shot by Manny or something like that, and she's like, oh, they're just kids, you know, you shouldn't shoot at them, like trying to empathize.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, that seems inconsistent. Just is it just like, oh, I killed Joel, everything's back to normal, as switch like went off in my head, but then it doesn't go down that simple later on in the story, and she's back and forth inconsistently to me. I didn't like it.
I don't get that same vibe. Mostly because I don't believe that it was ever Abby's intention to go guns blazing into Jackson to kill Joel. I think that they were going to scout the town out, find Joel, and separate him and kill him like they did, but it was very coincidental the way it happened. But the reason, and my backup for that is, they even had Ellie and Tommy show up in the middle of them killing Joel. Well, I mean, Tommy was already there, but they knocked Tommy unconscious, intentionally let him live. And then Abby, along with everyone else in the room, had to talk that one guy out of killing Ellie. She was like, no, we got what we came for. We don't need to kill anyone else. And they
I would disagree, because it wasn't just that one person wanting to kill her. Because it was like also Manny originally was like, we can't let her live. We don't need any witnesses. Mel agreed as well. And so there's an argument between the whole group. So I don't think it was as clear cut as like they had a plan going into this. I think it was more of like Abby's like just need for vengeance just drove everyone out that way. And Owen was trying to be the voice of reason, somewhat being like, we're trying to make this as clean cut as possible. That's why I liked Owen's character in the first place, is because he was like, we're here for him, we're not here for her, we're not here for the brother, we're in and out.
That is true. That was one good moment of Owen, like probably one of the only good moments for Owen.
Fair. Yeah, obviously there's other complications with that character.
Other complications, yeah. I think my chat was not a big fan of Owen.
Yeah, I noticed. I noticed as I was watching the VOD.
So I there is a scene, they show the Joel's death scene again, but from Abby's perspective, and there is a long moment while everyone else is arguing behind her about whether or not they should kill Ellie and Tommy. And it shows her like in this moment of like ears ringing, adrenaline pumping, and then when she finally calms down and someone is like, should we kill her, Abby is the one that steps up and turns around and says, no, we're done here, and then throws the golf club down and they leave.
True.
So that is still my argument in favor of Abby as a better person. I think that it's exclusively on the subject of Joel is probably where you think that she wavers back and forth, because it seems like she lives a relatively normal life, and then she just has this trigger word that is Joel, and whenever she hears it, it's like bloodthirst activated.
Or horny, apparently, based on the one scene, because dude, like, God, okay, so I don't even know if Ervin knows about this scene, but there's literally a moment where Owen and Abby are arguing back and forth, and he like basically brings up, he's like, oh, so I should go find my family's killers, torture them, and then they like start making out, they fuck.
It's very bizarre.
It's so wild. And
I don't know how I would react to things in that environment, and I think that does give a lot of creative leeway to the writers, because they definitely can be like, well, if you're in a really high stress environment, you may react differently. But at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of things that it also doesn't excuse. Like, if your main goal is survival in a world where people are fucking turning to fungus, and you need to just like help your crew and support your crew and have sex with a random guy in an argument, like that should be your main driving force, right? Like revenge should be like a thing way in the back of the, like I even think personally, and I know I'm a slightly more like logic based in this mentality, but if it was in like an apocalypse scenario and something horrible happened and they killed my dad and something like that, my main objective is not I'm going to kill that person, they killed my dad, like I'm angry. My main objective is shit, I have to survive with one less person. I have to continue my life. And I get that Abby was younger at this point, right? She was
like 15, I believe.
Yeah.
Say 15, yeah. And like it's weird that trauma, because that's an age where you develop trauma. You don't develop like rage boners against Joel. Like she would be traumatized by that. So you'd think that she would fear Joel instead of just like going after him. And which is like a double weird thing, because like if she's empowered by like these people that she's supporting, like that should be her main focus, but she's empowered in like the wrong direction. But as you said, Owen is against it, right?
Owen was against going to hunt down and kill Joel, yeah.
Owen
he also was concerned about it because she was clearly obsessed with it.
Yeah.
And they dated at one point, which is also some context necessary for the sex scene. But I actually want to point out that I think that's valid. I think being scared of Joel is extremely valid, and also explains why she is in the shape that she's in when she grows up to actually go kill Joel. I think the moment so fear is definitely something that would cause someone to. I think I made the joke on stream several times, and I think I even told you about this off stream, Aaron, but you know the phrase of like built like an ox. Yeah. I think that ox say built like Abby, because she gets fucking jacked every single time she was on screen. Every time I punch someone, my entire chat would blow up with ox.
Yeah, dude, like there's the scene specifically I remember where it's like Owen and he has like his arms out, and then also her. They're both sitting in the same position, and Abby's arms are like way bigger than his. I'm just like, Jesus Christ, like they're more defined. It's just nuts.
Yeah,
like,
it's crazy.
Tear like a steel beam in half. She's the heavy duty guys that walk into schools and tear phone books in half, except for she just tears people in half. Is the only difference.
I don't want to make this one of the main talking points or even make all of these things the talking points, but I do want to touch on these as they come up. So Abby's physique was actually one of the things that was like very, very heated on the internet. Yeah, people said, number one, it's extremely unrealistic for a woman to have that physique, especially in an apocalyptic condition, like situation.
Like that's just biology.
But
it's like, who cares? Like,
yeah, one, who cares? Two, I do. Okay, fair enough.
Go to Africa right now. Go look at tribes and see the women who work their fucking nails to the bone every single day. And look how buff they are.
Well, so for one thing, the actress that played Abby, they modeled Abby off of that actress. Like, she looks like that. Except she did say that they did make Abby a little more, like, accentuated. They added a bit, is what she said. But on the note of, like, their supplies and how well fed they are, that is, like they go through the entire base that they live in. And honestly, they're living really fucking well. Like, they have like a whole herd of cattle inside of the football stadium grazing on the football field, which I thought was hysterical and genius.
A fucking weight room. So it doesn't make sense that she's built muscle in the way that she has if they have like this big decked out weight room that's meant for athletes to build and put on muscle in the same way.
Yeah.
So I feel like that part kind of makes sense because it's not the same kind of work as like people in Africa would be.
How she got like that. That makes more sense because like for the most part you have to like as you see, you said a few months in that concentration camp, she lost it all. Yeah, because that's like that type of body you have to like keep up. That's like your full-time job if you want to keep a body like that. So, and if you say she's keeping that body for fear, like she's keeping that body.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could die any day in this environment. So,
Well, you said specifically fear of Joel.
True. Yeah, she's also got the goal of hunting down and killing a man who murdered almost every single person that was armed in a hospital. So I imagine
he is a man.
Joel kills. I want to say nearly 100% of people with a gun.
Yeah.
And Muscles are useless against a gun. He killed her dad with a gun. Like, what are Muscles gonna do against that? That's like
I would say depending on playstyle, because something about the melee combat in The Last of Us really fucking gets me going, dude. I don't know. Everyone was laughing at me. I had so many people like, there's guns, right?
Yeah, I just remember saying it's like stealth, Debbie, stealth, and he's like, I am stealthing.
I am
He's
stealthing.
Like, he's swatting, he's like Naruto running like past everyone, running up and just absolutely throwing them through walls.
Yeah, the earth quaked every time Abby punched in that game. It was amazing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't. There's no reason for that to be a reason for of all the reasons to not like the game. That's not one.
Exactly.
That shouldn't even be on the table.
I have no problem with there being like an extremely like one-directional person as long as they explain it. Like if the main character was a man who was extremely lean and good at parkour or something like that, and his daily lifestyle was what I do, sit at a computer all day.
Yeah.
That's like that's that ludo narrative dissonance
Yeah.
stuff that I don't really agree with. But like in her environment, if she had the tools available, I guess it makes sense.
I actually wanted to ask a clarifying question for both of you on a thing you mentioned earlier about whether or not something is unique does it make it good or bad. My question is, and I know this is very difficult to ask, so if you just can't answer it, that's understandable. I basically want to know what to you defines a good story. Is it something that you like personally and like, oh, okay, I enjoyed that. That makes it good. Or do you think that a story can be good even if you don't personally like what happened in it?
I think a story can be good if I don't like it. Absolutely. I would say, I mean, it's just like any game. Like there are tons of games out there that I don't like, and because they're not my play style, doesn't mean they're not good. It just means they're not attuned for me.
Mm-hmm. What's your Evan? I know you're not a big story guy.
Yeah, it's really weird for me about the story thing, because like the absolute biggest thing for me, like by far, is just how fun it is. Like my favorite movie of all time is Hardcore Henry.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a first-person non-stop action film. The scene transitions don't make sense. A lot of the characters don't make sense. It's full of like just shit. Second favorite movie, Cloverfield. Again, first-person, action-packed. I feel like the characters react pretty realistically in that. But regardless, it's just like it's so hard for me to find a story that like really grips me without literally putting me in the perspective of the person it's happening. Because I have a problem with empathy. A lot of what I do, a lot of how I think is logical. So like I really enjoy things like that, which makes story games like this really hard for me to connect to. But I will say I can recognize when a story is really well written. There's so many movies and anime I've watched that have just like blown my mind, like Knives Out, fucking beyond amazing story. What's the one anime with the little kids with the big foreheads that get sold for meat?
Promise Neverland.
Promise Neverland, like that. I adored
What?
that story, and then you gotta watch it.
Holy shit.
The first season is really good, but that's not what we'll dive into.
Yeah, we'll come back to anime. We have a whole week planned on anime.
True.
Yeah, but there's like I recognize when
Come back
a
for
good
the anime
story
week, chat.
happens. But for the most part, I just like when a story's fucking fun. Like I'll sit there, as you said, the copy paste Marvel stories. I'll sit down and watch those and enjoy them. The fucking superhero movie, aka Fast and Furious, I'll watch those and have a good time. So I guess it really just depends on how much fun I'm having. Yeah, Arbiter, Knives Out. For anyone who hasn't watched it, watch that shit.
Also, Sidorak, we will announce what we're going to be discussing about a week ahead of time. We don't have it planned out that far ahead of exactly when we're going to do everything. But I wanted to move that question was to lead into a follow-up on the same subject. If a story is attempting to tell a certain message and you either do not get or do not like that message, but it successfully told that message, would you still say that that's a good story? Like is that a defining factor of something that would make a story good, is if it successfully told or delivered the message that it was trying to deliver?
No, because for one example right off the bat, and that is, have you ever heard your dad explain how he got to the store compared to how your mom got to the store? like just that comparison right there, like just the like the amount of steps that are needed to tell the exact same story.
Mm.
Cause like there are so many situations I've been in where someone would be like, yeah, and then I took a left at the light, and then there was this really nice bird in the tree, and then I kept going. It's just like, okay, I get to the point. And some people were just like, I raced to the store, I got there, and it's just like, okay, you got to the store. That was the point that I wanted to get across. It's there, it's good. Does that make it a good story because it got the point across? No. Is the other story better because it put more detail and because it took longer, but it still got to the same goal?
Also, no.
Yeah.
Also no. Like I really don't think any of that matters.
So you don't
and
think that should be
everything's a case
considered at all?
study. In the slightest, no.
Okay.
I don't think, because a perfect game example is Journey. Journey has nearly no story to tell, but the fucking journey there's amazing. Everyone universally agrees it's amazing.
So good.
You figure that you can The Witness, a game that can be figured out entirely without a single line of dialogue.
I also would like to point out that those games do have, well, I mean, except The Witness, that game doesn't.
That's the story.
Yeah, the point is that it doesn't have a
has no
story.
story.
Yeah, but with Journey, it's all environmental storytelling. You're not being told a story, but the world around you does
You're
still
experiencing it.
exactly. Yeah.
And it's amazing. And does that make it a good story because you're experiencing? No, it doesn't. But in Journey's case, it does. So I think every story is a case study in environmental, like storytelling or situational storytelling.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's very interesting because me and Ervin actually agree, even though we're very much two different mindset people, because he's very logical where I'm very empathetic and very emotional driven. So I think I still agree with him, mostly because it's like, it not only does it matter like how you tell the story, but also it matters like of the people and the quality of the characters in the story. So it's like, if I can't empathize with the people that I am watching the story revolve around, even if it gets the point across, it won't have the same impact. And so it's not going to be the same.
Okay.
That's kind of at least the way I think about it, and from an emotional like standpoint.
Like I think funnily enough, I didn't think this would come up in context, but Peter and I recently had a really, really long conversation about how Venom and Ratatouille are kind of the same movie. Like, if you really break it down, they're kind of this, like, they're both just mech movies. They're meat mech movies where a smaller creature controls a larger creature to get to an end goal. And one of them's way better than the other one.
You're right.
I will also
Which
agree
one's
with
better
that
than the other
message from Advi in chat. It says a story does not exist solely to deliver a point. That is valid.
Yes.
I hard agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of the best stories deliver no point whatsoever. They just there's just something happening. You're there to watch it.
Also, side point, I think that with games especially, like sometimes story isn't the point at all. Like you have games like Doom Eternal, that's like an absolutely insane and incredible game, and I think a lot of people would tell you the same. But it's not about the story in the least bit. It's the gameplay that sells the entire experience as a whole. So it's like, while I feel like each game is, it has to be judged uniquely based on what it's like trying to deliver. And since Last of Us is a story game, we're focusing on story largely. But I think that's why it's like, a lot of people say Last of Us 2 is a good game, but then they always bring up like game mechanics and like the physicality of the game. And I'm like, yes, those are good and those are great. I think no one would argue those. I think it's the story, which is like 70% of the game, is what like all the content should be debated upon. At least that's my experience.
Yeah,
So.
I definitely think that games as a medium are an entirely different like field in general, because movies, everyone experiences movies relatively the same way. Some might experience about the movies in IMAX and you have extra sound, or there's slight deviations in how you watch a movie, but for the most part everyone's getting the same package. But with games, what might take me 10 seconds to get through might take you 2 hours. Not because of skill, just because maybe you don't give a shit about that area. But maybe you want to sit there and look at every single little mug that says I love dad, or look at every magazine that talks about what happened that week in the news, or some shit like that. And if you're that type of gamer, you're experiencing it way, way different than like how Devi and I experienced Divinity. We might as well have been playing 2 different games.
Very true.
We both had a fucking blast. And like, I think games as a medium are just really hard to judge in one lane like you can with a movie, because you can go what's a movie you both enjoy?
This is
Just
I'm not the
movie.
right person to
I
ask.
feel like
I
he
don't
doesn't
watch
all the
movies.
I have no idea.
Devi, what's your favorite movie?
Well, I do, but he hasn't seen it. You said what's one we both enjoy? Unless you mean like
I just both from one. Just
oh,
one from
I mean
both.
my favorite movie now is Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay.
Shawshank Redemption is pretty good. I'll just throw that one up there. It's pretty
It's a
cool.
really cool film. I know Shawshank a bit more. So like, let's just say with Shawshank, it's like Academy Award winning, universally loved cult classic. Everyone loves that movie for the most part, and it's like Doom Eternal. That game I have, I think 100 hours in. I played through it like 8 times. Like as you said, I didn't even know it had a story until you just mentioned it.
Yep.
I was just killing stuff for the most part. But I'm sure some people are sitting there like, yes, you know, I love the Doom story. I love sitting there and seeing all the demons and whatnot. So it's just, I don't think video games are even close to the same thing as movies. Like a lot of people compare them to, especially on Twitter.
That is true, especially on Twitter. I also think that a lot of that is because you get so much more involved. Like a movie's like 2 hours and it's done, so you're like, okay, that was fun. And then a video game's like, you pay 5 times the price to enjoy it, first of all. So even the slightest little thing that's wrong about it, you're like, this wasn't a $7 movie ticket. I paid $60 for this game. That's
true. We do put more value on the more minimalistic things in games as we do opposed to movies. Which, I mean, if you're a movie critic, you know, everyone has a different view and opinion on it, but...
So, to move us back onto the game conversation, about the specifics of the game anyway, as opposed to game design as a whole, I would like to discuss, since we talked about it already, the message of The Last of Us. I know that does not make a game, as we've all agreed, but... I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, I believe most people, like 90+% of all people that play The Last of Us 2, especially the giant number of people that review bombed the game before they finished it, believe that the point of the game is revenge bad.
Revenge, yeah.
I would argue that is completely wrong. I think that revenge is the engine that drives the plot. I do not think it's the point of the plot. I think the purpose of the plot, which is more relevant now than ever, is like how easy it is to dehumanize somebody without seeing their perspective, and how difficult it can be even when seeing their perspective to like revert that dehumanization in your mind. I think that's the point.
So I didn't play the game, so I don't really understand the point for the most part, so I just have to take either of your words for it. However, taking a slight step back, I don't really think revenge is that bad. Like, I think revenge is a really natural human emotion.
I mean, it's not. It doesn't lead to good things. Another, like the revenge subplot, I guess I'll call it, does basically say revenge begets revenge begets revenge begets revenge. That's kind of the whole point.
The amount of like, I'm sure you've heard the countless interviews of like tons of actors, famous people, Steve Jobs, who were told when they were younger by their teachers, "You're not going to be anything. You're going to be garbage." And they go, "Okay, I see how it is," and they rule the fucking world.
I think that's spite. I think that's spite instead of revenge.
What's the difference?
I can see Arabin's point though.
But
I think. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
I was just gonna say, like, you die in Overwatch or something like that, and you're like some dude's like, "You're garbage." You're like, "Okay." And you kind of put on your big boy pants. You're like, "Okay," and then you play better, and then you roll them, and that's a satisfying feeling.
I agree to an extent. I think it matters of like how you channel it, because revenge by itself, sure, but I think it's more about like, do you use that as a motivation to better yourself in certain ways, or do you use it to go? Like, if someone's like better than you at a sport and like mocks you, do you go home and practice that sport and like until you get better than them, or do you go over to their like, you know, on the baseball field and beat them with a bat? Like, those are the two different, like, very different.
Do you strive to become a better golfer, or do you take the 9-iron and bash their
Okay, so I guess that being said, I guess what I'm trying to say is revenge isn't inherently negative.
Inherently, I would agree. I think it is a lot more about the pack. It's. See, I would even argue the game is almost less about the revenge and more about the cycle of violence in that case, which I still don't think is the purpose, but that is like that's the skin level story that's being told. But to give you some context and those who might not be as familiar, here's my points of why I believe that the game was set up to be a case study on dehumanization. So we start the game with zero fucking context of Abby's intentions. We have no idea why she's doing it. She's some random woman who showed up. Bam, she absolutely fucking destroys our main character. We don't get that context until 10 hours into the game. that is intentional, because if we had that context, it would be a lot harder for us to hate this character, I think. So you play through 10 hours of the game as Ellie, hunting down this monster and desperately trying to kill this person and systematically killing every single person she knows to get to her. And then right at the end, when the big confrontation finally happens, it goes, okay, you optimally hate this person now. Now we're going to put you in their shoes. We're going to give you all the context. We're going to inform you on exactly everything she's been doing lately, the reason she did everything she did, and see how you feel about it now. I think that if that was the point, which I believe it was, to kind of show you that even when you have all of those details and all that information, it is still extremely hard to empathize and forgive that person because you've already labeled them a monster in your mind.
I would argue it does the opposite of that, actually, because I think it does indeed start out that way, but then you also have to remember the storyline with Lev and just like Abby's whole thing of getting to know like the scars as a whole, which was always like an enemy like from the get-go, and pretty quickly they become like over days. Granted, there are some in situations, but they very clearly become friends very, very quickly. And even though like Abby has no idea of his perspective or anything, it's just, it doesn't make any sense, because it's like on one hand it does like demonize, and then also on the other side it very quickly proves the opposite.
See, I think the purpose of Lev and Yara, I think the purpose of Lev and Yara was so that Abby and the wolves, who have all been dehumanizing the scars the entire game, get to see these are people who are the scars, and these are humans, and I like them. So I still think that serves to the same purpose.
I would agree, but I think at least from what I heard, your point was how difficult it can be to like reverse, right? And if they spent years fighting these people, and then all of a sudden they meet one pair that are like normal, and then all of a sudden things switch around, that to me just shows how easily that can be broken down.
I see. It's the term difficult that threw you off.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's valid. I maybe describing it as like them saying it's hard to stop dehumanizing, because I don't think they intended on it to be that hard. I think they really thought that when they released this game, that everyone was gonna fall in love with Abby's story and really appreciate her as a character and everything. I don't think so. I think I misphrased there. I don't think that they intended on it to be as difficult as it was for people.
I would agree. I think they didn't intend on it. I think they just really underestimated the amount of time, and also surprisingly the amount of playthroughs that people did with those characters in the first game that made it almost impossible to break down that wall. So they did it so well, it like backfired on them. Is basically
I think so, yeah.
It's weird because there's people like you, Debbie, who like played as Abby, and you come up with a fresh perspective. You go, whoa, dude, that was really interesting. I kind of side with this direction, or maybe I don't side with this direction, but now I see their perspective. But there's also like a large members of like the player base who now go, ew, I have to play as this character for the next 10 hours, and they're like,
literally stopped playing the game for a while. I took a break because I was so pissed.
They take up Abby and they go, I hate this bit. I don't want to play this. Like, I don't want to be this character.
So this is actually going to work against my point. But I was that person. I was absolutely, the first time I played through the game, I felt the same way. I believe that was the goal, and there's a lot of people who quit the game and left it a trash review and never touched Abby's half of the game, which makes me sick. But the first time I played through the game, exactly the same perspective. I hated Abby at the end. I thought she was shit. I do believe that with the context of understanding everything, a second playthrough made the game so much clearer to me, which then brings up the point of like, and of course, I am an English major, and I've been doing literature papers and reviews on classic novels for 4 years now. So my brain is in the mindset of like, sometimes you don't get the full picture on the first read through. And that also brings up in question of like, how good is it if it failed to deliver that? Or maybe that was the intent. I don't think it was the intention with The Last of Us, to be clear. Yeah, no, it wasn't the intention. But I do think that there's like, that is an example of a game that I think with multiple playthroughs, it becomes way clearer everything that's going on and everyone's intentions and motivations.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that, because even on the second playthrough, it's like, I think I saw the reasoning behind everything. I think that, and maybe I could be wrong, but I feel like your logical brain is able to like make those connections and be like, this makes sense. Now that I have the context for all this makes sense of how this should play out. Whereas my brain is still stuck on the, I like the prior experience where I'm still like emotionally connected in the same way, and it's harder to break down that barrier. I think. Let me try to like form my thoughts real quick. If y'all want to like cover for me real quick, I think I need to figure out how to say this like without repeating myself.
It's really fascinating because like there are a lot of I actually I follow a few history subreddits because I'm really fascinated by a lot of history, and there's a surprising amount of subreddits that are strictly like that. Literally, all they do is go, "This general was an idiot, and here's why." With 100 years of hindsight, it's like what they did the bet. There's no. I mean, some generals, yes, but like there is no way in hell the general walked out in the field and goes, "I'm going to make a gamer move," and then killed his entire. There's no way in fuck. He was trying his absolute best and just didn't know the context. And a lot of games are like that too, where you have that extreme hindsight. I can never play The Last of Us 2 like you guys did. Simply put, because of everything you've told me. I will go in knowing everything. You guys went in blind. So we have the game came out like 2 years ago? And I already have a completely...
I think it was like 4 years ago. Wasn't it like 2018? Or was it 2020?
Was it?
It might have been 2020.
It was during COVID, so it was.
It was 2020.
It was 2020.
Okay. Well, it came out like a few years ago, and I already can't play it like you guys played it. Like with only 2 years of hindsight. So like, I can't possibly imagine a single playthrough being the full picture. Like that. I mean, you know, if you really feel that passionate about a story, a single playthrough won't do it justice.
Yeah. I think based on like trying to sort my thoughts now, I think my whole problem with is that I just think Abby's a bad character, and I know you disagree on this point, but I think no matter how far you go through it, it goes from her killing Joel to then her like sleeping with Owen and like cheating on Mel and like, you know, making that a whole more complicated situation.
For clarification, do you mean a bad character or a bad person?
I think it's. I think I just don't understand like the mental struggle.
Do you think she is poorly written and thus is bad, or do you think that she makes bad decisions that you disagree with, so you think she's a bad person?
I think it's the fact that she makes bad decisions that I can't relate to and connect with. And it's the way she does it.
So you disagree with her as a person, basically.
I disagree with her as a person, but I think the way that she goes about doing it is not she made the wrong decision, but I see why her brain did that, which I can a lot of times like. There are a lot of like bad guys in movies or like other antagonists or sometimes complicated heroes or whatever that have those kind of things where it's like, I don't agree with that decision, but I see how they got there and like what made them do that. I don't have that with Abby. I don't understand the decisions she makes. I don't understand the process of like what goes through her head. So me as an empathetic person, I'm just at a loss. And so I think because of that, the only reason that I think a lot of people like Abby is because of how good Lev is as a character. And I think that escalates Abby. And I don't think it's actually due to Abby at all. I think it's just due to Lev.
Actually, I'm going to read this highlight immediately. Red Vixen asks, is relating to a character the basis of a good one for you, Chunk?
I think no matter what the story is, if you have characters, especially ones that are like the main part of a story, you need to be able to fundamentally relate to them on some level. It may not even be like a conscious thing of like, you're like, oh yeah, I do that thing, or yeah, my mind works that way. It just needs to be like I understand. If you can't understand that character, then you automatically detach yourself and they become like nothing.
So we've already discussed that I personally believe that her revenge in killing Joel was perfectly justified, and it makes complete sense to me. I think the time makes it a little like something's not correct up here maybe. But obviously she's a teenager, trauma hit hard. I have not had such trauma, so I can't relate that well. And then other than the sex scene, which I think literally everyone agrees was just, it didn't feel like it was part of the story at all. So excluding those two things, can you name another decision that Abby made that you like heavily disagreed with or didn't understand?
Let me think on that real quick to give you a specific example.
Yeah, sure.
I definitely think it's I think there's a lot of examples in video games of that situation, of like the not being able to relate thing. But I think the perfect genre to reach in and grab that from is the horror genre. There are so many horror movies where people act. I mean, there's even a trope.
They don't act like people.
Yeah, they're like, why wouldn't you exit the front door? There's like commercials about it. Like, why wouldn't we take the moving vehicle? It's like, I don't know, let's go hide out in the chainsaw shed. There's just so many moments like that where because you can't relate to their stupid idiotic decisions, and they can't even be related to like, oh, they're in a stressful situation. It's just like, it's illogical, and you can't relate to those characters. And I agree with you in that aspect that like if you can't relate even a little bit, then I don't like the character. Like instantly, I just think they're unrealistic.
So I didn't have that problem, and I think, I mean, I don't want to say my chat has my back, obviously, but I think that personally, I feel that a lot of the decisions made in the game felt weird, again, by conventional storytelling standards, because I feel like they went a more realistic route, and I feel like all these characters are, while some of them aren't developed very well over the course of the game, because a lot of them are just already this character, like they've been alive in this world, this is the person now. I feel like the game went a lot more on these people being human and making rash, often kind of bad decisions in the heat of moments. I mean, not specifically with Abby killing Joel, that was very much not in the heat of the moment, but there are a lot of decisions made in the game that are very much just like, that felt human, but it also was like, why the fuck would you do that?
Yeah.
But I think most everything is realistic to that degree.
I think I've pinpointed that it's not necessarily a specific thing other than the two things that you already listed. It's not a specific situation, of more of like the choices she made in dialogue, of like how she interacted with people, especially like Owen, of constantly kind of never really deciding, and then she would be like, I think the like complicated, not sure if she wants him, doesn't want him, wants him, back and forth is something that my brain couldn't comprehend. And it's like it felt like she didn't value her friends and the people close to her in the same way that like I felt like normal people do.
So
based on like dialogue options that she had with them.
Let me ask you
not
this.
Options, because it's all straightforward.
This might make sense of that behavior. Have you ever had a friend who, usually in high school, they were very close in your friends group, you guys hung out all the time, and then they got a girlfriend and suddenly you never talk to them again?
Honestly,
I think we called it whipped in high school.
I've done that. Like,
you've done that
once or twice. Yes, I've been in that situation once or twice where like you get a new girlfriend, it's your entire obsession, is all you can think about, it's all you can do.
Obsession is the exact word I was going to use. When a person has an obsession, especially like an unhealthy obsession, it consumes you and it's all you think about. I believe that whiplash that you're thinking of was probably because of the way the game was structured in like the time jumps, because all of these scenes that you seem to be referencing of her uncertainty was because all she was fucking thinking about was Joel. And even in that scene of like Owen trying to put the moves on her in the aquarium that first time, he is all in that moment, and then she breaks it with, I think I know where to find the guy that killed my dad though. So it's like, that is the only thing she's thinking about. True, that doesn't make her a nice person. I think it makes her, again, another layer of realism where she's just so obsessed with the idea of tracking down her father's killer that she's not paying attention to anything around her. She's just getting fucking jacked and getting ready to kill this man.
I would agree with that. I think the only problem of what I have is that I feel like it continues on even into after she's killed him. Do you think that the obsession manifested in a different way to keep thriving? Because it still feels like whenever she has those conversations with like Mel, she's like cautious, doesn't know how to talk to her because of like her relationship with Owen. Manny is like kind of like is whatever, like she doesn't feel like she values him. She's just like, oh yeah, you're here, you're a bro. And that's about it. Nothing she says seems to produce value towards the relationships of others, and because of that, there always seemed like there was a disconnect.
I do think that it's
after the thing of Joel.
I do think that, well, first of all, we are getting back like a couple of months. I think it's like 2 months after she killed Joel. Maybe it was more than that. Maybe it was like, I think it was 4. I think it was 4 months.
Sure, it wasn't long after. That's
so
fair.
I believe she's still in the stages of like, I don't want to say repairing those relationships, but she obviously wasn't invested for a very long time. These were her friends, but she was very detached. They went and helped her finish her job, so they were close enough that they were willing to do that for her.
Yeah.
But obviously, even when they got there, they were like considering backing out, so they were only so close with her at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do believe that when she gets back, she's better. there's not a lot for her to grasp onto there. Like her conversations with Manny in the beginning, where you guys go and you like go to the shooting range, which would have been Airman's favorite part, and you have the little shooting competitions. Those, I felt like those were very genuine, very enjoyable like dialogues between those two characters. I actually really wish we got more of those two together.
Maybe it's me just being nitpicky then, because it just felt like small talk. It didn't feel like someone who would go with her to like kill someone for revenge would just kind of like shoot the shit like that. It felt like, and maybe that's just like also my kind of disdain for small talk in general. And
I also don't like small talk in general.
Yeah, so it could be that impacting my judgment a little bit, but.
Have you ever been to like a camp or like a school program or a convention or anything like that?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've ever gone to one of those, especially when you were young, and then you've met like a friend. Like you were at camp and you met a friend and you're just like, okay, I like this person, and then you like hang out with them, and then like you go to the latrine together, you like going to the snack bar together, you just like chill with that person and you're cool with them for the day forward. I feel like the apocalypse would kind of feel like that, where like you would just be extremely defensive unless you found someone you vibed with, and then you just chill with them.
Yeah.
And from how you guys have explained this character, that's kind of what it feels like. Where like, because there's no like the dude doesn't have to go to work tomorrow, you know? Like he's just sort of like, oh, okay, yeah, this seems like something to do. And like he just sort of like, oh, I like this person. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll like tag on.
Something else with that is the intensity of the relationship and how it's formed, right?
They develop like very quickly.
It's just they're supposed to be like
they were supposed to be lifelong friends, basically. Yeah. Well, not really lifelong, but like they've known each other for several years.
For years, because it's like whenever they were kids, they were from the same like area, right? Because they call them the Salt Lake
kids, yeah, and the Salt Lake crew, I think. So I don't know how to phrase this. I feel like this is not an argument I want to stand behind heavily, but it is something that may be worth considering, because Aravan already brought this up as like it can be a weakness in writing to be like, well, in this situation under extreme stress. There is also the potential of just like people die a lot in that universe, and I wonder if there is an element of like you can only get so attached.
Interesting. You know what? That's fair, because they are very nonchalant towards the suicides and stuff that they find in the world as well.
There was like one guy, I don't remember his name because they brush over it that quickly, but there was one guy that when you first get back to the base camp as Abby, you're taken into a morgue tent and they unzip a body bag, and Abby's like, is that? And they're like, yeah, it was this guy. He came back with, he was dead. And it's just kind of like oh, that sucks.
Right, so it's just sort of like they're used to death.
Yeah, I think so. I think I don't want to use that as an excuse for the storytelling, but I do think that may be an element at play that the writers consider.
That plays enough of a part that I could get behind that. That's fair.
There was a story in, I can't remember what war documentary I was watching, where one of the troop main commanders actually died in a trench, and he got his hand got blown up, and it was sticking out of the mud, like this, like it's sort of like hand open like that. And all the soldiers every day on their patrols going to and from the trenches would high five the hand sticking out of the mud, and it's just like you get so used to the extremely morbid life you live in a situation like war. I'm assuming being in a post-apocalyptic situation would be a similar mentality.
They are in a post-apocalyptic zombie situation, and additionally in the middle of a war as well.
A war. So like, I'm sure like that meant, because like your mind, they used to call it shell shock. It's now called PTSD. Your mind just kind of like adapts to things differently. Some people have gone through, like a full service, like 40 years in the military, never even gotten an ounce of PTSD. Right in the line of battle, they're perfectly fine. Some people are on base, they hear a bomb a mile away, and they can't sleep at night without hearing it in their dreams and shit like that. So like everyone reacts differently, and you can definitely write your way around that. But it seems like this was, from how you're explaining it, written pretty well.
Yeah, that's fair. I can concede that point at least. Yeah.
So, stepping away briefly from Ellie and Abby, because that's going to be the core of all of our conversations for the most part. I feel like if you're willing to pander to my chat, I think we should discuss Dina.
Oh, we're going down that road. Okay.
Teacher.
Yeah, what's up?
Who's Dina?
Okay. Dina is the love interest for Ellie. Dina at the beginning of the game is your partner, not relationship wise, but is like the girl that you go on a trip out of the city with. You end up going into this like, I felt really weird about the whole marijuana den. Like that, it makes sense that would exist, but there's like a giant hidden marijuana den under this library that this old dude who died like a few years back was cultivating. And she becomes Ellie's love interest. They like make out on the couch, and apparently they hint that like they had kissed at a party the night before. And it's also worth noting that Dina had just gotten out of a relationship about a week ago with another character named Jesse. So Jesse and Dina dated. They broke up a week later. Dina's with Ellie. Then basically immediately after this relationship forms, or after they kiss, I guess, Joel dies. And then Ellie is like, hey, I'm going to go ruin my life. And Abby's like, oh, Pog, let me come. So Dina, I think as Sky would phrase it, fully immerses herself in every aspect of Ellie's life. And thus is why Sky is in all caps screaming leech in chat.
Bad behavior.
Dina made some pretty bad calls. We'll touch back on all these. Feel free to pick your favorite on the way, Chunk. But she purposefully hid the fact that she was pregnant from Ellie, despite going across a apocalyptic country
Jesse
together.
Was a dude.
Yeah, Jesse was a dude.
Jesse was a dude.
Goddamn gender neutral.
Jesse was a dude. Got Dina pregnant. Dina kept the fact that she was pregnant. It's kind of weird, confusing when she figured out it happened.
Yeah.
That's horrible. You never do that. You don't do that in real life, let alone where like babies are the most important commodity.
I
hate the ending then.
Myself and chat all cringed at the scene where Dina goes, like she admits it. She's like, I'm pregnant. And Ellie's like, and you didn't think to tell me? She was like, I didn't want to be a burden. And Ellie just goes, well, you're a burden now. We were all like, ooh, damn.
You're pregnant?
I would agree.
Not anymore.
I think as a dialogue and as a written character, she's very likable, and like the interactions they have between them are good for the most part. Definitely a shitty person, 1000%, right?
Yeah, that's fucked. That's like,
yeah.
What is the mentality behind that? Like,
I
think for pickles and ice cream, that's a pregnant thing to do, not like what?
At least for me, it's more of a, I think this was like a last-ditch effort to like escape. I think she, like, it at least mentally was like, if I escape this town, I escape like whatever I am and like my surroundings and everything, so I can escape this.
Yeah,
that's at least the thought in my head. I think Dina is a character I don't like, and I think she's but I don't think she's a bad character. I think this goes back to what we were saying, except for the ending. I think that whole thing doesn't make sense, but we'll get to that. That's my least favorite thing of Dina is eloping and just be like, well, we can get to it. It's fun.
I was gonna say the way I justified the hiding of the pregnancy thing is, I believe Dina didn't think it would take as long as it did. I think Dina thought that they were going to get in and get out. Like they're going there to kill one person. She was like, I'll be able to stay calm because she's not showing. Like even when she finally admits, like she's not showing that she's pregnant. I believe that Dina thought she would be fine long enough to help, and then on the way back, or they would get back and be like, okay, so now this is a problem.
Yeah.
So even that is like reaching for straws and trying to justify that behavior, but I still.
She should have never taken a step towards Ellie.
Yeah.
Like literally. Okay, so you're pregnant in the apocalypse. You just broke up with your boyfriend who made you pregnant.
She didn't know then, to be fair.
She didn't know when they broke up.
Yeah, I think that it probably happened very shortly. I think so there's a 4-month gap between them breaking up and then going like making it to Seattle, and the 4 days of Seattle happening. There's 4 major days in Seattle that happened.
But she knew she was pregnant when Ellie started her revenge plot.
So that's the part that's uncertain, because when 4 months had passed and they are it's being revealed that she's pregnant, Ellie asks, how long have you known? And she says, a few weeks. So
yeah.
So okay, so she didn't know. That's a bit
she
more
may
reasonable.
have figured it out or realized on the trip, like on the way. But even then, like I feel like that would have been like hey, this is happening right now.
Yeah, like bro, I think I'm pregnant. We should probably take a step back. But instead, she gave her like a few more weeks, bro. I get if you're like trying to figure out a few more days, but wait, weeks?
Yeah.
You know how long a week is
in the apocalypse?
Like, in the apocalypse. You ever try to like? You ever go to the bathroom without your phone? Like,
Dude, especially me.
excuse me. No,
30 minutes without a phone, that's no good.
I'll take this opportunity while we're on the topic of Dina to bring up a highlight that Sky said earlier, which is since we're just on the topic of all the characters in general now, real life has bad people. Just because you don't like them doesn't mean the lessons you learn from them are any less prominent. If they were good, what use would the lesson actually teach you? Nothing, and they did well to show it. I think that's very, very accurate for how the characterization in this game works. All of the main characters are deeply flawed and awful people, and I think that was intentional. But I also think a lot of people's complaints about the game was just like, all the characters are bad. Like, why don't I have a good person?
That's my thing, is that I don't think that all the characters are. I think all the characters are bad people, sure, we could argue that, but I don't think all the characters are bad characters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying bad people, good characters.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I would say that too.
Great.
Same.
Except for I really just no matter how much I try, and even like rewatching the thing of like from Debbie's perspective and his chat, who fucking loved Abby to death for whatever reason, I still was just like, every word out of Abby's mouth, I was just like, I fucking hate her, and like I just don't understand any of the things she's going through.
Do we want to go back to it?
And I don't want to like dwell on it too long, because
I can bring up another point on it. I can just bring up like one point at a time and move on to another character.
Abby's dad was delusional. He was being lied to by the Fireflies. Yeah, absolutely. Do you see how many, like in the first game, did you see how many people they experimented on? How many people had the same exact blood Ellie had? They failed all the times, every single time. Who's to say Ellie was the one? They probably would have just killed her.
That's fair.
Yep.
And the thing is, I think you actually mentioned this in your playthrough, Debbie. You were like, it's fucked up they weren't gonna wake her up.
Oh,
So,
very
like,
true. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, it's like, that's the thing, is that like Ellie not even being like told like, hey, this is going to kill you.
Yeah. For like a
and we're
1%
just gonna do
chance.
this.
Yeah.
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 So I would never say Abby's dad didn't deserve it, because he probably killed a dozen people trying to make a cure.
Yeah.
He had good intentions, but the ends don't justify the means, to quote history.
I think also the difference there, and like the intensity of why I think Ellie's was more visceral and more justifiable for wanting revenge, is that her dad was dead when she found him. Ellie watched the finishing blows be thrown to Joel and like absolutely demolished in front of her eyes. To me, that's a lot more traumatic than walking in and finding your dad dead. Maybe that's just me, but watching it happen in front of you.
I'd hard agree. Yeah, absolutely.
Did they know? Did they know that Ellie was like the? I guess
They
not
didn't
daughter,
know who
but,
she
like,
was. No, wait, no,
didn't know who she was.
they did. They did.
No,
Because
yeah, they did, didn't they?
yeah, they did, because
that's
wait, fuck. Was that then or was that later? Because I remember a scene. I don't remember where it was in the story. Maybe chat can help me out. Fennec says they did. I think they saw the scar and someone says, that's her, that's the girl. And then like they realized. I don't know if they fully grasped like the relationship between the two.
I don't even grasp the relationship, but I think they knew that he saved her, right?
Yeah, true.
And, like, she was the girl. So it's like, you don't do that for just any reason.
Sky
right?
says
like,
they didn't. Fennec says they did. I don't want to watch the scene again.
I don't either.
I will
If
trust
it
chat on
wasn't
this one if you guys can
important
come to a.
Like, if it wasn't like a big enough point that like, oh, this is your dad, I'm gonna fucking beat him with a 9-iron. If that like wasn't like a big thing, and they were just like, oh, he's here, I'm gonna shin him. Like, then that's like, I guess that's like not as bad. But maybe they're trying to quantify it because she was 15, so like.
So I think that one, yes, just finding your father's dead body, and well, also again to side on Abby's side here, it wasn't just her dad that she came back to being dead. It was her entire life, because he basically dismantled the Fireflies.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
So her entire life was completely uprooted. Her dad was killed. All she had was Owen, I imagine, at the time, and blood-seething rage.
Well, and the other people, because they all sounded like they came from the same group, right?
Yeah, there were her like Mel, and I think I can never remember the name of the woman that you find in the hospital.
Oh, dude, I can't remember either.
You know who I'm talking about.
Firefly.
The person who reminds me of Marlene, but isn't Marlene. Yeah, I can't remember.
Marsh Trace.
Nora, thank you, Sky. Nora.
Yeah.
God, I don't know why I always forget her name. So, you're trying to say that Ellie was more justified in the way that she was, well, her experience was more traumatic. I feel like we kind of reached some middle ground on that. Maybe not fully, but a little bit more. But I still don't think that validates, as Skyfall put it, and as I said multiple times on my stream, I don't think that validates completely systematically deleting her Facebook friends list.
Well, I mean, at least in that way it was impersonal. Like, they killed Joel to kill Joel.
And also,
he just wanted his daughter back.
I don't think Ellie wanted to kill them originally. I think because she was like, "Where's Abby?" Whenever she was like interrogating Nora and was like trying to find, and Nora was basically like, "Go fuck yourself," and then Ellie killed her.
That's
I think that it's like, I mean, yes, you can't deny she did do the thing at the end of the day, but it's like, I don't think that was originally her intention and her goal when she first set out. If Abby had gone to find Joel and found Tommy first, and she was like, "Where's your brother?" Do you think she would have like not beaten the fuck out of him and killed him? She probably would have, right?
That is speculative, but it's hard to say.
It's speculative at that point, right? There's a lot of things that are speculative at this point that we could say this would have been better had it happened like this. But it's like, we don't really know.
They're so unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly.
Like all of them, and I guess that's kind of like like if you're surviving the apocalypse and you've lasted years in this environment, then I guess predictability would be your downfall. But at the same time, is that good writing? Like, is a character that you truly don't know what they'll do good writing?
I think for one character, it can be. If it is one character in the story that is very
like
unpredictable,
Joker or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It can be very good, and the unpredictability makes them an interest. Like, every time they're on screen, you're like, "What the fuck is going to happen?"
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I also don't really agree that should. I don't think Abby is that unpredictable. I feel like I think Abby was designed to be essentially a carbon copy of Ellie. I think they're both very much the same character. They're both very snarky. They're both very, I feel like this is a bad word to use, but I can't think of a better one right now. Is like butch. They're both very like manly girls for the most part. They are both pretty prone to violence, and they're both pretty clever. I think that both characters realistically would react about the same way in most situations. So even with that taken into account, if that is the case, then yeah, I do think that Abby would probably have tortured Tommy to get the info she needed. Yeah. Also, Arbiter asks, from what I'm hearing, Abby did the research and the scouting to find just her target. Am I right in that assumption? Yes. So technically, they both tried to do the same thing, Arbiter. Abby's took a lot longer, and then she got the information, found exactly out where Joel was, and lucked into finding just him and Tommy alone, so she didn't have to go through the extra steps. So it is speculation of how they may have gone about actually getting to Joel in the end, but they didn't have to.
It's so hard, right? It's just that coincidental meeting.
So yeah, like Abby didn't have a time crunch.
Yeah,
she just knew this dude's alive. Joel had like seconds. Like if he was like a minute later, they would have cut into her. So like he kind of had to do it rough and dirty. And I'm sure if Abby was in that same situation, she would have done it rough and dirty as well.
Yeah, I think
was a solo rider.
Yeah. Which Joel's whole thing is that like it actually makes more sense to me because there was like a thing you got out of it, right? Like if you look at Joel's story to Ellie's story in this game, and then also compare all three of them, like Abby, Ellie, and Joel's at least had like a thing he got out of it, right? Like he saved Ellie. What do like Abby and Ellie, either of them get out of that? Absolutely nothing. It doesn't do anything.
Closure is what they're seeking. It may not give them that, but especially when you have that much trauma. And I'm also going to feel weird bringing this into it, but as someone who just lost a pet, there's a lot of weird things that you think about for closure that you wouldn't normally think about for like other situations. Like, even if it doesn't give you that closure, I still can't bring myself to clean up and move her cage. Because that feels like an ending in a weird way. But I'm going to do it eventually, and I feel like that is a weird thing. I have a dirty rodent cage in my bedroom that's empty right now because
I get that.
Yeah.
Though, because like I'm just trying to go ahead. I'm just trying to think.
So basically, my point is like when you are in that like grieving or I think grieving is the right word there to use. When you're in that state of grieving, there's like a very different mentality. You think of things from a weird angle that you wouldn't normally think about. And often, especially with something as traumatic as losing like your father, that's going to go way further. It's going to snap something for a kid for sure. I feel like in our modern world, kids are less likely to go hunting down to kill their father's killer. But I think in this type of environment, I don't know, it just makes a lot of sense to me completely.
In the environment, I'd be willing to concede a little bit more that it's like there's still no like hard evidence to support that they're gonna get closure. In fact, if anything, the people around them are probably like evidence of the opposite. Because I'm pretty sure they probably know people who have like tried to avenge someone or something along those lines, because there's so many people in the world who have murdered each other and all that kind of stuff with all the banditry and other things that you encounter in both games. So it's a lot of it's speculative at this point of like who would do what in what situation, and I don't know. We could be talking for days at that point.
True. I think this is also going to be a topic, but I feel like we should be thorough. This will probably eat into my trying to convince you this game is good. Let's discuss Jesse. So Jesse was the boyfriend of Dina. This is going to be a short conversation, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Jesse was the
fair.
boyfriend of Dina, basically just a friend or even like a boss almost to Ellie. Basically irrelevant for the most part for a majority of the game. Just kind of shows up in Seattle like a few days later. And for that to happen, for him to show up a couple of days later, that means that he followed them like immediately.
Yeah.
Which personally makes me think that he knew that Dina was pregnant. I personally think that's like the reason, or he suspected.
Think so?
I think it is. Either that or he did just want to protect his friends. That is also a possibility. Maybe I'm assuming.
There's a lot of assumptions to be made there, because it's like also how close was he to Joel, because they did like scouting and he was like also answered to Joel a lot. Spent a lot of time with Ellie and Dina, and he probably knew well enough that Ellie was going to go out seeking revenge.
Yeah,
probably something along those lines. There's a lot of different ways you could go down that rabbit hole. Either way, I think the thing is that like I like Jesse from a dialogue point of view, because it always seemed that he had like a lighter touch on like even in like the darker world that they lived in, and always like trying to keep things upbeat, joke around, be quippy, but also have like those serious talks. But he didn't get anywhere, and they like he amounted to nothing, and that was what frustrates me, is that he could have been a good character. He's just not.
So I also think that was intended in a weird way, that like I think another major element of the story, which I am almost certain that this was definitely intended, was that Ellie was going to lose everything in this hunt for revenge. And I think that includes she loses Dina in the end, but I think Jesse is lost sooner. He was, like you said, he was a lighthearted dude. He was always had good intentions. He meant well. He was like a shining light in this dark world, and it's just a blink of an eye, he's gone. And I also respect that. Actually, hold on. If you do, you want to say something on that first before I move on to the next thing?
Say something on like just her losing everything is like the intention of the game.
It's part of it. It's her character development.
I agree. I think my only question is why just her, and why not both ways? Why not Abby too, if that was the intention? What is it way to set Abby apart from Ellie to not lose everything when they both went after revenge?
So if I had to guess, it was that. Holy shit, you're shaking a lot, Airman.
Everybody's an earthquake.
I went to grab my water bottle, and if I just smack my monitor, it goes like utterly insane.
So I think the only reason, to be fair, I think that Abby deserved it to lose. I mean, well, actually, she kind of did. Really, the only people she had left were her friends and Owen, and she lost Owen in her pursuit for that. Like, Owen's with Mel now. It wasn't as clearly painted about like what happened in the middle ground time for her, because her hunt was done, and then we pick up on the aftermath. Whereas Ellie, we see the whole hunt process.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent, but I also felt, man, maybe this is just my perspective on it. It felt also somewhat her choice, because a lot of it was like her being like, "Oh, when you need to get your priorities straight," and she's like kind of putting these barriers down. not just like romantically or whatever, but also so you could see like distance forming between the group as a whole, and it felt like she was going to kind of go her own way in the first place with Lev. I don't even think it was like
Which she did.
Which she did, yeah. So it's like I don't necessarily think it was all like her losing everything so much as like she chose to give up everything.
See, I don't know about that. I'm going to point out the message Red just sent in chat as well. I'm going to phrase it differently. But Ellie did kill everyone close to Abby as well. So even in the things that, like, Abby was willing to risk those things. And I think in the end, she did end up losing them. I think Ellie was exactly the same way. I don't really think it changed that much. The only real difference is that well, I mean, there's obviously a lot more nuanced differences, but like Ellie's pregnant friend lived, and Abby's didn't.
Again, because of Lev, but yeah, that's fair.
True. I will hard agree that Lev elevates Abby to. I would say Lev helps Abby to be the person she could have been, whereas Ellie has fallen too far already, which is why I say that Abby is not a better character, but a better person in the game than Ellie is.
That I in this game specifically I can agree with, yes.
Like
okay, I'll say it. Ellie got a dope ass triple kill. Are you happy, Red?
With the way you talk about the character development of Ellie, you almost talk about it like she's not done. Do you think the game was opened up for a threequel? Like it's opened up for another one? Because every time you talk about Ellie's character, like you talk about Abby's character development as if it's finished, but every time you talk about Ellie, it's sort of like, you know, that helps her get to where she's going.
I think Ellie's arc is done. I don't see them doing much. Yeah, I hope it is. Well, I mean, it's not a hope as in like I'm sick of this character, because I still love Ellie. I care for her. I feel like she is again a realistic. I think she's a bad person, but I feel like I've grown so attached to her that I care for what happens to her now. So I feel like she's already gone through so much shit.
I'm sorry, Ricardo. Got me.
No, Ricardo, that was the triple.
Oh no! Wait, but she got the dog too.
Oh no! There was too much time in between. Too much time in between.
That's a care package right there. That's some good stuff.
I think. Okay, all right. Really quick to cut straight to the end. There is a cutscene. Literally, the last cutscene of the game is Ellie walking back to the empty home where she used to live with Dina, who was like her wife at this point, and they had a baby. But Abby, I keep saying Abby all the time. Ellie chose to leave Dina and her family behind to finish the job. That is what the third section of the game is. So when she returns from doing that, or failing to do that, however you perceive it, Dina's gone. All of their shit is gone. Ellie has no idea where she went to. That is just another representation of something else that she lost in the pursuit of revenge. And then during the final cutscene, or final fight scene rather, between Ellie and Abby, there's a moment where Abby bites two of Ellie's fingers off, and it is extremely brutal. And I think most people in chat were like, I'm glad I looked away for that one. It's fucked. But there's this one song, and this again boils way down to the core of why I think that it's more about Ellie losing everything in Pursuit of Revenge as well. Which Joel teaches her on guitar at the very beginning. And the only like repeated line of the song is, if I ever were to lose you, I'd probably lose myself. And she loses Joel and then loses herself. And that's even further emphasized by her attempting to play that song on the guitar one last time, but she can't because she's missing two fingers now. So it's just like a perfect symbol of how she clearly lost him and then lost herself and lost everything in this pursuit of revenge. And it's just such a, I think it's like a masterfully like written out cutscene as far as all the implications under it.
I like overarching symbolism like that a lot. I think that's like really cool. But I guess it kind of makes me wrap back to the point you were talking about, which is, what is the point of the game? Like, or rather, is there a point to the game, or is it just a story?
I think it could be seen as either. I think that it could just be a slice of life. These are a bunch of real people who have real struggles, and they're behaving like a person would in this scenario. And I think that it also does tell a message, or it has a message to deliver as well. I think, unfortunately, most of the user reviews on Metacritic would tell you that the purpose of the game was to push an LGBT agenda, but
we need to talk about that part too, and just talk about how nonsensical that was.
We can just throw a poll in chat and not even look at it because I already know what the answer would be. Because it's just not. I think it's. There were so many people. Actually, just to touch on that for 1 second, I was very pleased with the amount of people in my chat that came in and they said, "I never played this game because all I heard was that this," and then they watched a couple hours of it and they were like, what the fuck were those people talking about? I think it's very clear that the people who were pushing that narrative just didn't play the fucking game.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agree.
So we can move on from that topic. I think that's easily debunked. Yeah. God, how much did we even say about Jesse? I wanted to say on the end of Jesse's note, another thing about, again, like the gritty realism that I admire the game for pushing is how they handle character death. They're like, there's 2 scenes that are mourned. There's Ellie and Abby's loss of a father figure that is like an extreme emotional moment. And then there's so many scenes of these characters, and they experience the most realistic deaths I have seen in any media at all, which is you're having a conversation and then bam, they're dead and shit's happening and you can't do anything about it. You just have to move on. I think that's, while it might not be as satisfying as far as like a movie, because movies, we dramatize death a lot, I think it's extremely realistic of just like life it's just done.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I do like the way that it was like very quick. It was very well paced. It was very realistic, and then people like, especially in the heat of the moment, are just like, there's no time to think. You just go. Especially with like Manny's death, where Abby's like, he's dead. She's in the heat of the moment, like running away from Tommy and stuff, and it's the whole thing.
That is one of my favorite scenes in the game, just because. I'm sorry, I'll let you get back to that. But when Manny died, she like pushes through that door and rolls behind that table, and then there's like a 3 seconds of her just like, ears ringing. I love the sound effect that they do with that when trauma happens in the game. It's like the ears ringing sound effect, and she's just covered in Manny's blood, and like the look on her face for that second, and then another gunshot goes off and she just has to jump back into action. It was so well done.
I agree with that. I think my problem was more especially with like the death of Jesse, and the fact of like, even in the after scene, whenever it's like her and Dina and the baby and like Tommy talking, just mention that these are people that you still have these connections to, and make it feel like it's a real thing that had impact and not just a passive thing. I get that this is a world where death is like around every corner for everyone, but if there's like literally no connections to the people, then that means that every person that died, whether they were connected to either side, meant nothing, and so there's no impact. I hate that feeling.
You know what would have cleaned up Jesse? Like, it would have been such a small detail, but it would have made that whole scene feel so much better to me. Just a photo of Jesse in Ellie and Dina's house.
Either that, or just like look at the baby and like, oh, he has his eyes.
True. I mean, they named him JJ. They named him JJ, so I think it was an homage to Jesse, to be fair, but...
Fair enough. I don't know that I see the same thing, but it just needed to be like something like a little obvious that it's like an homage to him, and like then just move on. It doesn't have to be much, but like show that there's like weight there, emotional weight, and I didn't feel like it had that. And that's what bothered me about the character deaths.
Specifically with Jesse's death, I do agree. There was not a lot of emotional weight. There was zero time to think about it, to be fair.
Yes, I agree.
Yep. JJ equals Jesse Joel. Among Us sus sound effects? All right. I would like to discuss my... I would say the crime that this game committed.
Okay.
Tommy.
Oh, at the end?
I think Tommy behaves completely normally 90% of the game, and then I can excuse the way he behaves at the end, kind of. Because I thought about it a lot today, more than I have ever before. But Tommy doesn't act like he normally does. He's normally very lighthearted. He was super against going for revenge at first, and then finally realized Ellie's going to do it. I need to do it so that she has closure, more than him, basically. But the end of the game, and I never thought about it this way until today, actually. But the only motivations that I can think of that may or may not justify this is that when they got back from trying to kill Abby, he lost even more. Abby killed Joel. Abby caused him to lose his mobility, and his wife basically completely uprooted his entire life. And that is the only way I can validate him like showing up and being like, go kill that bitch for me because I can't.
Yeah. That was literally always my thought process, was that he literally had nothing else to his name. All he had was this hopeful like revenge plot to get like, it's one thing already to like be like, there's this like unique closure thing that we were talking about earlier, and especially in this situation it's always like, you know, exacerbated. But for him specifically, when he has nothing else to focus on, that's all his mind's on constantly. So it just makes more sense to me that he was the one that pushed that.
That's actually valid. Yeah, I always was pissed at how they handled Tommy there, but I think today, before this discussion, I changed my mind on it. I still call it a crime because, man, I loved Tommy. He was such like a sweetheart. He was such a nice dude. A fucking monster sniper from that one scene though.
True.
My notes here for other characters to discuss. I wrote like a paragraph of notes on every character just in case I needed it. But the next character in my list was Lev, and the only thing I wrote was best bean, nothing more needs to be said, best character in the game, moving on.
Hard agree.
Okay.
I think Lev had like some of the most like and best quality of like character development I've seen in like a game for a side character. It was very well written, it was very natural. You go ahead. I'll let you take this, Debbie. Sure. You probably explain it better after playing through it.
Lev was the transgender boy character in the game who was part of. So Abby was in a group called the Wolves, the WLF, and they were at war with a religious fanatic group called the Scars. And Lev was a trans boy who came out, and that fanatic group was going to kill him for coming out. So Lev and his sister Yara escaped this group.
I remember this now.
Yeah.
This whole side plot, you told me about this. That's really interesting. I forgot their name.
Yeah. So the trans boy was Lev, and his older sister was Yara. Lev, best character, easy. Done.
Yeah.
Yara, I liked her. She seemed nice for the four voice lines she had in the game.
She felt like a tool to elevate Lev.
I agree.
That's what
she
it
was
felt like.
Exclusively that. Yeah. She was a tool to help you continue Lev's storyline. Also kind of halfway served as like the bridge between like Lev was way more still ingrained in the Scars. Lev, every time you come across a Scar thing, he would like recite some passage or like worship the statues or whatever. But Yara was very much just like halfway in between at this point of like, they're trying to kill my brother. I don't know if I want to stay in this group. And she served as a good bridge, I think.
Yeah.
Also, 07's in the chat for Yara's extremely heroic death. Best death in the game. Took out Isaac, also an underdeveloped character that could have had more of a story, but I don't think he was that important. I think people complained about Isaac not having enough of a role.
I agree with that though, because he's like very intimidating and very early on, like kind of portrayed in a way that's like supposed to be intimidating, and it never really comes to anything like fruition. I expected there to be like a whole situation where Isaac's hunting you or something like that, or like Lev. And I expected there to be like an intense situation of like trying to get Lev out, and like, you know, Abby having to make this choice of like turning her back on the wolves to like take care of Lev. And it didn't really happen in that way. Like the same thing kind of happened, but not to the same extent.
I have a pitch for how they could have made Isaac a way better character with one scene. I don't know exactly how it would be handled, but Abby was captured at the hospital and put in cuffs, and they were going to deliver Abby to Isaac. I think if instead they had said, we're holding you here, Isaac's on his way, and then Nora helps you escape, you go through the whole hospital basement, you deal with that boss fight, the completely terrifying boss fight, and then finally you get out and you're so relieved that the boss fight is over, Isaac and his goons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just that confrontation there, and however you get out of it, that would have made Isaac so much more interesting. Like they could have fleshed him out a lot more in that moment.
That I feel like what ifs is kind of a slippery slope.
That is true. That's just a pitch.
Always.
I actually have as my last section of we both know it could be. How could it be better? So
Right. Because like I like, there's so much of this game to talk about already. The what ifs is like a bit too dangerous because I like what is already in the game a lot because a lot of it's gray, and it's really hard to do gray well. And you can tell it's a gray game because of how many people hate it.
Yeah.
Because like if it's unilaterally hated, then it's in the black. If it's unilaterally loved, then it's in the white. But if it's in like this weird perfect zone you don't really get anymore in media, which is weird because the type of media that the game is the opposite of what used to create gray areas.
Yeah.
True.
Like usually super outrageously sexist, homophobic, racist stuff used to be the gray. This is the complete opposite. Except for the Lev storyline, that's kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
But again, gray. Gray's good.
So
The
speaking
love
of
storyline in the middle is black. We all know it's bad. Let's just be
video
honest.
games with a divisive reception, we all gonna dedicate a little bit of time to play through Death Stranding and maybe discuss that at some point.
Oh my god, dude! Hey,
Did you say
I'm
play through the
down.
game?
yeah, play.
I didn't know there was any gameplay to that game.
Yeah,
I thought you just
yeah.
walked.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That depends on how you look at it. If you ask me, no.
Can you
but-
judge Hideo Kojima? That's like judging the architecture of an asteroid. Like it really is just chaos
God.
incarnate.
Oh, he created that asteroid. Like, what is an architect of an asteroid?
Yeah, and
Oh, go on.
I was just gonna say, if we do want to move on to the Q&A section at some point, I've been collecting quite a few
Okay.
of these questions.
I would say, as like Chunk, do you have another big point that you would like to discuss? Like, if there's another character or.
I think I just kind of want to give the synopsis of where my mind's at.
We can do like closing statements.
Yeah, basically. But before we move into the Q&As, I feel like it's good to do that, like kind of wrap up our thought processes, like have any of our opinions changed about the game. And I think my opinion of like the awkward dialogue with Abby and some of the others is kind of like mitigated by the fact that I didn't really take into account the world that they're in. So I can concede that like I don't think Abby's as bad of a character as I originally had thought when we started this conversation. I still don't particularly care for her, but that's also just like I don't like this choices she made. I still think that this game is not a good game strictly because of the context that it is The Last of Us 2. And I think this is why sequels are hard to do and why a lot of times they flop is because of the expectations that have to live up to the predecessor. And I think if this was a standalone game by itself, absolutely, it's a great game. It's fantastic. But I think you have to admit and take into that account. You can't just ignore it. Because, I mean, we could all day go back and forth about, like, oh, this plot line, you know, people connecting with Abby. Abby should be connected to because of this. But at the end of the day, you're always going to connect to the characters that already existed more so than the ones that are newly introduced. That's just how it is.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah, go
So
for it.
if this game were a standalone instead of a sequel, do you still think it would have worked? Because I think it relied too heavily on killing off like a prominent character that you were already really attached to work.
I think Naughty Dog could have done it. I absolutely believe that because I think that Naughty Dog excels in the first impressions.
That's valid. I
mean, we
bawled my eyes out at Sarah's death in the first game.
Exactly. And I think that's the thing is that this is one of the points I actually wrote down on my phone was that lightning doesn't strike twice. And that's kind of how I felt about like the whole heartwarming scene between and whenever you kind of described it, you were like, it wasn't supposed to be as much of like a connection emotionally to make you feel for this character, which, you know, that's, you know, I think that kind of depends on the person and how you view it. But for me, it felt like it was supposed to be kind of a copycat scene for Sarah of like, there's this like nice heartwarming moment between like son and daughter or, you know, father and daughter.
Yeah.
And then like it kind of goes downhill from there and then you come to the realization of everything happening. I just feel like if Naughty Dog did that same magic but in reverse, they could absolutely make you feel that same intensity in the same way. I think they absolutely could have done it.
Let me note down Sky's message here.
I think it's weird because I like super disagree with you. Like
Really?
I think like I think I the most disagree with you than anything you've ever said. Like I think this game would have been nothing without the first game, like literally nothing. And I think a good example is Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2. Like genuinely, you might have never even heard about Red Dead Redemption 1, but you can play the sequel in its entirety and still appreciate it and everything it is. But like all of this, literally every single story beat in this game exists because of the first game.
Yeah, all of the context hinges on what happened at that hospital and how it pertained to Abby's grief. The reason Ellie was so torn about her relationship with Joel and so upset about him and everything. Because I also think a lot of the motivation too behind Ellie's grief was that, like, what was that scene where they were all on the porch? You know, that really touching scene at the end on the porch. Oh, sheesh! Welcome in. Hey. Welcome in. So thank you for the raid, CB. We're gonna continue our discussion, but I really, really do appreciate you. I appreciate you. Say hi to YouTube and Spotify chat.
Love you, CB.
Yeah, I agree with Airvent here. To say my closing statement, I think this discussion did help me to. It honestly, as weird as it sounds, because I know I'm on the opposite fence of everyone else. It elevated Ellie's character for me. It elevated Ellie's character for me. Because I was exclusively thinking about the actions done and the motivation behind that action, as opposed to like, well, no, I don't really know how I'd phrase it, but I think it helped me to understand that Ellie is. I think it was the trauma angle, honestly. I think the trauma angle really helped clear up a lot of Ellie's actions. I still think that overall, based exclusively on the actions completed and the motivations behind them, that Abby was the better person overall throughout the game. I think that Ellie went too far and, as designed, lost herself and became like the monster that she was hunting down throughout the game. And it still doesn't change my mind that I thought this game was absolutely amazing. I do think that it was very non-conventional, like extremely unconventional at almost every turn, but I absolutely adore the game overall still. I think there's never been a game that has had more realistic characters. It's extremely rare that I come across a piece of media where the people act like people. And I also... This is probably a little biased from the outside from just being a gamer forever, but I desperately want them to continue making games in this style, because there just is not a there's not a franchise or games that do story like Naughty Dog.
I agree. I think that I kind of in like retort to that. I definitely think that I've moved closer towards liking it. I still don't care for it as a whole, just because of like what we've talked about already. Which, by the way, Aravid, I still think there is a way that you can still tie in all the stuff that happened in the first one emotionally enough to have the same impact and lasting events without having all the emotional connection from the first game, because a lot of that game is just Ellie and Joel riding together, going from one event to the next and building that connection. The events of the hospital, you can condense and make that into a scene in the beginning and make that impact.
Are you saying like make that a scene in the beginning of the second one?
Yes, basically. Like you'd have
but
to
that
combine.
would be directly taking something from the first game, because I think what you're saying, that Naughty Dog can make an amazing sequel, I entirely agree with 100%. I think if they just took The Last of Us and just made a sequel, completely different characters in a completely different way, you know, maybe threw an Easter egg every now and again to the first game, I think it would have been an amazing game. Like on par with this one, if not better, maybe a little worse. Who knows? But I think they absolutely could have, and I agree with you on that. But I do think that like there's just too many notes. Like there's too many things where it's like why is this character motivated to do this? I'm not talking about the side stories. I'm talking about the main story.
Yeah.
Like every single thing is driven from revenge from this one thing that happened in the first game. And I agree with you, they could be condensed into a single scene, but it's still in reference to the first game, and it's still in reference to like essentially a random act. Like the entire game is pushed forward because like someone in the writer's room was like, what if that doctor had a daughter? And that's like the whole
That's the whole
plot.
yeah.
True. I think this comes down to, we could keep going on this forever. We can cut it off here if we want to.
I would assume that it wasn't a what if that doctor had a daughter. I think it was probably just like I believe that the death of Joel was approached from the angle of, what if we drop a fucking bomb on him? I think that was the point originally.
Yeah, that's probably what was on the board.
Yeah,
Like, they
that
probably
was on
put,
the board.
Kill Joel. And
Yeah.
then they're like, how are we doing that?
Yeah, I think they were just like, Joel has killed so many people that we literally could not fathom counting it, and he deserves it, so people won't be mad. Yay. But
That didn't go so well.
yeah. But I think they did tie it into the first game really, really well as far as like alternatives. But yes, I think we're gonna be done discussing that now. We can go into some more like hypotheticals. What would we have changed about the game if we want? But I think we should address some of the Q&As now.
How about with Q&As? Let's go.
I placed the ones that I saved into our chat.
Oh, perfect.
If you want to bring that up and zoom in on it, I took them all there, and it has their names and everything.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll just do these in order, unless we already addressed them.
We might have, but we'll see that as we read.
So the first one was we kind of touched on this. We can touch on it again. We can push this into that hypothetical. A Simply Okay Gamer said, "I couldn't care less for Joel dying. They killed him in a shit way." That is an interesting. So I don't think OK's here anymore. Maybe they are. If you're still in chat, I might want some clarification. Are you saying that you don't care about Joel dying? Like, as in you think, okay, that is valid for the story, but I hate the way they killed him? Or are you saying that you don't care about his death because of the way they killed him?
I assumed it was because of the way that they did it. At least that's the way I think, because I think that's kind of what drove me to say some things. Was I assumed he was talking about him being like defenseless, kind of like taken by surprise, immediately got the shit kicked out of him, seemingly not the Joel you're used to from the first one, is what it felt like. And I kind of agree with that to an extent, but not 100%, because like it could also be that he was like, he killed so early, but I think that's fine. I think killing him early was fine.
I also kind of feel like he did act like Joel. Like, even in the final moments, he was very Joel.
I agree.
You know?
Yeah, I agree to an extent. I just feel like, especially after the scene in the first one where they like get ambushed and he like wrecks the car and then he gets out and he just got out of a car accident and then beats like 2 or 3 guys to death that are right near him, ambushing him. Yeah. Like, it just feels like there would have been more of a fight, and it felt underwhelming, I guess is the way to put it.
Right.
Like, you want more for the hero that you're attached to, I guess.
Like, the only excuse like I think of in that way is that he is like 10 years older or something.
Yeah.
He's like quite a bit older.
It's not 10. I think it's 5. I think it's 5 years.
Yeah.
5 years old. Yeah.
That is still a valid point.
Is a lot. Yeah.
Especially in like an apocalypse where you're always on the move. Your joints probably are always in flames.
I think they also they kind of represented him aging a bit, in my opinion, too. Like, he still held his own in like the one scene where you're running away with Abby. But like, as far as the few scenes you get to see of him with Ellie that are, I still think are poorly placed way too late into the game.
I agree.
He definitely does act like an old dad now, and it feels like usually I imagine living in comfort probably softened him a lot in Jackson. He probably was anticipating just living out the rest of his days in Jackson comfort and was not the same like murderous gruff man as he once was. That being said, I think he had the right amount of venom in his voice when he was there. He didn't put up a fist fight, but after getting he had his entire lower leg blown off by a shotgun. That is the opening. Yeah. The opening to that is he is no longer able to walk. I feel like a fight would have been pretty shit at that point. And also has like
8 people.
Yeah, like 8 people in the room. They just knocked his brother out really easily. There's 2 people holding him up against a window, so he can't really do much with his arms anyway. All he can do to fight back, and he does, is say whatever damn speech you have and let's get this over with. Which I think is extremely Joel.
Yeah, it's like definitely something I would expect him to say. Mm-hmm. I don't like the scene at all.
Yeah.
Because it's like, boo. But yeah, he did act like himself.
I think the only thing that I agree with that a lot of people were complaining, I haven't seen this argument in a long time, because when the game first came out, I was super curious why everyone hated it so much. Mm-hmm. So I watched dozens of like 1 to 3 hour long reviews of the game. And one thing I kept seeing was that people said it didn't make sense that people who had lived in the apocalypse for so long, like Tommy and Joel, would just give out their name.
Yeah,
I disagree with that.
You disagree
that
with
is
that?
kind of weird. You would go
Yeah.
with like Pwn Dog or something.
It's
First
like-
name that came to my mind, too.
I'm surprised no one's like in a fucking leotard and just spamming electric guitar, shooting flames out of a car.
It says Joel. in fireworks in the sky, Joel Miller.
Yeah, dude. Oh.
No, I think
Fantastic.
I've always explained that away by like very clearly those people. It seemed like we're not intending to kill them, which
No, not at
was
all.
true in the moment because they saved each other. They saved Abby. Abby told them their name immediately, or her name immediately. She's like, "I'm Abby," and they're like, "Okay, come with us." And then they like Abby told them, "Hey, all of my friends are here. They can save us." They went back to their place. The people did save them. They took them in. It seemed like they were going to help them, so it made sense to me that they shared their name.
Because those people also believed that they were going to help them because, you know, they didn't know they were Joel and Tommy yet. So I
Exactly.
agree with that. It's like the best acting is real acting because, like, they were just doing what they would normally do. So it's like, why wouldn't it be believable, you know?
I like that
Yeah,
Araman copied down "fuck Owen" as well. I feel like we touched on that. Owen was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Actually, no, we didn't touch on Owen enough. Let's fuck up Owen for a minute.
I liked Owen. All right, look, yeah, he's a piece of shit, but as a character, at least I could understand the thoughts and the things where his mind was going, and I think that's why I connected with him. Even though I was like, "Wow, you're a piece of shit," like,
I'm
oh,
kind
Rick.
of confused on Owen because on one half, on like okay, so from the Abby perspective, I kind of like respect what he did, but like from the Ellie perspective, like from the I guess what the audience knows. So I guess using will it be situational irony?
I guess.
Using the situational irony aspect of it, like he kind of handled it very emotionally, which I guess is like I guess it's not a bad thing.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, I guess I lean more.
I'm like
He's
you, and I
accurate.
think logic first.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's very like I feel like the character acted accurately, so I can't really dislike him just because of that.
Okay, so this message wasn't sent. I'm gonna copy this and try to paste it somewhere because I want to touch on that in a second, but I want to finish this Owen discussion. So, Chunk, would you rather go first, or do you want me to go first on why I don't like Chunk? I mean, Owen.
Oh, you don't like what?
I hate chunks in my ice cream.
Before you went over this, you roasted me for an entire stream about not liking chunks in your ice cream. I've never even been in ice cream. This is bullshit.
You guys want to hear something?
Why I
weird
don't
about
like
Airband?
Yeah, what's up?
You say you don't like chunks in ice cream. I swear to God.
I eat ice cream with a fork.
Why?
I thought that was
We'll
gonna
come
be way
back to
worse
that.
than
We'll
the
come back
ice
to that. Chunk, would you rather me go first, or do you want to go first?
cream. For what specifically?
Why you like Owen?
Why I like Owen? Yeah, I can go first, I think. So Owen's character, especially opening up in the game, is made to be one of seemingly the voices of reason in the group. Whereas like a lot of people like kind of bicker back and forth and are like, you know, we should kill a kid, no we couldn't. They're like getting all heated and emotional. And while Owen's emotionally driven, he seemed to have the most moral compass of anyone. And you know, that kind of changes a little bit later into the game of like, it just shows that he has different values and that he values life. And I think the whole situation of like him abandoning ship and like basically being like, I don't want to fight anymore because of this situation, and also fuck Danny, which to be fair, fuck Danny, that guy was also a piece of shit. And so it's just like, I felt like his character felt like something I would do in the apocalypse, of like abandoning ship and running away and be like, I don't want to fight this war that I don't give a fuck about because there's like some dispute over land.
That's fair.
The apocalypse, why would I give a shit about this?
Yeah.
I have one sentence of that I want to absolutely rip to shreds.
Is it the moral compass thing?
No, it's, you said he values life. You realize that in his plans to leave Seattle and find the Fireflies, he not only cheated on his pregnant girlfriend to fuck Abby, but also planned on leaving his pregnant girlfriend there.
Yeah, he values life. I still stand by what I said. Look, at the
His child.
He's just trying to make more babies, bro.
Okay, here's the thing: is that person and the baby is still alive. It's not like they're dead. It's not like he killed them. Whether or not he wants to be a part of them is a whole different thing. I'm not saying he's a good guy. Again, he's a piece of shit. I'm agreeing here.
Wait, I thought you were saying, but you like him.
Yeah. I'm a piece of shit too. It's okay. We can all blend together. It's fine. Look, I legitimately just think that, like, out of all the sins that everyone in this game did for murdering a whole bunch of people, I'll take the guy that cheated over the murderer. All right, you know what? Maybe that's a hot take. I don't know.
I knew Aravan was gonna jump on that one.
You know what? Here, you know what? Let me go murder your family, and then we'll come back, and then you can cheat on me or something.
Cheat on me. You get everything you want.
This is like the argument I have with people who are like, I don't care about humans. I'd save the dog over the human any day of the week. I'm like, you're a psychopath. What do you mean?
For free.
Okay, well, so you had to kill the dog. Now we're going a whole different way. Okay,
we're gonna back up on the dog talk.
What you're saying though, like about how like your respect for something being alive and your respect for the life of something.
Yes.
Over the respect of its quality of life. And as fucked as it is, it kind of reminds me of in the 1920s, orphanages in America were fucking awful, like genuinely, like because it was just after the flapper, like, whole generation happened. Great Depression hit hard. People were just dropping off kids at every orphanage they found. And they did not have the money to feed all those kids, so they really tortured them. And it sucks because a lot of the people who owned the orphanages genuinely wanted to keep the kids alive and really cared a lot. They just didn't have the means to do so. And some of them were so they were so desperate they would have to eat some of the food to save the kids and keep themselves alive to justify save them. So it's there's this weird balance when you're in a really dire situation of respecting life over quality of life. So I kind of understand where you're coming from that perspective.
I think it's more exacerbated in the apocalypse setting that they're in, right?
Exactly. It's like that time. It's like the Great Depression times too. It's like the Greater Depression.
Yeah, that's just I'm not saying that this is how I would act today. I'm just saying in his situation, I may be pressed to make the same decision. I don't know. Yeah. But I think it's at least a decision that I can understand why he made it.
So to move on to the next one, this one's actually far more interesting in my opinion. As far as I think you said that playing as, did you suggest that playing as Abby first was, I think that came up at some point.
Yeah, I said, do you think if you played Abby first at the beginning of the game, and then the split happened when you meet up with Joel, it would have had the same effect or a greater effect?
So yeah, basically the reason we get to this point is because Sky asked Sky stated playing Abby first would undermine the entire point of the game. I think I agree with that.
I think I disagree, and I think that's only coming from her because she never played the first game. And as unique as a perspective as it is, that's the perspective that she's coming from, and I think it's a not complete take.
Do you disagree with me that dehumanization plays a major role in the plot of the game, if not the most important role in the game?
No, I would agree with that. I would absolutely suggest that they do set up doing it. I just don't think that I like that they did that, right? Even if that is their goal, I don't think it's a good way to tell a story. I think the better way is to establish an emotional connection to both characters and then have the player have a moral dilemma and trying to choose who they relate to more. Because then when you have that whole argument inside your head of who makes more sense in this scenario, who do I side with here, I think that's a lot more interesting than just, this one's a monster, this one's not, and then trying to flip that. Maybe that's just me, though.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways they could have done it. I think if the main goal, which again I believe it is, was dehumanization, I do think they did it the best way possible. I would also say that it was divisive as fuck, but that was the goal. I don't think they intended on I think they meant for people to attack or at least I think they intended on discussions like this to happen. I think this is what they wanted, was people to have to go into this deep of a conversation to discuss the game. I don't think they expected people to just be like, shit game.
Yeah. I think that's just a huge misread on their part. I don't think people do this anymore.
Yeah.
I think nowadays people just Google stuff and they're like, this is what happened, I'm right.
So
this is how things work. There's not like as much debate about things anymore.
you both just reminded me of a question I wanted to ask both of you, because you both have played through the game and have very strong opinions. Do you think they should have / it would have changed the feeling of the game if at the final beach scene you got to choose whether or not you killed Abby?
Yes. I still think that would have been an improvement.
I agree.
Yeah. Because I when you told me that, okay, so I already didn't want to play the game because it's on PS4 and I like aiming with my damn mouse. So when you told me you couldn't even choose to kill the bitch by the end, I was like, what's the point of the whole game then? That's the whole game.
I agree.
What if the doctor had a daughter?
So, actually, fun that you bring that up. I think I tweeted that I wanted to play through The Last of Us Part 2 again and have this discussion exclusively because of one point someone made in a video. And it was, I believe it was a YouTuber called DJ Peach Cobbler, which Aravan and I both really love. Yeah,
love that, man.
Highly recommend you check out DJ Peach Cobbler
Fucking
on YouTube.
thermonuclear takes, this guy.
Oh my god, he's brutal with his takes. But he said on the topic of The Last of Us Part 2, that he really loved the fact that that Naughty Dog puts this amazingly written, crazy moral dilemma on your plate and says, "How do you feel about this? What do you think? What do you think about this situation?"
And
then at the very end of the game, you're like, "Well, actually, I think," they go, "Shut up! We already decided. This is how you think."
That's exactly it, though. That's literally how I feel. They're like, there's no point to the game. We're just trying to say revenge bad, or maybe not. And then at the end, they decide for you. They're like, revenge bad. I promise you, revenge. This is no more. Put her down.
So this is why, as much as I love The Last of Us, because I mean, I get that some people don't like the stealth elements of the gameplay. Some people just like to run in and shoot, and the game doesn't really facilitate that. But I adore the gameplay mechanics in The Last of Us. They're so polished. It feels amazing to just play. Even if you don't give a fuck about the story, I recommend it just to play through because it's fun. But I definitely think it would have been a better movie. And I hate movies. I don't think it should have been in the medium of a game.
They even hinted at it.
I think I agree.
For 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a movie thing.
Yeah, that's a movie thing.
I've never seen part in a video game thing.
Yeah.
So they even kind of hinted it was like a film type thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way I see it is that it should have been a movie because of how little choice you had, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I made that statement earlier of I would have preferred to be emotionally attached to both and have that decision going through my head. I'm also still playing it out as if you have a choice in the end, because I think that would have been just a huge improvement right there, because it's I'm a sucker for games that have the two sides. And if you can play through one side, get their perspective, then play through the other side, get their perspective, and see which one is better. I don't feel like that's what this game did. This game was a very linear storytelling for a non-linear game that didn't make it just confused me what it was trying to be. And I think the lack of choice at the end really solidified that for me.
I'm gonna hate myself for bringing this up because I want to get through all the Q&A questions.
Yeah.
But okay, so you mentioned if the game had 2 parts. So imagine just the whole game was just Ellie's half, okay? And the game ended with you confronting Abby and just killing Abby with no choice. And that was the end of the game. But when you did that, you then unlocked the ability to play through Abby's perspective from her finding her dad dead and then going to kill Joel and then being hunted by Ellie at the end of the game, which finally ended in a confrontation where you chose. Do you think that would be more interesting? And also, do you think people would even fucking touch Abby's side of the game?
I would, yes. Me personally, yes. The question is, do I think people?
Yeah.
People are as much as I loved The Last of Us, the first one, and I was hardcore against Abby, I was not nearly as against it as a lot of other people were online. So it's I would like to say people would give it a shot, but honestly, dude, I don't know. I don't think they would.
I think that's a cool concept, but I don't think it would have worked.
You said that concept, and instantly in my head, I'm thinking what do gamers do the second they're able to play the bad guy? They play the fucking bad guy.
Yeah.
Think so?
Yeah,
I think the
absolutely.
majority do.
You
Yeah.
think if someone starts up a Star Wars game, they aren't picking Darth Vader right fucking off the bat?
True. Good point.
Like they always pick the bad guy. I think people, because like the like I had a sudden epiphany. I think people are pissed because they were forced.
Yeah, I think, you know,
Yes.
maybe you're right.
I think you have a good point there.
I think literally if they did what you said, great idea, and you like beat the game and they were like the villain's story or something like that.
Exactly.
They're like, ooh, the
it's like
villain
dark side.
story.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me try this out. And then they would have tried it and like, whoa, this perspective. And
Maybe you're
like,
right.
Sonic Adventure 2 Battle was ahead of its time. I'm just I'm just saying, like maybe it's onto something.
All right, let's move on to the next question. This is also a Simply Okay Gamer. It said, ain't gonna lie, if Ellie killed Abby in a way to do her hella dirty, it'd be more satisfying to me. In my perspective, that statement alone, because my belief of the game is that it's meant to teach you about dehumanization, I think that the game, like, you failed to grasp the message is basically what that message says to me. I know that's kind of like a rude way to say that, but that is how I understand that.
I think I would partially agree with you, actually, because while I didn't like Abby and stuff, I think if Ellie did get vengeance and stuff, and like that's just the way that it ended, was like that, like I don't think the ending changes much. I think she goes back, she still lost everything. The only difference is that she killed her and then she realizes everything still sucks.
Yeah,
I don't think it does anything.
I think that would have been more powerful though. Like if the game ended, whether or not you killed Abby, with the guitar scene in the exact same way, that would have been way more powerful because it shows the player that no matter what, revenge didn't matter in the end.
Yeah.
But the fact they took the fucking reins away from you at the last second,
yes,
kind of nullifies the entire point of it. It just makes you go, what was the point of all that? Instead of going, yes, I killed the bitch. It's like, oh, I don't have anything. Or like, I don't feel like killing the bitch. It's like, yeah, I really shouldn't have gone through that whole revenge plot. You would have a second to reflect on that, but they took that away. And I don't really understand that choice.
So a part of this is kind of a meta thing to consider as far as the story is, but I genuinely believe that the reason they didn't do it, and I think they may second guess this because of the reception of the game, but I think their intention was to set up Abby and Lev to be the protagonists of the third game.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because the game ends with Abby and Lev finding the Fireflies on Catalina Island, and the menu screen of the game changes from that boat in the ocean where you fight Abby to Abby and Lev's boat washed up ashore next to the building that the Fireflies described. So I think that was them setting up to be like, they found the Fireflies. Yeah.
Maybe this is just me as a hypothetical, but like, if I was them, I wouldn't have done that at all. I wouldn't have set anything up. I would have tried to create and craft this world a little bit deeper in a way like they already kind of did, and go with someone completely different.
Yeah.
I think there's so much of this world that's yet to be explored. That's like,
much. Oh my god.
it's like, this world is cool. I love like the way that the infection works, like all this stuff, like the different, like the Fireflies, all these things. But you don't have to focus on the same people used in the game. I feel like a lot of times people like forget that. And so I don't know,
Look what Sailor said in chat. Me and the boys heading to Metacritic when second part 3
Jesus Christ.
I agree. Like if they ended the game with like,
hey, fuck.
like they showed like Ellie, Ellie in the house with the guitar.
Mm-hmm.
If they showed like the house but way older and a skeleton with 8 fingers, that would have been fine because they could have just moved on to like something else. But like because they're still trying to go in this story direction, I don't think there's a very bright future for The Last of Us unless they start listening.
I'll 100% buy whatever the fuck they put out next, because I know that maybe, I mean, I won't say 100%. If they release a trailer that looks like shit, obviously I'll second guess.
Yeah.
But I wasn't let down by either game. I think I got my money's worth for damn sure, even in gameplay alone, but I also was lucky enough to enjoy the story.
Speaking of gameplay, did The Last of Us 2 get Left 4 Dead, or sorry, Walking Deaded, where like there's just no zombies?
Oh god, no.
There's
No.
still zombies?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no zombies.
Actually, one more
I hate
thing I
when
want
Is
to
that,
point
they
out.
get a Walking Dead? What?
Walking Dead, literally like the
It
first 2
became all
seasons,
about
it's
the
like
people.
zombies, and then all of a sudden it's like it's just war against people in Apocalypse.
Oh, yeah, okay,
They
that's what you mean,
completely
okay.
drop the zombies.
Yeah, no, the
I thought you
zombies
meant,
are
like,
still
the
very
Last of Us
relevant.
just nuke all the zombies and like there's no more on the planet. Everything's basically the apocalypse is over, but still like there's war going on for no reason. No.
In fact, some of my favorite scenes in the game was the moments where, like, it tends to be you dealing with human enemies and they chase you into an uncharted area, and then you have both. Because they didn't do that, like, at all in the first game. They never really had... Yeah. So, I absolutely adored the moments where there were, like, a bunch of human enemies hunting you and, like, whispering to each other, like, fuck, clickers, you know, shit like that. And then you just pick up a bottle and yeet it at one of their heads, and then all the clickers in the room freak out and swarm.
Yeah,
it's so satisfying.
That is really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
There's, like,
interactive
3 or 4 times that happened, and I loved it. But... Actually, I don't even know why I said but. That was the end of my statement. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, I wanted to say earlier. I really, really admire the game for not Walking Deading the zombies out and continuing to make them a part of, like, the world and even expanding the types of enemies almost threefold. But
Yes,
also,
sir.
they are, like, they're not the point. The zombies in The Last of Us have never been the point. Every zombie movie is just like, how do we survive the zombies? The Last of Us is like, fuck, these zombies are annoying, but I have personal issues to deal with.
Yeah, I'm perfectly cool with that. I just hate when they take the shit out. Like, like the clicker aspect of Last of Us 1 was like my favorite by far, because it was just like that really fascinated me, and like, you know, the relationship between Joel and Ellie was amazing, of course. Yeah. But like this always in the back of the mind, like, apocalyptic mushroom was a really cool aspect to me. I'm glad they kept that in.
Yeah, I agree.
Sky points out there was a big boss fight in this game, by the way, but Sky says we experienced a zombie that can only be described as the big bad what the fuck part 2 electric boogaloo volume 666.
Was there a large cretin?
It was a very large cretin.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
So for the next question, unless you wanted to say something else.
I was just gonna say, it's like the clickers just drew Pot of Greed over and over and just got more clickers that fused into them. It's fine.
Oh,
it's a fusion deck. It's fine.
Since Aravan didn't play the game, I actually want to point out, since you really enjoyed the clickers, they added a new enemy to the game that I adored, and they were called Stalkers. There was an enemy that basically you get comfortable using the listen tool throughout the entire game, right? And it basically makes the game chump change. There's an enemy in the game that does not move. They will crouch and hide and sneak around you and, like, use the environment to hide from you. And you can only very faintly see them with the listen tool while they're moving from cover to cover. And they literally like jump out at you from behind and tackle you to the ground and start beating you to death. And then they run off and fuck off behind cover again. And it's terrifying. They're so good.
So terrifying. I loved it. And the way they
similar
introduced
to, like,
them too was very good.
I was gonna say, it's similar to like the prop enemies in Prey.
It's the same feeling, except in Prey, you never know when they're gonna be there. But in this game, generally they like to set the stage to let you know what's at stake. So you'll like enter a window, and then you'll see one dash by a window and be like, "Oh fuck, there's stalkers here."
That's cool.
Yeah.
God, why isn't this game on PC? I would have already played it if it was on PC.
Sky asked earlier, or they stated again earlier, Ellie simply grew up, she never changed. It's just not cute to be an ass as it was when they're 9. I agree with that point hard. I think Ellie is basically the same exact character at the beginning of the second game as she was in the first. It, like Sky said, it's just not cute anymore. The first game, it was a sassy 14-year-old, and it was a blast to have this kid running around going, "Get my name out your fucking mouth." But now that she's like 19, it's just like, God, you're a bitch.
Yeah, it's hard to say. My thoughts are, do you think she would have been this way if she never found out what Joel did? Do you think she would have progressed normally and like grown up, or do you think that because of the information in her head, she never truly forged bonds to like kind of get comfortable with people and therefore kind of kept that like snarky attitude to keep herself at a distance?
Extremely valid. I agree with that. I think I'll blame Joel for it, but I still think the statement remains true.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's weird because like if I put myself in the shoes of Ellie, I don't know what I'd think, because I'd be very happy, you know. I would be almost excited that this person loves me this much that they do that. But at the same time, it's like, did they sabotage the human race for me? Am I worth that?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, is the guilt that comes with it, right?
To provide a little more context of how she feels about it specifically, there is a scene where she's talking to Joel. This is like the last cutscene with Joel in it in the game, where they're on this porch and she finally comes clean about how she feels. Basically, she tells him that she can never forgive him, and she starts crying and says, like, why didn't you leave me in that hospital? My life could have fucking mattered. So I think it's more or less the point, like, she feels personally responsible, despite it being Joel's decision, that she could not have at least tried to save humanity, and I think that is specifically what keeps her in that mindset.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, is that she never really had a choice either way, right? Because either way, she was going to die by the hands of the hospital, and it was going to be their choice, or Joel was going to save her, and it was his choice.
Yeah, she basically wasn't conscious at all. The whole time.
So it's like,
she was out at the hospital table, and it's such a weird feeling. I guess if you're in that mind state where like you really can die at any moment, like you want to matter, like you want to have some lasting effect, and that's a really weird mentality. It's very complicated, because at the end of the day, if they did experiments on her and it did nothing, they would have just killed her. They like nothing, like the entire second game wouldn't have happened, and it would have been nothing. So it's like, I don't know. I don't really understand her perspective in that like aspect, but I guess if you really like want to be someone, if you want to do anything in the apocalyptic setting, and that's the way to do it, you can be sad about it.
All right. So, another one from Sky. Let me see if this one's a question or another statement. Okay, this one's a statement. It's not Dina sucks. I remember seeing that one like 4 times. But Sky said, the scene with Abby getting away and then Ellie going home to nothing and trying to play guitar with 2 missing fingers, it really highlights the overall message of the story. I think we kind of already covered that. I'm pretty sure we all pretty much agree on that one.
Yep.
Okay. Then the next one is Fennec saying, I don't know, for me, the sex scene was about Abby being able to finally try something normal. Since she's always been about revenge and fighting and survival, while it was awkward for us, it was also awkward in the story for a reason. That's actually a really interesting take. I haven't heard anyone argue for that scene before.
Phoenix didn't even highlight it. I just saw that and I was like, I fucking love that take. So
yeah, I noticed it wasn't highlighted.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, because I think we were so quick to write it off. But at the end of the day, I think, I don't know, like, I just can't, as a human being, see how any of what is being discussed leads into that, regardless of whether or not you're wanting to try something to be normal. What about that brings that? Okay, so I think we need to step back and just ask, is that what's going on in her mind? Is that really what it is? Because the topics of the conversation prior to it don't really seem like that would fit, or at least that's not where my mind would go.
It would make more sense if it happened after she killed Joel.
It did.
It did.
So you haven't seen that scene, right, Evan?
No.
To contextualize what happens, Owen had actually shot one of his friends in self-defense, the person he was on a team with, because there was this scar that they were meant to kill, but this scar just like gave up and he just like accepted death. And the guy just basically said, Owen basically was just like, I've killed so many scars, but for whatever reason, this one, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. So his teammate, got all up in his face about it. They had a fight, and Owen ended up having to shoot him to defend himself, and then he fled. And this was why he was trying to run in the boat to escape to Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara. So Abby, concerned for her friend, is like, that doesn't sound like Owen. I'm gonna go track him down and figure out what's going on. She finally tracks him down. He's in that boat trying to fix it, and he's drunk. And she basically says, like, come back to the base, we can explain it, everything can be fine. And then I don't remember the exact quotes that go on, but basically he is drunk and antagonizes Abby by saying, what should I go do? Should I go murder the people that killed my family too? Yeah. Should I go in this lifelong revenge plot so that I can finally feel normal? And then they get in this fist fight for a moment, and then they just lock eyes for a second and fuck.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
I can contextualize it a little bit more because I watched it like today,
Sure,
like as
yeah.
I was listening
Please
to it.
do.
But basically, whenever they're arguing and stuff, and like he's drunk, he's basically like, she's like, you can come back with us. I can explain it all away. It'll be fine. And he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. And that's whenever he goes into the whole like, this is a war over land that doesn't matter to me. I want no part of it. And he's like, I had planned to like have Mel like come here because she like asked about it. She's like, what about Mel? And he's like, she'll come here and like we'll be safe. It's fine. And then that's kind of whenever everything leads into it. And she's like, I grew up. Why can't you? And that's when he's like, oh, so does growing up mean I have to torture, or I have to like hunt down the people that killed my family and torture them? Is that what growing up means? And then that's when they lock eyes, and then they start fucking. And that's, to me, is such an aggressive like jab at like everything that her life has been. What part of her brain would immediately flip to, I want to try something normal now? And I'm gonna just say it, I don't think fucking that sounds normal. I mean, that's just me.
With that description, now that I'm thinking about it without looking at it, because I'm not a lewd person, I get very uncomfortable having that like jammed down my throat, which is how that scene feels to me. But just hearing it described without the visual context, part of me wonders if, and I noted that while you were describing that, Owen does act very childish throughout the whole game. He's very youthful and like has like a lot of innocence and hope to him in a way. Part of me wonders if him finally standing up to her and like being aggressive and asserting himself was like what it was for her. Like that did it for her. There wasn't enough to show that, but that like maybe that's what it was.
Maybe.
Also, I'd like to provide a little bit more context outside of this video game for that scene. I want to point out that Sony is notoriously really fucking strict when it comes to nudity in games. Like, so notoriously that there was a game, I think it was Catherine. I think Catherine came out and Sony said, no, it has panty shots in it. We won't let you release this. So they had to go in and like edit a bunch of shots and like remodel a character to make it less sexual. And then finally Sony allowed them to release it. And that was just with panty shots. Someone can correct me if I'm off on this. So the fact that Neil Druckmann convinced Sony to let him have a full nudity sex scene in this game that was a Sony published title just makes me think like either he had to fight for that. He had to really want this scene that everyone thinks is uncomfortable and weird. He had to really fight for that scene.
I think he really had to fight for the scene, but I also think that like there's also an innate trust that Sony has in The Last of Us just due to it, like its prestige. That they were like probably gave him a little bit more lean way and freedom anyway.
So we're like, I don't know. Right now, the viability of this is like a 5 out of 10 for me. Yeah, like it's just like it's
speculation.
I mean, like we've all been in that situation where you just like suddenly have sex, so that like can happen.
Yeah, all of us. Yeah, right, chat. Yeah, fist bump, chat. Yeah, woo.
Okay. Well,
sorry.
I don't. Okay. Some of us have been in a situation where like you're just like feeling it, and like it wasn't talked about, it wasn't discussed beforehand. You just go for it, and like I don't know. Does Owen and Abby have like? Do they have that relationship that it would make sense for them to like fall for one another all of a sudden?
He already had fallen for her, clearly, very clearly. She was always aloof and distracted during all the scenes that we saw prior to her killing Joel. So prior to her killing Joel, it was always like he was chasing and hounding her, and she was always thinking about killing Joel. After killing Joel, it's already too late for her, and Owen is with Mel. However, there is one line that I just now thought of that does make me think, the very first scene we get to play with Abby does make me think that Abby did want him, because when he tells her that he's with Mel and that Mel is pregnant, she gets pissed and stomps off on her own to finish the job alone because she thinks that everyone's betrayed her, basically. And she goes and, finds Joel. So I do think that, yes, both of the characters do, in a sense, want each other.
Okay, So even if it is awkward, I can kind of see the little puzzle pieces now of like the context of her finally achieving a goal she's wanted to achieve for a long time. He's drunk and stressed. He like finally stands up and like stops acting like a child for once. They have feelings for one another, and they're alone in a personal place that she knows for a fact no one else knows they're there. So like,
Yeah.
all that stuff. That's like a viable scene, but like that doesn't make it not awkward.
Is it weird to me that Aravan contextualizing it like that without having even played the game kind of made me like hate the scene a little less?
No, because I think I agree. But I think the only reason I still hate the scene is because it's like you shouldn't have to break it down this much for it to finally make sense, right? And in the heat of the moment, it just feels so awkward.
That's what it is. Because I'm sitting there like it doesn't seem that bad, but like the fact that we had to fucking sit down and talk about it together to do the math on the emotions of this shit just shows that they didn't give enough pre-context.
Here's where I'm gonna differ again. And it's exclusively because of my literature degree. Well, I'm sorry, but listen, my whole degree has taught me that whenever we read through a story for the first time, we experience it differently. Like Aravan said, he can't experience The Last of Us the same now. There's a difference between like, obviously we can judge things based off our first perception. We can play a game and say, that was okay, I liked that, and never touch it again. Or play something and say, I hate that, and never touch it again. But a lot of what my literature classes have taught me is that when rereading things and looking intentionally deeper into like all of the lines of dialogue, like we make jokes all the time about English teachers being like, why was the door red? I like to make those jokes too, but a lot of the time they really did intend like really deep symbolism with that shit. And as much as I hate it, that is a fact. It's just how authors think and how writers think. So I think that while, yes, first impressions are important, when we can have these discussions, if the game is this deep that this discussion is available and that we've talked about it for 4 hours or 3 hours almost, like I think that is the marker of a well-written game.
I think at this point though, my argument is that you felt the exact same way the second time around as you did the first time.
True, but I'm changed now. I have more context. I've heard other viewpoints.
I think the thing that comes down to is like what we're starting to realize about this game is a lot of the writing kind of feels like it was set up to be discussed and be like controversial in a like discussable way, and it was much more of a like one way like decided against it, at least from like review standpoint. So it never had that open discussion to have it like aired out, right?
It's okay, like I agree, but I also like I agree for the most part of it being a good story, but I also disagree for one reason, and that's I feel like something that can be repaired with a single scene, or rather a single line, does not excuse it. Because literally if Abby at any point talked to another person and said, man, I just wish he would stand up for himself, just that line alone would explain it so much better.
A lot of times authors will opt to intentionally go out of their way to make it a little more hidden and tucked away because I mean, okay, so I assume that this is a pretty well-known moniker, but the first thing you're taught when you go to any literature class is show, don't tell. So we can say all day, like, if they had told us, it would have been better. But, like, most of the time, people are trying to think of, like, what's the way that I can represent this visually? And maybe they didn't nail it right, but we did figure it out, or at least we think we did. I hesitate to think that of all of the things that maybe we just didn't understand the first time watching through it or playing through it, that we could explain away by, they should have told us this. I'm hesitant to, like, open that dam, you know?
That's fair.
I'm also curious if we feel this way because it's Abby. Like, if we would have felt the same way if it was, like, Ellie in the same situation, or maybe another character we're used to, like Dinah, whatever her name is.
Dina.
Dinosaur, yeah.
So they do have a sex scene. It's not as
it's
intense,
not as awkward,
but it also was led up to a lot better. And they, there's the fuck Dina. Oh my god, there's a fuck Dina Nightbot coming.
Legitimately though, they did not. But like, I think the thing is about that is that there's a clear like flirtatious like lead up to it of like, we're all alone, might as well have some fun while we're here, and they're like trying to like light up joints and stuff, you know. So it's a lot more clearly a relaxed situation that felt more natural to lead into that, whereas this was definitely not.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of reading into it we can do, but it's hard to say anything definitive for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Although overall, I have a bit more respect for that scene now.
Agreed.
I think so too. Yeah.
Also, don't have sex with drunk people unless there's like lots of pre-consent or regular consent.
Or it's me.
Just in general,
The
even
true,
in
true.
Apocalypse.
Very true. Very true. Genius words. All right. The next one, I think I quoted this one while we were discussing, which was Sky saying, "Let's be real, none of the core four, which are the two main characters and the two love interests, are good people overall. They're all deeply flawed and they're not bad characters." I don't think I attributed that to Sky when I said it, so I'm going to go ahead and throw that out here now. But since we've already addressed that, we'll move on to the next one. Which was also Sky. Sky has a lot to say about this game. I appreciate it. Sky was here. You know what? This is going in the YouTube video. This is going to the Spotify. Skyfall T redeemed the first redeem on every single one of the Last of Us streams and was here for the raid at the end of every single one of the Last of Us streams.
It was so funny though. I found myself watching the VOD and like seeing Sky's responses, and she's like, "And that's why I'm white." I want to be like, "No!" And I was actually yelling at my phone. I was like, "Look, you're not taking this into account. Like there's other things to think about in this situation that you're not considering." I'm just yelling at my phone, and it's just like, what am I really accomplishing?
I think we should give Sky the honorary title of the First of Us.
The First of Us.
Yeah. I would agree with that. She was talking the entire time that she was in your VOD for
the
like 8
whole
hours.
time.
It was insane.
Okay, so the next one was Sky saying, "Let's talk about how Dina tried to dodge literally everything, including responsibility." I believe this was in response to Dina trying to dodge like being having Ellie angry with her about hiding her pregnancy by saying, "I'm sorry, I just saw you breathe spores." Like, I agree. I didn't think about that until Sky pointed out, but the scene where, so basically Ellie falls and her mask gets broken, and then Dina freaks out because she thinks Ellie's breathing spores is going to die, and Ellie's like, "No, I'm immune, stop." And then they leave and finally get back to their safe house, or they establish a safe house, and that's when Dina says, like, "I'm pregnant." And then Ellie starts freaking out, and then she's just like, "Well, I just saw you breathing spores. There's a lot going on right now."
No.
It's like, no, it's such a bullshit, like
Breathing spores.
Ellie also literally told her, she was like, "Yeah, this is an infection thing that I have from getting bit, and I found out I'm immune." And she's like, "Haha, stop joking with me." And then that happened later, and she's like not like able to be like, "Oh,
I'm the bitch."
She's telling the truth. Wild.
I'm having like a sudden like unlocked memory. Wasn't there like a love interest in the first game?
Yes, in the DLC.
The DLC.
So,
who was that?
That was Riley. She was bitten when Ellie got bitten. They both got bit together, and Riley turned and Ellie didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not like losing my mind. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So actually, our last Q&A question, not related to the game. Sneak, I don't know if you're still vibing in the chat, but
oh shit.
Bonus topic.
Bonus topic.
Chad, I'm actually curious of your answers to this as well. So everyone, feel free to chime in your own answer. We can discuss things at will. But what is the most depressing moment in video game history?
I know mine immediately.
I'm gonna have to think on it.
Agreed to play Overcooked 2.
The civilian scene.
The white phosphorus scene.
The white phosphorus civilian scene.
That was pretty rough.
What scene is this?
Essentially, you are a spec ops team that is put in Dubai, and is like Dubai's run over by sand, and you're basically fighting your way through a bunch of insurgents over the course of like a few days, and you're exhausted, and you're just trying to get through it, and you're going through a lot of little moral gray areas, and you're in a position where you have a mortar. And you can see a top-down perspective of the area in front of you. Up until this point, you've been able to see people through like thermal imaging. So you see like a huge horde of enemies. You're like, "Oh my god, there's so many enemies here." So you drop white phosphorus on the enemies. You're like, "Yes, let's go. We don't have to deal with them anymore."
I believe you choose whether or not to drop white phosphorus, because the decision is made more intense because it's like there could be civilians there. Do you choose to take out all these enemies with the white phosphorus, or do you choose an alternative?
And there's like so many enemies. There's like hundreds of enemies. So you're like, fuck. Like I'm gonna do. Like most people are like, I'm gonna do this. And then you attack, and then you move up on the white phosphorus, and you killed hundreds of civilians.
Like it's basically like almost just civilians.
It's like a lot of kids, like tons of innocent people that you didn't need to kill at all. You could have just not done anything and walked right by.
Oh, you don't get a choice in the end, Duke? Oh, okay. Well, that kind of took some weight away from that for me.
Yeah, but still, like it's like a situation where like most people want to right away. Most people want to like, I'm going to kill these enemies because I don't want to deal with them, and it's just you just murder tons of innocent people, and then you have to just kind of move on from that and be a regular person, which the cast can't be. It's kind of rough.
What about you, Debbie?
So the first thing that comes to mind, it's probably because of what we're discussing, is Sarah from The Last of Us 1. That's a pretty fucking heavy moment. I have two others that come to mind. I'm not sure where I'd place them. One is actually from Heavy Rain. I don't know how many of you guys have played Heavy Rain, but that's one of those... Jason! That's one of those very heavy decision-based games. And I think this only pertains to my specific ending that I got. So the ending that I got, I won't go into spoiler details of how I got that ending, but long story short, yeah, it's really old, but just in case, because I highly recommend you go check it out if you haven't played Heavy Rain. It's old, but it's really good. It's the same people that made Detroit Become Human.
The graphics actually still hold up pretty well.
Yeah, they hold up pretty well. But my ending of the game, my main character was believed to be the serial killer of the game. Even he kind of believed he was the serial killer of the game. So I finally went through all this shit. I rescued my son and was in this warehouse. And my character's like, he's got to open the door to leave. And he looks down and like he's about to set his son down. And his son's like, wait. And the dad's like, it's okay. I'm just gonna open the door. I'll be right back. I'm never gonna leave you again. And then he puts his son down, opens the door, and there's just helicopters, cop cars, snipers, and he takes one step out, and then it just pans over to a guy talking into a walkie-talkie who says, open fire. And then your dude is just lit the fuck up right in front of your son, who's in the background going, Dad! And I'm just like...
Bro, I think that's how Red Dead 1 ended too.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Heavy Rain is Red Dead, confirmed.
It's basically the same game.
I would. What's the other one you were gonna say? I'm trying to see if we have any overlap here before I say mine.
I doubt we would. I think this one's probably less like depressing and more like this was the most engrossed I have ever been in a depressing scene in a game, which was the scene where 2B gets corrupted with a virus and is dying in Nier Automata, because the game forces you to like basically limp, basically dead, all the way through like these sections of the map you've been to before, and as you're limping, it's like shutting down systems of your game, like parts of your HUD start glitching out and then turn offline because it's super immersive. Your HUD is actually like, you can toggle things by taking chips out of yourself in that game. So you see all of these elements that you have installed in your character getting like glitched and turned off, and then you finally reach this point where basically you just shut down.
The slow death.
I'll go ahead and tell Toma that we're done with Nier. Sorry, I didn't think about the spoiler alert for that one.
Oh my god. I think
like la 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 la.
I think my two are a tie. If we're not going with like the obvious, which is like The Last of Us 1, which is always up there for me with Sarah's death. I think the ending to the Walking Dead Telltale series.
I still need to play that.
The season
That's
one.
a good one. That's a really good one.
I won't go into it then, because dude, I highly recommend it. The first season, especially,
Right,
streaming it was super fucking good. Highly recommend you do it. But dude, like I straight up like I had tears like falling on my face, dude. It was so bad. I won't go into details because if you're gonna play it, I don't want to spoil
I'll
anything.
definitely play it.
The
game is
second
way better
one,
than the show.
yes, hard agree.
The only thing I heard about the show was literally everyone around me was watching it, and we used to every week we would go to this local wing place called Wings to Go, and we would sit at this table. It's still the best wings I've ever had. We would go to this table, the same table every week, and we'd sit there, and then the conversation would immediately be, oh, did you guys watch Walking Dead this week? Oh man, the thing we were talking about last week didn't actually happen, but next week it's going to be really good, and then repeat every week.
It's really good. I would say, other than that, probably Morden's death in Mass Effect. Mass Effect 3 specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Dude, when he's doing like his song and like singing as he's trying to like fix everything, and it's just
God, that is, and you're going up the elevator and
Yeah.
That is a good
The
one. I
entire,
forgot
like,
about that.
The way the scenes are like shot and everything, and just like the build up to that moment, like Mass Effect, it just holds such a place in my heart. Mostly because I liked how Mass Effect always like did their characters, like they're all like really good. Even the ones you hate because they're like racist assholes. Shout out to Ashley. Like fuck her, dude. But like all the characters are like so intense and like different personalities, and you just grow so attached to them individually.
like
That
the Mass Effect has my favorite quote of all time from Javik. That
Uh-huh.
says, "Stand in the ashes of a trillion dead souls and ask the ghosts if honor matters."
Whew.
And like I quoted that for so fucking. I
That's a really
love
cool
that
quote.
quote, and you
That's
just
really good.
unlocked a core memory in me. So I just wanted to say
Yeah,
that.
no, you're good. You're good. I think that. I think I don't even remember what the quote was. I just remember I didn't know whenever I was playing Mass Effect 2 that there was like the trigger thing to like react to certain like topics or like things. So like when you're in the mid conversation, there'll be like reactions you can do. And I was talking to that news reporter, and she just asked me a question. I was just like, "Shut up, bitch!" And I just like clock her and give her like a right hook. I wasn't expecting to do anything. I was like.
That game is like the meme. That game is the meme of like having options, and one of your options says, "Yes, I would love a glass of tea," and then your character going, "Give me that shit," and taking the tea and yeeting it at their face.
Dude, it's so bad. This is a little off topic, but like one of the reasons that this kind of brought up into my mind was because today while I was listening to your VOD, y'all talked about like what was the biggest flops of in the game's histories kind of thing, and you were talking about stuff, and the first thing that came to my mind was Mass Effect Andromeda.
Oh god.
And just like the dude like holding the gun like backwards and upside down, like pointing it, the jaws, like the motion just like dropping, and just it was just awful, and it flopped so hard that it just completely failed.
It
That
deserved
was
to.
to me the big, yeah, it did absolutely.
All right, so let's backtrack through chat's answers. Let's try to be quick with these. We'll be lingering on each message, and then I'll never catch up. But Quilby said the new Fallout game. So 76, I imagine. That I guess just the release period was the most depressing moment in a game.
Is,
I've heard that they've made it better, but I think they intentionally
have
made
made
that
it
game
better.
shit. With the desire to make people not want Fallout games anymore. I think they, I don't remember who I heard say this, but they convinced me entirely that the purpose of Fallout 76 was to convert a fandom into cash.
That sounds about right, honestly. That doesn't surprise me at all.
The Spec Ops The Line, the end of Spec Ops The Line is the saddest thing ever, is what Rosen says. So we got another one from Spec Ops. That game is...
that game's amazing.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw out, if you've seen that game, the cover of it, the gameplay of it, it just looks like another generic shooter. It is not, and I will not explain why it's not, but go play it.
It's so weird.
It's
Like
so
you literally
weird.
think it's like a Call of Duty, and then you're like, wow, this is the biggest
Shockingly good.
anti-propaganda for
Yeah.
military. Yeah.
Duke said, the only thing I can think of right now is the dog and Fable 2.
Oh, true.
Yeah. Airman's like,
I mean,
fuck the dog.
Look, I don't get attached to like animals, especially in video games like that, nearly as hard as a lot of people. But I agree, it was sad.
This one makes sense. The Assassin 1792 said Ezio's family getting hanged.
Yeah. Yeah, that was.
That's brutal.
Let me just say I'm proud of you for using the correct term hanged, because I see way too many people type hung, and specifically when you're talking about nooses and hanging, it is hanged. Yep.
You don't say hung?
Toma, this one's an interesting one. I didn't find this depressing at all, but Toma said Monica becoming self-aware in DDLC. Doki Doki. I didn't find that depressing.
I haven't played that game.
I don't like games with the mess with files, so I haven't.
I kind of want to play that game and stream it, and I don't know even if that's a spoiler or not. It probably is, right?
We're moving right past it. We're moving right
Yeah,
past that one. So
okay.
Jove said, probably the one that most fucked me as a kid was 8-year-old me figuring out Aerith's death. Which Final Fantasy? Was that 7? Was that Final
Oh,
Fantasy
that's
7?
7, yeah. I played that game whenever I was like 16 or 17, and I had never heard anything about it. And I agree, I got to that part, and I couldn't accept it because I was like, she's just gonna come back. It's fine. She's not really dead. And then I got like, I think 10 more hours into the game, and I was like, she's not coming back, is she?
I see,
like nothing's happened. It's fucking wild. So it's like the delayed set-in reaction. It was pretty brutal.
You just reminded me, Chunk, of what would be my second place for any Xbox gamers in chat, and that would be Dom's death in Gears 3.
I was actually thinking about
was so
that.
sad. I think when he finds his wife.
Yeah, I was like, wait, Maria, right?
That is. I forgot about that. That was
Gears
so
had
rough.
some really good moments.
It
like
did.
That,
they fucked that series.
Like you'd like be shooting over cover, you're like, oh my god, and then you'd like slow down, and these fucking giant army men like made of actual ham were like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Sky said another one similar to Quilby's post earlier. The entirety of Call of Duty Infinite Warfare, the ending of Assassin's Creed Unity, the final boss against Anduin in Skyrim, all massive letdowns.
Yeah.
I didn't think Infinite Warfare was that bad. It wasn't great, but I didn't think it was like depressingly bad. Like a lot of things. It functioned, which is better than most things nowadays, I feel like.
Rosen said Sarah's death in The Last of Us 1 was the saddest until I played Spec Ops: The Line.
Yeah.
Let's see. Arthur Morgan's death is pretty sad, depressing even. Yeah, very true. Yep. John Marston's ending, but with a child. Oh, that was about my
the heavy rain thing.
Yeah. Let's see. I think there was a couple more. Season 1 was heartbreaking. I think that was talking about The Walking Dead. Oh, Sky said, "Oh, yo, hold up. The saddest was the ending to Firewatch. I changed my vote." That one is a really good one.
Yeah, I reacted. I was like, that's a really good one.
That one was spoiled for me. I really want to play it myself, but I won't be able to experience it the same. Brutal said, "Oh, sorry, go on."
No, I was just gonna say one more that just came to mind. I don't know why. It's because we're talking about like older games. I feel like a little bit. And this is the only time I've ever like gotten upset at like an animal's like death was Aggro, the horse from Shadow of Colossus.
Oh my god, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, like it's like the entire bridge is collapsing behind you, and you basically like Mario and Yoshi that bitch.
Dude, I'm such a fucking hypocrite because I was like, my whole life I was like, man, I really wish they'd remaster that game, and then they did, and I just never fucking bought it.
Right? I need to play it still. I've been thinking about it. I did the same thing with Mass Effect. I was like, I need to buy it and like replay it, but.
Brutal said, mine really isn't about game tragedies, more like games that were cut short and had a lot of potential, like this one Xbox game called Scalebound, where you could customize your own unique dragon and fight others in combat. The graphics and MC, main character, looked really nice and was really looking forward to the story. Did that game ever come out? I remember the trailer for that. Let me Google that.
I got two really good ones from
chat. It did come out 2017. Oh, that was its initial release date. Yeah.
Which one's there, man? What are you looking at?
Fucking BT's death at the end of Titanfall 2. That is so
I didn't beat Titanfall 2, I'll be honest.
And the fucking final mission from Halo Reach.
Oh, true.
Like I don't know if you have you ever experienced that?
Sorry, one more time?
Dude, Halo Reach had some sad deaths.
Yeah.
Final mission from Halo Reach.
It didn't hit me.
Really, like try my absolute best to do the only objective on screen, survive, and then having a game save, and then being like, I don't know what it was, like 12, 13, and loading that same game save over and over and over again, being like, why can't I do this? Like, why can't I beat this level? Like, I felt like
had a really hard time getting into Halo after 3. Like, there is not a Halo game after 3 that I cared about. To be fair, I don't think I cared about the story of Halo ever. I think the gameplay just carried Halo for me. Yeah.
I like the stories. I like the campaigns. I was actually there probably the opposite of you until Halo 3, and I started playing a lot of like Fat Kid and a lot of the custom games.
Same. Yeah.
And then I got really into it. But I think Halo Reach George's death, like whenever he's like, like,
is that the one in space?
The Hodor?
Yeah, and he's like grabbing your arm and it like drops you, and you just see the ship blow up behind you. God.
So
sweet giant.
If you guys don't know who Fox Plays Official is, I'm a huge fan of their stream. I lurk a lot in their chat. They play a lot of retro games. Basically, this entire content is about 100%ing just basically every fucking game in the universe, it feels like. But I really respect his gaming opinions, and he mentioned a game that I have not played, but I've only seen one or two people ever mention, called Lisa. He said the saddest game ever is Lisa the Painful RPG by far.
I feel like I've heard of that.
Is it like a JRPG?
it's kind of like, I don't want to say it's like Undertale, but like the art style is similar. It's like the 2D sprite based. Yeah. And I believe it also kind of has a sense of humor akin to a more mature Undertale as well. Actually, I would rather compare it to Everhood. I would rather compare it to Everhood as far as like from my limited understanding of the style of the game.
Yeah, this is not what I was thinking of at all. What was I thinking of?
Let me see. Am I caught up yet?
It's weird that like it's so easy to think about the sad parts in games, but right now I'm trying to think about the most triumphant or really happy parts of games, and I just can't think of anything.
Like the parts that make you feel like you're standing on top.
Yeah, I guess like the parts that make you like really happy. Like I'm genuinely trying to think of them.
That's to the very end where like you have like this back-to-back parts of the mission where you rely on different people in your crew to complete them, and depending on how you foster those relationships and the things you've done to prep for those situations depends on who lives and who dies. Getting through with everyone like making it out like unscathed was insane, and it like gave me like the biggest like hype value ever.
That is pretty sick.
Completely unrelated. Well, I mean, not completely. It's not like a story beat that I think makes me feel this way, but when I finally beat the Nameless King in Dark Souls 3, okay, but I have a lot more weight on that because when I got to the Nameless King, I played it for like 5 days and never beat the boss, and then I came home from work one day and my puppy had realized that the PS4 is touch sensitive, and it had ejected the disc and ate my Dark Souls 3 disc.
Oh no.
And first of all, it was the first time in my life where I was like, oh, that fucking hurt. I feel really bad about that now, but goddamn, I was so upset because I was like, I knew I could beat it. I knew I could beat it. So I had to go buy a new I bought a PC copy. I know, I feel awful about that in hindsight, but like in that moment, I was just like, fuck you, dude. But dude, also, to be clear, he was fine.
I take everything back, beating getting over it.
Yeah. Oh, getting over it. Yeah, you just did that like yesterday.
As soon as I did that, you can ask everyone. I was like sprinting around the room. I was like throwing stuff. I picked up my chair like a Tuscan Raider and just started like shaking it. Oh.
Fox said on the topic of what Lisa was, because I'm still really interested. I'm gonna open a new tab and make sure that I have that checked out, or maybe wishlist on Steam.
It looks interesting from what I was looking at.
It's an indie JRPG. It has a very dark sense of humor. It's the only game that made me laugh and cry. Do you have emotions, bro?
What them?
Oh, it's only $10 too. Oh wait, what's Lisa the Joyful, by the way? Is that like a DLC for it?
I feel like such a.
Oh, I see, Sky. Yeah, I still felt bad for the puppy.
The only time a game has ever made me cry, like, and it's just so cringe, but I cried like a bitch during the trailer for Overwatch 2. Like when that came out 2 years ago, I swear to God, on the release trailer of Overwatch 2, when like Reinhardt breaks out of the back of the truck and like Brig comes and Mercy comes over and Echo and Genji, I was a dishwasher at the time. I was crying so much. I didn't have a beard at the time. It was just coming off my face and just dipping into the water, and like eventually I swear to you, like it had created like in the soap at the top of the surface, it created like this lake of salt water, like in the water. Like you know like when you put like your finger on like soap, it like separated like a whole section on your ears.
To be fair, that's like a huge portion of your life.
It is like Overwatch is a really big deal for me, and like I really really connect with the world of Overwatch and the characters. And when that happened, I fucking bawled. But that's it. That's the only time I've ever cried from a game.
We can tie that into the Last of Us conversation, because the same dumb fucking idiots that were mad about the LGBT representation in The Last of Us were like, Tracer's a lesbian? I'm out, dude. You had me the whole time, but man, Tracer having a girl, I'm not playing this game.
Dude, that's literally Usa though. Usa was like, I love Soldier so much, and then she found out he was gay, and she was like, I can't simp him anymore. Pepe hands. I want to simp.
I didn't know either of those characters. I don't know anything about the characters of Overwatch to be fair.
They're all like
Reinhardt's really like German man, and that's it.
The only characters that I don't know a whole lot about are like the newest characters, I guess, and then I know very little about Reaper and Widow. Like those are the two that I just never cared about.
Isn't Reaper like intentionally kind of vague?
I'm pretty sure he has a lot of information, like one of the most.
She has crazy lore, like.
Oh, never mind.
And Widow's lore is some of the most tragic you'll ever hear. Like the
there goes
reason her
Chunk.
skin is blue. Like the reason her skin is purplish blue is because they were like Talon was breeding her to be like, well, not breeding, but like making her into like a perfect sniper.
So like
And
Captain
snipers
America-ing her, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And they needed to hold your like heart rate down. You hold your breath when you snipe. But they made her heart rate so slow that she doesn't get much oxygen to her skin, and that's why she has like a purple hue to her, so she can like make better sniper shots. And she had like a loving husband that she had to murder to get into Talon because she was, or not had to murder, but she was basically brainwashed to kill her husband. Anyway, there's like a billion lores about all the characters. I love them so much.
That's how I feel about League. I understand.
Yeah, I
like a trillion amount of League.
This may be too far away from the topic at hand because we're kind of very heavily on video games, but fuck, man, I didn't give a shit about League lore until Arcane. Arcane was just so good, dude.
Would you ever dive into like a lot of other things, like other lore?
I'd be open to it now. I would be open to it, but I haven't sought anything out. Yeah.
There's this huge subgenre of games I don't really know how to explain, other than the game is not at all about story, but there's lots of story to be had. Overwatch is a perfect example. Valorant's a perfect example. Team Fortress 2 is a perfect example. You don't get the story whatsoever from the gameplay, but if you want story, it's there. And those are my favorite games. Like every single time, those are my favorite to dive into. And you're not gonna stream League, are you, Debbie?
Sailor, I will stream League when Star Citizen releases.
Dude.
No, when Star Citizen releases, I'm buying every single person in Otherworld a fucking flight stick.
No way, Pug.
Yeah, they did. We need an Otherworld clan in Star Citizen.
I actually really want like a desk-mounted steering wheel
because of Star Citizen. Like the game's such a big part of my life.
I just want an Otherworld League stream. Is that too much to ask?
I'd do it. I just don't want to stream it.
Wait, we can have a full 5v5 with all of Otherworld.
That's what I've been wanting to do, but people won't agree to do it.
I'm ADC. I'm ADC where I'm not doing it.
Hey, that's fine.
Okay.
You go for it, homie.
I forgot I renamed you Father Devi and got so confused. Wait, what?
Can we go for like any last questions?
Yeah. Let's any other questions, chat. Feel free to just ask now. You don't have to highlight anymore. Just whatever you guys say, we'll just kind of respond to chat now.
It's been 3 hours.
I know, right? It doesn't feel like it at all.
I put my bag of chips over the clock so I wouldn't look at it. I'm trying to be responsible.
Yeah, that's fair.
We were, I think I looked down at the stream timer and saw that we were like an hour and a half in, and I was like, we've only touched on one of my 5 points.
It's fine.
Say anything in chat, and I'll send you a pic on DC. Huh?
Markiplier smash or pass? What is this, Normie? Phoenix.
I'm not trying to do a Markiplier smash or pass. Thank you.
I already did it way ahead of you, bud. Mewtwo would smash hips like Shakira. That's all I'm gonna say.
Actually, so I'm going to consider this the soft end of our debate stream. So we'll probably still leave everything that's after this point in the videos and in a podcast or however formula or format we decide to upload it. So if you want to continue listening or watching, feel free, but it's going to be very casual now. So before we depart entirely, I would like Chunk, then Aravand, you guys kind of shout out your socials for anyone who's listening and doesn't know who you are.
Chunk, you go first.
What's up, you beautiful bastards? My name is Big Chunk 53. You can find me at twitch.tv/BigChunk53. You can also find me on Twitter and Instagram, which I have, and I've never posted anything, but follow it anyway, because you'll fucking love my nothing. What's up?
My name is Aravand. I am primarily focusing on bettering myself right now, making games, working and doing shit like that. However, my most common thing I upload on is that right there. My YouTube channel, I just put in the chat. I love making videos, and I apparently love being on other people's streams.
I've had Aravand on so many of my streams lately.
Follow that as well.
Yeah.
For the video, just to make it easier, like for an outro, can we all like look at our cameras and wave?
Sure. Yeah, bye everybody.
Bye,
Joke, bye
everybody.
everybody. I'll wave with my other hand so I don't cut your face.
Wait, do I have to actually?
Fucking both hands. I don't know.
Yeah, here's your best opportunity, by the way, chat. Hi to YouTube. Hi to everywhere. All right.
Man.
I think the last thing that I'm going to say is if anybody does have any ideas or concepts that you would like for us to discuss, we already have a pretty big backlog of ideas because I wanted our first one of these to be the first weekend of March. Just to give you an idea of how long this kind of ended up getting delayed. Yeah, shit's been going on. So I'm very glad that we finally got to do it. I had a lot of fun doing it. It felt, I think we were all a little nervous and stressed about it when we started, but it was a lot more easy and comfortable than I anticipated it being.
Once we got
Especially with how cool the chat was the whole time. Can we get a fucking run?
Yeah, shout out for
07 for chat, my guy. Like,
pat yourselves on the back, chat.
The whole time.
Slap yourselves on the ass.
So, maybe.
If you want to. When is the anime booba debate? I feel like that's going to be a very popular one. We have a specific guest that we're planning on inviting for that one. Also, so let me just finish this and say, if you in chat have an idea or you think that you would be a good guest to appear on one of these, feel free to DM me on Discord. You can ! Discord in the chat to find my Discord, or you can find me in a majority of the people in here's Discords. I'm in so many Discord servers now. My DMs are always open. I might not respond immediately, but they are there. And to give you an answer, someone asked earlier of what topics we've been considering. I'll just kind of list at random a couple of these because we have a list. We've been talking about like gaming merchandise, or just merchandise in general. I'm not 100% sure. Airvan, that was yours. What did you, what was the detail on that?
Well,
was specific?
The way that brain stemmed off of me was the Fallout 76 backpack.
Okay.
Like talking
The
about
tote
like
bag.
exactly, and also what's been happening to GameStop on how it's slowly been going away from being a game store and starting to become a toy store. Like that shit's crazy to me.
True. I never even thought about that. Holy shit. Yeah, like Spyro became an action figure. Like not even an action figure. It's like a little magnet toy.
Hey, save it for the future podcast.
I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We also wanted to discuss NFTs in gaming, obviously.
Yes.
We wanted to talk about things that were marketed specifically towards gamers, i.e. like headsets, gamer chairs, things like that. This is actually the first one we discussed, which was console wars.
Yep.
I think we all actually have very shockingly varying opinions, but also a very similar opinion at the same time. Like it's kind of weird.
Yep. It was very fun.
Aravand also put getting keys from streams. Do you mean like having to sit in and watch a Twitch streamer to unlock access to a game?
Yeah, and like drops essentially, and also going into the interesting marketing a lot of the gaming industry is going in right now, where it's often better to straight up make Markiplier play your game than to spend $1 million in advertisement.
True, that is a very good point. I would request an addendum to that topic so that we remember that specific point.
Okay.
One that I am extremely excited about, which I'm actually deleting half of it because I put it in a better way down the list. The topic I am most excited about debating, I have referred to as predatory design choices, which I would describe as things that very intentionally target your wallet, or where developers will intentionally exclude content so that they can sell it to you again later. That is something that really gets on my fucking nerves. The future of graphics and optimization is a very interesting one. Fair use laws and content. That one's not really game related, like some of these haven't been, but that one's
Yeah.
That's
I can go into it a little bit more because I was the one that put it there. I have a specific more like airline thing that I'll kind of expound on it in the list later. But
yeah. So for the title description, in case anyone wasn't sure, Joysticks is the gaming half. Mouse clicks is like something that you might see a news article on and click on. We might discuss that. We also have, let's see. Actually, I'm changing my answer. My new favorite one on our list here is in all capital letters, Nintendo.
That's gonna be a fucking day,
I'm looking
dude.
forward to that, and we should absolutely Phoenix. I'm just
I'm
saying.
gonna make a slideshow.
Ooh, having Phoenix on for the Nintendo episode would be fun.
Phoenix on, dude.
Yeah,
Phoenix
Phoenix.
is the Nintendo guy. He understands me. I need him here.
We'll be in touch, Phoenix. We'll be in touch.
Nintendo.
Let's see. Games coming out this year is just kind of like, I feel like that's one we'll do on a week where we're just not sure.
Yeah.
Repetitive gaming genres, shooters. Ooh, this one was another one I was really interested in discussing at length, which was the value to consumers and versus the gaming industry of Xbox Game Pass, which actually, since I put that on this list, I've started seeing, like, Sony has announced their own rivaling Game Pass.
Yep.
So we're already seeing, like, how that's affecting the market.
Game Pass like really was the Netflix, and now everyone's trying to be the next Hulu. It's,
Yep.
it's like insane how. Anyway, we'll get.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I've been so restricted myself.
I know.
Dude, we'll have to update a lot of these too, because I feel like so much is happening. Like as we put these things down, there's additional info coming out that we didn't think about, or like we're gonna have to tweak how it's worded, things like that. It's interesting.
And then we had, I think this one was very specifically relevant to a certain time, because I didn't hear too much about this, but the Destiny bans of big streamers and its effect on gaming.
Yep.
Yeah,
That
that's
was
a huge thing.
Can I have like a 1-minute synopsis of what happened there?
Basically, Destiny, if you know who that is, right? Got like permaban off
Oh,
of Twitch.
the
before, like-
streamer Destiny. I
Yes.
thought I was thinking about the game. I was.
No.
All right, never mind. I'm in the loop. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel kind of weird. I don't agree with a lot of what Destiny says and a lot of his points. However, I respect him for what he's done for the platform.
I think I want the topic to be less about like what is going on in the thing of like Destiny himself, and more about like what it means for the overall like whole of like, you know, streaming and also video games as a whole, things like that, how it affects like the industry.
And
So I
then
think
the
it's a
one
big
that,
implication.
had we actually started on time, had we actually done our first stream back in March, what I wanted to discuss because of Elden Ring was the value versus the harm of open worlds in gaming.
I still think that's a perfectly good thing to do. I think that's an easy one to do, because there's several games out there besides Elden Ring that.
It was just very on my mind at the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then lastly, anime. So that's all the topics we have right. I think I skipped one or two. I think I skipped. Actually, I think the only one I skipped was the fourth wall. Oh, and then viewbotting / buying success on social media. Those were the ones I skipped. Yep. So those are all the topics we have now. Again, my DMs are open if you guys want to send in suggestions for topics. I would actually love it. And then also if you have suggestions for like other streamers that you would like to see on the stream, I would also appreciate that as well. And in general, if you have any suggestions, like if you were like, I didn't really like the background, it was a little too bright, I was watching in my room late at night and it hurt my eyes. If you have feedback like that, Chunk needs a better microphone. If you have feedback like that,
Tell me if you hate my room, and then I'll destroy it.
that would be some good feedback I would appreciate as well. So this part will probably be, I imagine, maybe it'll be edited out of the actual end result that we upload somewhere. We'll see. Ooh, okay. The best way to put it, there's loads of streaming services to the point where no one watches cable. Oh, okay, yeah, that's talking about the Netflix Hulu argument.
Yeah.
Sneak said best tragic character?
Tragic character?
Do you mean like they had a tragic backstory type situation, like you were describing Widow earlier? Hashtag get dark mode, Debbie.
I feel like that is both too specific and too broad. Is
Baldy.
that weird to say?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Baldy said, I recommend inviting Baldy and giving him a salary. You think we're being paid for this?
Absolutely fucking not.
You make it paid.
I did my taxes. I lost some money on Twitch, all right? Get out of here.
I will say, since both of these lovely gentlemen, two of my best friends on Twitch, and even outside of Twitch at this point, we hang out. I fucking love you guys. Since this is only on my stream, any subs and bits only go to me, and honestly, I feel kind of guilty about that. That's been something I've been thinking about since we were starting this, because they're both dedicating several hours, at least, you know, a night once or twice, like, or every other week or so. So maybe at some point I would like to open like a Patreon, and then we could just split that evenly. I've always been kind of on the fence about like having that service that asks for money, but I feel like I would like to be able to like give to you guys, since
That's a new topic. I'm gonna add that.
I'm not really super bothered about that, but if you guys want to support the old Airvan, you don't even gotta watch my videos. Just give me a view, and I'm happy. I'm a happy camper.
Holy
You
shit,
just
Sailor.
Tell me that you love me and that I'm doing good. That's all I need.
Sailor, thank you for the 1,000 bits on the topic of me getting me being the only one that gets
Hey.
funny.
Oh, hey, by the way, Sailor, thank you for the $1 the other day.
Also, hi,
Debbie
Rai
sent it
Rai.
to me.
Yeah,
Making
I did. I did send Chunk that $1.
Shout out to my boy.
I'm a man of my word.
Yes.
But Sailor said shooting my shot to be on the Prince Debbie good or bad stream. It's just like, am I a good or bad streamer, a good or bad person?
Also, after doing this, I think the one thing that we should figure out how to do is to have a screen like right above us or something that we just pop stuff on. Like I can be like, yo, you know that one scene in Spec Ops: The Line, and then it exists.
Yeah,
Like,
it just starts flying in the background.
I think that would be pretty interesting, and I would love to
We can
figure out
talk
how we can do that.
Yeah, we can also
We can work
probably
on that
have
for
someone
sure.
who's like available to do those kinds of things for us as well.
I apologize for ruining your advice, Commando. Oh no! Did you fuck up my command? I'll fix it. You might need an MC for that stuff. Like a rapper?
No, I don't even mean.
I
Character.
think that's a good idea. Having someone who's able to conveniently like feed me that information that I could then put on that screen would be really nice. But I'm not 100% sure on how I would go about like. Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about that.
Yeah,
That is a good idea though.
Massive cock.
Ooh, hey, good idea from
TNT,
Brutal.
I just said, I might, it's fine.
Oh, it could be a pop-out Discord stream. It could be. I'm gonna be honest with you though. The hardest part of setting this up was getting their cameras in the right spot because of how finicky Discord is. But Brutal said overhyped games.
Overhyped games is a good one.
That was a good
I
one.
think there's a
And
lot to
on
talk
that
about.
same vein, pre-orders.
Pre-orders. Don't. End of argument.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, Debbie, I wanted to try something all stream. Can you make your arm come out of my mouth?
So Duke
Coming
said,
out
my
of you
suggestion
now?"
is that Debbie never shaves again. Too used to the
Debbie,
beard now. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be. I feel like I heard something weird. I'm just gonna ignore it.
Debbie. No, come out of my mouth.
Come out, yeah. All right, so Debbie, get out of your
Wait,
chair.
wait, hold on.
Pretend you're being birthed from Aravan's mouth.
Hold on,
I want
wait.
you to come out of it like it's the boom.
I can do this. Hold on. First of all, let me. Okay, there we go. There we go. And then let me just like.
Just
You gotta turn your mouth more.
turn it more.
There we go. There we go.
Alright, I'm satisfied. Like this whole time, there were so many times where I'd like open my mouth for a second, and your finger would like pop out of it, and I'm like, oh, my tongue.
Magic.
Come, people arrive. That sounds about right. Debbie beard debate. It's a little too specific, I think. For I don't even know. Everyone's just gonna say yes.
Whose beard's the best?
A big thing about if you want to join us on any of these topics, however, is this is like, as the top says, it's a debate above all, but it's cordial.
Mm-hmm.
The entire time we're very respectful of one of those opinions. We make sure our points are known, and there's no animosity at the end of the day. We all are just here to maybe change our perspectives for the good, for like in one direction or the other. But at the end of the day, we're just talking about a subject. There's no coming in, full brimstone and fire trying to get all angry.
Sneak had another one. This one's a little better to discuss, I think. Best game to shitpost about.
Roblox. End of story.
Girl. Devin, we played Roblox. We know it's the truth.
Yeah.
Half the games don't even work.
Well, okay. I think there's a rival in general, which would be Fortnite. I think Fortnite and Roblox are both pretty big shitpost games that like
Minecraft,
people like to shitpost about. And then for me personally, Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, on that same vein, Smash Bros.
True.
True.
Oh my
That's
god,
just
what
from
was the
name,
game?
though.
Someone last night like won my love. I had a hangout in my Discord chat last night instead of a stream, and someone was basically like fuck, I can't remember. Oh, I think they said saying BPM or bullets per minute is a rhythm game, or no. Oh fuck, I can't remember. They compared one game. They said like saying this game is like saying Smash Bros is a fighting game. And I was like, yes.
I mean,
Yeah, that was
here's my
Adby. What
thing,
was the game,
what
Adby? What was
else
the
are you
game?
gonna classify Smash Bros as?
It's a sumo wrestling game.
Yeah.
It's
can see
the
that.
first person to push the other one out of the ring. You make your opponent tired and you push them out of the circle and you win.
Okay, but what if you play stamina rules on Smash Bros. And then it's a health-based thing and you die?
It's
I have a lot of like really cold takes, but I think my favorite is in this same vein.
Yes!
And that's
It was Mario Kart. It was saying Mario Kart is a racing game was like saying Smash is a fighting game. I loved that quote. I was rolling.
First of all, Mario Kart is a skill. I'm just saying.
a skill question mark.
That's it.
It's a question mark in
Literally RNG.
parentheses after skill. It's a skill open parentheses question mark close parentheses.
Well, but there's a question mark inside the parentheses next to skills as well.
Sorry to interrupt there, man. Though, what were you about to
Yeah,
say?
anyway,
Oh no, I was just gonna say Call of Duty Zombies is a roguelike.
True. I wish it had more roguelike elements. Actually, I think
Yeah.
it does now. I just haven't played one in so long. Don't they have like a really extensive like level builder?
Yeah, they do.
Oh my God,
Especially
Sneak.
in the modded community on PC.
Is it a lot of mods? I thought that it was like built in now.
Is there a level editor on current COD Zombies?
I could be wrong. I could be very
so
wrong.
that's cool.
Yeah.
But I'm on.
I would love to play COD Zombies again, dude. I've been having the itch for the past like 3 months. I've been thinking about it.
Are classic games and game consoles worth the hype that collectors rave about? People go on and on about going back and buying really old stuff, but looking back, it
No.
actually is good. If it's like, I
No.
think if you have not played it before, no. The games most of the time very, 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 very rarely hold up. But if it's a game that like you played as a child and you loved it and you're like, man, I really want to re-experience this, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think this is the difference though. She's a specified collector, so in my mind, it's like, is it worth the value that a lot of collectors pay for it? And in my mind, no. Is it worth to go back and play a lot of those games? I think yes, because I think it shows you like, I mean, we can get into this whole topic if we went to at some other time, but my idea is that yes, because it shows how far gaming has come, like, you know, past mechanics, what mechanics transferred over, things like that.
That's a very
I
good
think
point.
it's interesting.
If you want to buy the consoles because you physically like holding them and like the feel of them, or putting them on a shelf and like the look of them, nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But if you're buying a console to play the games, buy a Raspberry Pi, get an emulator. do
Hold on, are we allowed to suggest? I don't know if we can.
emulators.
An emulator if you own the game, Arik.
Yeah, you gotta buy the game now. Use an emulator. I don't know what you
Sony
mean.
made a tiny version of the PS1 with an emulator, and it's licensed by Sony as an emulator. So I think it's fine.
I will say, with the concept of a collector in mind, personally, I think that if you are passionate enough to dedicate yourself to making a collection of something, then the value is in, like, you decide the value.
Yeah, you decide the value.
I don't think that's, I do think that it could be an interesting conversation topic to discuss games like, I had a game that I grew up playing as a child that was my first ever 4-disc PlayStation 1 game called Legend of the Dragoon that no one I talk to ever fucking knows about.
I actually know what you're talking
No,
about.
okay, I'm glad. It was really good when I was a kid. I don't think it would hold up now, but do you know that like an unopened copy of that game sells for like multiple $1,000s on eBay?
Shit. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Not
Like,
worth.
why?
Not worth.
Yeah. That's
Sorry,
not
it's
worth
$5.
it. Yeah.
That's like what game was it? It was Fantasy Star Online for the GameCube. Yes, GameCube had an online game that basically had no way to make it work unless you bought like a shit ton of everything and jumped through a whole bunch of hoops. But I was like, I remember the game being so incredible, and then I went to look it up. The game was like on sale for like $500. I was like, oh, it's not worth that. One of my friends bought it for me for my birthday, and like sent it to me. And I opened it, I played it, and I was like, wow, this is shit. Who would never pay this amount of money for this game?
Also, what Fox just said is exactly why I respect that man. Look at that. Good takes. Good takes. Still a better JRPG than anything Square Enix made in the last 10 years.
Got him.
Hey.
I will say, I would not consider myself a game collector. However, I did go very far out of my way to buy this. And I don't regret my purchase at all. It's not like it's...
Mask?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like it's specially wrapped or unopened or anything. It's just, I just like having this on my desk. This has not left my desk for like 8 years. That was like that was my favorite game growing up, and honestly, it was my favorite game until I played Nier Automata, which was my favorite game until I played the Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds is such a good game.
I still need to play Outer Wilds at some point.
Such a good game.
Everyone needs to play that game.
This is why we need, why retro games are important. If we don't learn how to make a better game from the past, how can we make a better game for the future? Very true.
Hard agree. Hard agree.
It's so difficult though, because there's so many games of the past that aren't quite applicable to like what we currently do. Because, I mean, no matter what, we'll always have 2D, right? Because we play things on 2D. Everything we play is on a 2D field, so games like Among Us will always be popular. Even though most people don't think of it as a 2D game, it is. And like Mario and whatnot. We play everything even three-dimensional games, we play it on a 2D monitor, so that technology will always be there. But the systems that were in place are like immediately outdated. Even a game from last year is outdated to what's being currently worked on. Unreal Engine 5, I'm sure you guys have heard about like the astronomical things that's doing, is already like changing the field. That's happening constantly. And you know, when a game was 1 megabyte, it lacks the sophistication needed for a lot of current day games. And it's weird because if you go back to those old games, they're just hard. Like they're just crazy hard, like for the most part.
I do miss that. I miss like every game I picked up being like, it like challenged me as a person. I feel like games nowadays are like,
it was done that way to pad runtime.
True.
That's the only reason it was done that way. Yeah. So like a lot of games that are
tokens, like Baldy said.
Exactly, yeah. And the only reason it was done that way is yeah, to run up time and eat tokens, which kind of ruins a lot of what the game was, and a lot of games fell into that trap.
That's valid. Yeah. I will say I still miss the challenge. I don't miss the artificial difficulty. I do just in general wish that more games like, and I hate to phrase it this way, but I wish that more games respected me as a player more. Like the only, and I'm gonna say this again, the only reason I will say to my grave that Oblivion is a better game than Skyrim is because when I played Oblivion, and when I played Skyrim, I followed a diamond for like 30 hours, and that could be like someone could say, well, you could just turn that off. Was that even in the settings? I could mod it, but like the game in that way didn't even give you enough information to complete the quest on your own. It felt like it feels super lazy, but that's a topic.
I'm just glad that we're past like the whole era of like no checkpoints kind of thing, for the most part anyway. Like when GTFO added checkpoints, I was relieved, dude.
Yeah, I agree.
So glad, because I hated whenever I was a kid. There was a X-Men game I played on the Game Boy Color that like every time you died, you would go through like each character and they'd have their own set of levels, their own set of difficulties, whatever. And if you died and ran out of lives in one, you reset the entire game and you started from scratch. I hated that.
There's a difference between difficulty and wasting a player's time.
Exactly. I was actually going to say that. Similar phrasing is there's
straight in the charger. So
there's a difference between respecting the player and respecting the player's time is how I was going to phrase that. But like same brand,
it's just like I think the perfect example is, and I learned this from actually you, Devi, and Fire God in Elden Ring. When you die, you're never more than like 30 seconds away from the boss. So if you die to a boss, you just go back to him, you kill him, and then Fire God and Devi are like, yeah, you know, in Dark Souls 2 and 3, you gotta walk like 30 miles back and kill 60 enemies on the way just to retry to kill the boss. It's like, yes, that's difficult, but it's not respecting the player's time. Like, I think checkpoints are a perfect example, and the reason they aren't in so many old games is because that was extremely hard to implement. Hell, I don't know if I'm kind of showing my age here, but do you remember in the PS1
I think
when
I'm
you
the old
memory
one here.
card in?
Yeah, I didn't have a memory card for so long. Do you know how many times I played through Jack and Daxter before I finally left my PlayStation on long enough to beat it in one sitting?
I did the same with the GameCube
I
for the
played
longest
on
time.
the PS1 through its entire life cycle. I didn't know memory cards existed.
Oh my
And the
god.
second I got a PS2 and it came with a freaking translucent
Oh my
plastic
God.
memory card, I felt like I was the Lord. I felt like I had been given a key to my success right there, and I never went back. And like I don't expect any gamer to be able to.
I remember
Unlocked a core memory for me.
I remember the memes unending of like, I'm gonna call this the uncle joke of when the Wii was coming out and they were like, yeah, they've already announced that they're releasing portable hard drives or memory cards for the Wii and they're calling them knees. I heard that so many times. That like the first time I heard it, I was like, and then every other time after, I was
Yeah.
like, please stop breathing.
Please stop. Dude, I remember the longest time not having a memory card for the GameCube and doing the exact same thing, trying to beat stuff in one sitting, until a friend of my brother's left a memory card of his, and I remember looking through the files, and the only thing on there was some like, I don't know what the game was called. It was like Monsters Island or something like that, but it was the equivalent of Spore. And the only file on there was just a thing titled Blob Dole. And that was it.
What the
And
fuck?
that was the only thing. I was just like, what the fuck?
That was kind of weird. If you ever like go to like a pawn store or like a GameStop that have like a used memory card,
Yeah.
and then they didn't wipe
You're
it,
like,
so you just be like airing out
showing
someone's
the
dirty
secrets.
laundry.
It felt weird. It felt really.
And
It
you-
felt
you,
like
plug
invasive.
it in, You're like, how far do they get in Simpsons Hit and Run?
Yeah, right?
Or what the
Right?
fuck? It's like,
Like, I feel like I've taken over someone's life and I am them now.
it's funny because like that like weird subgenre of our generation
Lost.
spawned so many creepypastas.
Oh, true.
Like
You're
James
right.
Brown.
Actually.
And like there's so many things like that where like you plug in an old memory card and there's a ghost in the memory card, and it's like that's like the whole thing. And like I find it so interesting that little tiny aspect of so many of our lives was such a big inspiration to so many things like that.
That is something I would have never thought about again.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh man, you guys remember Rossetti? It's the only Animal Crossing game I
my
cared enough to play.
This is why I fucking hate Animal. One of the many reasons I hate Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing can suck my fucking dick, dude. Rossetti, I actually reset the thing once on my friend. He was like, "Now you have to sit here and you have to press through all the Rossetti stuff because I'm not listening to this bullshit." And so I sat there and I listened to him absolutely just ramble on forever. And I was a young Christian lad, and I would have absolutely fucked myself for fun.
I mean, it got the point across that they wanted, but geez, they were so aggressive. Like he may as well have popped up and be like, "You forgot to save, so we all died for 3 days. You killed us. You're a murderer. Our blood's on your
Yeah.
hands."
Yeah.
Jesus.
The collectibles of the known universe. Unwiped memory cards for sale. What the fuck?
True though.
It's so weird that so many things have a physical shelf life, you know? Like you save stuff to the cloud and you save stuff to hard drives and you think this will be fine. Like you have a hard drive full of a terabyte of photos from your phone from the last 10 years and you go, these will last forever. That hard drive, it's on a metal disc that'll rust. It's eventually going to go away. The SSD you have,
The
the
data
circuitry
can be
gonna degrade.
recovered, but it's a lot of effort.
Yeah.
But like imagine you have a hard drive and apocalypse happens. It's buried under dirt. 20,000 years, civilization brings back up. They archaeology, whatever that term is, up your hard drive. They find
I
it.
think the word is dig.
They archaeology dig up your thing.
I know what you're saying.
And they have the hard drive there, and it's rusted to all hell. There's literally nothing you can do about it. Everything you are known for, everything you had, any picture you've ever taken was on this thing, and it's gone forever. And there's nothing we can do about that. And that's so weird to me that there's no long-term storage for anything other than us throwing gold plates into space.
Yeah,
So
I was
that's
about to
hard.
say, I think that there is, but not for like an individual right now. I feel like there is like permanent storage that you can create, but it's definitely something that's... Your cat shaking its ass for a stream over there? I saw that. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of existential almost to think about. Like, that is kind of fucky.
Because okay, so here's what made me think of that. I had it's such a weird thing. I had a, do you remember the 360? They had like a proprietary hard drive that went on the top.
Yeah, I actually really
like,
appreciated that design choice.
And like the HDDs, and you could like swap them out, and there's like a 250 terabyte, 500. I always thought that was really cool. I had a few of those, and one of them, I can't remember which one, but one of the sizes had one thing on it, and it was a replay of me hitting a really easy crossbow shot in Black Ops 1. It was like it was the most incredibly easy shot, but I was like, this is the shot. This is gonna get me into the big ones, and like. I had that for years and years and years, and I always had this hard drive. I'm like, yeah, that's so cool. And like 3 or 4 years ago, I took my brother's Xbox 360. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna watch that for old time's sake. And I put it in. It was corrupt. And I was like, literally it was an empty drive other than that one clip. And I was like, damn. Like even things I thought I could save and make last forever, like truly a memory I could hold in my hand, goes away. And that's what's crazy about game saves. Because, like, there's a lot of games that we saved for the last time and haven't gone back to. There's a lot of Spyro games out there that got saved 10, 20 years ago that hasn't been touched since.
The classic, yeah, man, I'll see you tomorrow, last online 2,000 days ago.
Oh, my God. That's such a fucking movie.
Oh, man.
The moral of the story in chat is that we're all going to die someday.
Jesus Christ.
What do you think is your oldest save? Like, what do you think is the oldest save data you have out there?
That I currently have available, or that like I ever?
That you, I guess both. Because if it's both, then mine would be a Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 save, for sure.
Me, dude. I know that I have my PlayStation 2 memory card is at my mom's house.
Yo, you should PlayStation 2 stream? Hold up.
PS2 stream? No, I would need an HDMI cable to plug it into my fucking computer. That shit didn't work on HDMI. But realistically, I have to assume that it's probably a fucking Spyro game.
Damn, everyone loves Spyro, bro.
I loved Spyro growing up. Yeah.
Okay, it's gonna make me sound like a fucking dork. Did y'all have? So you know how there was like Tamagotchis and stuff, right?
Or Jack 2. Or Jack 2.
There was like spin-offs of it. There was like the Digimon ones.
Yeah, and there was the Cube ones too.
Yeah. That was probably my oldest save data of like anything. It's just
that counts. That counts. We take those.
That is starved to death and is alone, cold, and wondering
it's dead.
where I am.
It's dead. It's dead.
Okay, it's probably not where. Yeah, it's
dead.
It's okay.
I remember.
You killed it.
Do you guys remember Puffles from Club Penguin?
No.
There were like these little puffball things you had to feed like every 3 days, and I remember leaving Club Penguin for a few years and coming back, and they didn't die. What they would say is they left home. So all my puffles left home.
Oh my
god. And I bet there's so much. I love save data.
So I take it back. I think the saddest game ever was a
huge jump back.
Yeah, but hey, it just reminded me. There's this thing you could do in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle where you would have like these chows, these little like cute little things. I don't know if you know. Yeah, you could put them on like a Game Boy station thing in the corner, and then it would play the saddest fucking music, like you were about to put down this thing, and it would just show a picture of like the chow with like the stick and bag slung over his shoulder, looking back over you as it walks off into the distance,
like abandons you.
Want to release him. And it's like, no.
I'm now wondering if the Game Boy, the original gray brick Game Boy, I'm pretty sure did not have hard drive. I think all of that data was saved by the cartridge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Pokemon games, they were saved in the cartridge.
Yeah,
okay, then in theory, somewhere covered in dust and buried, I have my original Pokemon Yellow save.
Hey, one out there has left Dev 1 alone.
At that time, God knows what I named it. God knows. I probably left it red. I remember there was a point in time, I think around Gen 3 or 4, where I started naming myself fuck, I in every Pokemon game. So every time I did anything, it'd be like, fuck, I found a potion. Fuck, I caught an Eevee. Nice.
That's why I love naming my rival like stuff like Dick Bag or something like that, and like it's like, oh look, Dick Bag, and it's just, I don't know, it didn't even make any sense, but to like Yummy is like
that was me with Plague Inc.
Yeah.
I was really good at plaguing, so I try to make like all the craziest. I remember I have a screenshot on my iPad from like 2014. That is, it's just your mom's ass has eliminated all life on Earth. That made my fucking 14-year-old brain light
Dude, that
up.
game has made some great fucking screenshots over the years.
Oh, dude, it's so good.
I wonder if they have the data of like every single name in a Plague Inc. game, because it used to be a Flash game even. So
Yeah.
I imagine back then maybe it took in some data. I don't know, but if they had that data, I would love to know how many game saves had COVID-19 as like the name in it post 2020. You know?
Oh,
That'd be
I thought you were
like.
gonna say pre-2020.
Oh no, I mean
That would be crazy.
like I want to see like the Google trending chart of of names in Plague Inc. Look up.
The game actually did, like on Steam, you can see the charts. It actually did go up after COVID-19 came out.
Oh, that's funny. It's just like the
I
people
bought
playing
it.
the game.
What I
You
said
bought
earlier.
it.
People want to play the villain.
True. I think my first disease was literally named depression.
Dude,
That's
I think
good.
mine was just like AIDS or something, just like not even subtle. It was like really bad.
Duke said that reminds me of naming my Halo profile Sweaty Balls. So when you killed someone, it came up they were killed by sweaty balls. My good friend
Classic.
Branny. Most people in chat here know my friend Branny Licious. His Xbox Live name was like 276 ninjas. So it was like Prince Devi was assassinated by like 278 ninjas.
It's too so stupid.
He used to get so creative with it. And like, that was back in the day when you changed your name, you were balling, bro.
Mhm.
If you
Yeah.
change your name twice a month, you got the rich parents.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
I changed my name twice a month, but that's because my Xbox Live sub would run out, so I would have to make a new account with a new email.
Oh, you got free,
You
right?
got a free month, yeah.
You got a free
Yeah,
one.
that's fair. That's fair.
I remember, I think I've told the story on stream, so I won't go deep into it this time, but I did change my name mid-match on Halo once, trying to make a joke.
Oh my
That's funny.
god.
You gotta leave and come back.
Yeah, I had to leave. I had to
Yeah.
leave Xbox Live and relaunch before it would update the name change, so it didn't work.
So I recently on my YouTube channel made a "Can you recognize these YouTuber sounds?" or YouTuber voices video. I kind of want to make one of those now, but with console sounds, like
Easy.
the Xbox 360
Oh,
blade.
dude, the GameCube
like-
sound, people, PlayStation, everyone's gonna recognize that shit.
Turning on the Wii, like that thing,
Yeah.
like there's so many like and I'll get like really hard ones in there, like opening up the settings on a PSP. That like
Ooh. Oh, okay. Going that deep in that would throw me off quite a bit.
Yeah.
I would love to. Yeah, I want to make a video like that.
Putting like
Down.
pick chat, like the sound effect for that.
Fucking Game Gear.
Like no one used game. Would it?
Fuck you! I got a Game Gear. I got it right over there.
Toma said there was a PvP team in World of Warcraft when I played called Off in the Woods. So when you would win, it said you beat Off in the Woods. That's a good one.
You never won.
Fantastic. Even when you win, you lose.
I distinctly remember like the social culture of World of Warcraft was so interesting to me just in general. Because I remember back before Discord was a thing and people would have like their own culture outside of the game. The game itself felt like a living, breathing like economy and culture. It was so unique. It's why so many people flock to it, but it just doesn't have the same feeling now. But I distinctly remember that one of the most popular people on my World of Warcraft server was a Holy Paladin Tauren, which are the cow people, and his name was just Holy Cow. And I absolutely adored that man. I don't really know where the story's going, to be honest. It's just core memories being unlocked at this point.
Yeah, it's just we're just spewing at this
Yeah.
point, like whatever goes to mind.
Nostalgia's powerful. Well, why don't we flip it up a little bit and why don't we talk about nostalgia from the future? It's like, man, Star Citizen was so good, wasn't it? When that
Oh
came
my
out.
god.
Oh, that was such a good
Man, we
time.
really didn't appreciate
Good
Kingdom
point,
Hearts
though.
3 enough. I didn't expect 4 to be that bad.
Yeah. Dude.
Remember when gas was a thing? That was crazy.
Yeah,
Now we're all just
dude,
hovering
right?
around.
Do you remember
Dude, what do
when
you
water was
think?
free?
Where the fuck is water free?
True.
I mean, I piss water every day, so
True.
that's free.
Yo, that when they released the last Call of Duty though, that was such a bop.
Dude, question: what do you think is gonna be like the nostalgic game for like a lot of people, like growing up now?
Minecraft.
Yeah.
Just like Minecraft or Fortnite, that's gonna be like the
I think,
two major ones.
Minecraft, Fortnite is like the Zoomer nostalgia
Minecraft,
gaming, yeah.
Fortnite, Roblox, Pokemon Go.
I don't know about Pokemon. It's still
still
around.
around,
Yeah,
enough,
no,
right?
it's still around. People still play the
So
shit
is
out of it.
Minecraft and Fortnite. I'm
Yeah.
saying like when. Clash of Clans. Definitely Clash of Clans.
Oh, dude, Clash of Clans.
true.
Clash of Clans is nostalgic for me a little bit, just because
Skyrim.
I was like in high school when we were playing.
As much as I hate it, Skyrim is. There's a reason Skyrim is still ridiculously played.
Unfortunately, yeah, I agree.
Ooh, Hollow Knight's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only actual gamers.
Yeah, it's like, that's even hard for like a lot of kids who play.
It's like a notorious universal game that like.
Minecraft.
I mean, the one we haven't already mentioned, because like I was gonna think like GTA 5, but like
Heh.
not really.
Legends.
People are gonna remember that for causing the rates of cancer
You
to
gotta
increase
when the League of
tenfold.
Legends servers are online.
Yeah, it's fair. I would say probably should be. shut down at
Actually,
this point.
genuinely, I do think that League of Legends will forever be remembered, if not exclusively for its effect on the esports industry.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, Hades
Yeah,
is a
better-
really good one, actually.
Hades is a great
Hades
I
is
don't
like
know if
Hades
it's
is gonna be like a
nostalgia.
cult classic. I think. I don't
So
think that
what do
one
you-
blew up too
Yeah.
much.
What do you mean by nostalgia? Like,
I think like the big ones, right? Like everyone looks back and they remember playing. Oh yeah, I remember playing Mario. I remember playing like Legend of Zelda. I remember playing like
Plants vs
Pokemon.
Zombies.
I don't think that those games are as big for like a lot of children as they used to be, right?
Oh, so you're saying like if you're a kid right now,
Yes.
What
If you're
are
a kid
they?
right now, when are you gonna grow up and be like, oh, I look back and like this is the games that I played. This is what's nostalgic to me.
Valorant. Definitely.
Do you think kids, like a lot of kids nowadays, are like PC gamers? You don't think like
Yeah,
there's?
absolutely. Have you seen this? Oh my god.
Yeah,
the
it's,
metrics are
PC game
insane.
is huge.
I've never seen that. I guess I've not seen
It's
the
going to the
measures.
fucking roof right now, dude. It's utterly insane. Like literally over the course of the last 5 years, it's risen by like 40%.
didn't know.
Unheard of metrics. It's ridiculous.
Yo, Kappa taking care of us out here with all these hydration checks all stream. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
dude.
But I gotta hydrate.
I'm only going to humor this post.
Among Us, that's a good one, Toasty.
Oh, Among Us is a
Yeah,
good one.
Among Us.
I'm only going to
Yeah,
humor this
yeah.
post because I disagree with it so heavily, but Rar said Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
I think even the players currently hate Dead by Daylight. Like, they still play it, but every single one of them complains about it.
It's an abusive relationship. It's like Destiny 2 players.
Yep. Which, it still hasn't been the 10 years of free content that they promised for Destiny 1, so I still am not willing to play Destiny 2 yet.
Fair.
Any
I'm really
VR game
racking
right
my
now?
brain. Yeah, I guess. Like, oh, true, Beat Saber. Beat Saber will definitely be a nostalgia
That's a
hit.
good one. That's a good one.
Beat Saber would be. Beat Saber's gonna be the Guitar Hero that like it was for us.
You are spitting straight facts, bro.
I think-
Holy shit.
Maybe this is wishful thinking because I also always have this next to my desk. But
Yeah.
I think Guitar Hero is going to be the next Guitar Hero because you know the guy who spearheaded the charge for Microsoft to buy Activision said that the main reason he wanted to do it was because of all the dead IPs that Activision's sitting on, and he name dropped Guitar Hero when he said that he wanted to revive some. And for me, that's like I started shaking in my chair like, fucking buggers, dude, we get
But here's
better
the thing, is that,
guitars
like,
finally.
Like the music genres that are popular nowadays, I don't feel like suit themselves as well to like you know Guitar Hero style.
There was an
right?
era. There was Guitar Hero and Rock Band. There was an era.
Exactly.
And it's dead,
Never-
unfortunately.
I agree. So it's like, how are you gonna revive that?
I mean,
Is it
we'll
just gonna
see.
be like the older music, or are you gonna like try? How are you gonna get like
True, Adby.
kids and stuff, like new people into it, right?
So,
Because that's like a very difficult thing to do.
did you play Guitar Hero Live? It's the last Guitar Hero. You played that
no,
one?
I didn't.
So everyone hated it because they changed the guitar. They swapped off the 5-button formula. They changed it to 3 white buttons on top and 3 black buttons on the bottom. Yeah, it was very strange. But so I hated the guitar change. If they left or at least an option to play with the regular 5-button guitar, I think I would have fallen in love with that game instantly because they had this badass online feature called Guitar Hero Live. And it was basically like you would sign in and there were like 20 channels and you would pick like the hard rock channel. And then it was basically like 1990s MTV where it would play a music video live, and you would just pop in wherever the song was currently playing live and play along. And then it would have like a radio show host or a TV host come on for a minute and like talk about the song and the band, and they'd be like, and the next song up is this, and it would just go into another song. And they had like hundreds and hundreds of songs. And then they even had days where like I remember distinctly waking up one day and getting a notification from Reddit that said Guitar Hero Live hosts Avenged Sevenfold Day. And they had like I think one member of Avenged Sevenfold was on live commenting in between songs for one of the channels, and it was like playing a bunch of Avenged Sevenfold music the whole time, and that was just so
Was this
sick.
before or after the Rev's death?
That was after. It was way after.
Okay.
Yeah. But it was just a cool concept. I feel like if
really
they keep that type of like idea, like that was a brilliant idea.
It's very
It was just-
novel.
yeah, the controls fell. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Gotta follow the fun. Because if you have a cool idea, but if you don't have the controller for it, I feel like that's a big problem with like 99% of music games, right?
The controller.
It's the controller, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, even the fucking like the top, let's say, I want to say the top 50 rhythm games on PC or like on Steam use like a keyboard, and
True.
that's like, and that's weird. Like it's an instrument. Like you're playing the guitar, you're playing the piano, you're playing like random beats. Why are you using a keyboard?
Debbie
Like-
probably uses his hitbox. It's fine.
I use my
Yeah.
keyboard.
They use a foot pedal.
Although,
But like
on the
it's just
topic,
there's no universal controller.
Yeah.
that is
that's
if there were a
true.
universal rhythm game controller, it'd be fucking wild.
Yeah.
That's a business proposal.
That is a business proposal.
It's like one of those one-man bands. It's just this giant like tuba, like
Awful.
keyboard thing with like a guitar
$700.
that got strings. And you're just like, yeah, it's just a fucking nightmare.
Wait, what did Jove say? Jove said, wait, he said, and none are the top 3 rhythm games ever? Wait, what? I'm confused. I don't know what that was in response to. But
Me either.
Rar brought up RuneScape, and I'm super curious of how long that's gonna live. Insanely curious of how long that game is gonna
It's on its,
succeed.
it's on its
forever.
deathbed. Let it die.
It's not on its deathbed.
Let it die.
It
I think it's
just
gonna be like the metric system, or like sorry, the imperial system.
Obsolete. Oh, sorry.
It'll go out when the boomers go out with it.
when I die, it'll finally be dead. Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
when the people who like grew up with the imperial system are gone, and we start slowly replacing that with the metric system, I think it's
Don't
like the
tell
same
me
thing.
I have to have Debbie die so I can get rid of RuneScape. Don't do this to me.
RuneScape is niche. I disagree. There's
Yeah,
two
I
reasons
hard
for that.
disagree.
It is,
RuneScape is the
honestly.
second. RuneScape is the second and fourth, I think, both the second and fourth most played MMO. Actually, that might have changed recently with new releases, but within a couple of months ago, RuneScape held the number 2 and number 4 position of most popular MMORPGs simultaneously.
Like regardless of how popular you think it is way more popular than you think.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I know it's popular. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I don't get it either. It's one of those things where when I hear people talk about it, my
Ooh.
brain goes numb.
Hey,
Yeah,
check this
same.
out. Look at Advy's link. They created a keyboard that was intended to be as compatible with every rhythm game as possible. It looks weird.
Really?
28.
Airvan's a big fan of keyboards, so
Ooh. Ew,
I will,
the only stuff they have is Kale Browns.
I will briefly show this on stream. Give me 1 second.
Sad.
Just for those who can't click on it.
Why do they only have one Switch? Why do they make a
Why
hot
do they
swap?
only have like, God, dude,
It's out of stock.
it is out of stock. Delivery
It's the least
date too,
universal
bitch.
thing ever.
Oh, they only have Browns.
It's universal.
They only have
It's
Kale
out,
Browns.
it's out of this world and non-existent anymore.
It looks
At least
neat.
do like Gat Ink Blacks or
If
something.
I remember correctly, it's not that great. I mean, it's sold out. They're not doing bad.
It looks so fucking.
Oh, is that still the case, Baldy? I wasn't sure if that was still the case. Okay, so yeah,
How do you
RuneScape
do
is
it?
still number 2 and number 4.
Why wouldn't you just use a keyboard? What is the point of this thing?
Well, it
Good
looks like
question.
you can have like a triple finger setup at the top, and then like you have like 4 like bars because you have the really long bars.
Looks like a Kickstarter scam.
I agree though.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
agree.
It does.
It's just weird that there's just no like if you go to a store 99% of the time if you're going to buy a controller it's a knockoff PS4 or a knockoff 360. Those are like pretty universal controllers, but there just doesn't exist something like that for rhythm.
You know, I think
Even fighting games there's hitbox. Like that's like a pretty universal. It's weird.
what I am thinking of now, as many as possible, not close to everything. Oh, fair enough, Abby. Yeah. What I'm reading from chat, and it's making me think another topic would be, and I don't know how familiar you guys are with the MMO genre. I know Aravan's not super big into MMOs. Chunk, I'm not sure about you. Not so much. I was thinking about something like, maybe I can make it more broad than just MMOs, than something like the Twitch's effect on the games industry. Because on the specific topic of World of Warcraft being the most successful MMORPG forever, for like 16 years it feels like, all it took was one Twitch streamer, Asmongold. Asmongold quit World of Warcraft and started playing Final Fantasy 14, and the bars went yeet. Like it was over the course of like 2 months that WoW like basically fell off and died, and now Final Fantasy is king.
I think he's actually been talking about going back to WoW recently. He's like, "Oh yeah, I've been having the itch for it." Really? I wonder if it's just gonna flip flop again. Yeah,
that'd be funny. I'm really interested. I gotta keep my eye on that. That'll be funny as fuck.
It was like an offhand comment, to be fair, so it could be like end up being nothing. But it's funny. He thought to be like he just easily controls these games like entire market in his hand.
So I did see a comment earlier that I didn't read out because I'm going to be very rude about this, but it's not meant to be at the person that said it. It's just towards the subject. Somebody asked earlier if I thought that we would get Sword Art Online game soon. And my comment is I could not care if I tried to, because I did not. That was my least favorite anime I've ever seen. But
Slap me up top, bud.
I think that I agree with them if they mean in VR.
Yeah, I think that's the implication. Yeah, I think people want like a real Sword Art Online. I think something similar I would be okay with. I still think I would be a little scared. Yeah,
I just want a thing that is like in the show.
And maybe that's what they meant. Maybe that's what they meant. Maybe they just meant something similar to it. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I thought if they meant like just themed after the anime, like a game, and I was like, who cares?
See, the
anime is at best subpar.
Do you guys read?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Okay. Have you read Ready Player 2?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
It doesn't spoil too much, but basically they go in depth about how the equivalent of Neuralink or NerveLink, if you're connected to it for too long, it starts fucking with the synapses in your brain and the little like cilia that are in between your gray and white matter. And shit like that. And like I was like, okay. And then I did some research on it, and it's like a legit thing where like if you are if your mind goes into a trance, which is essentially what NerveLink would be, for too long, you just check out. Like you die. Like you're gone.
Huh.
So like as much as I want NerveLink and Neuralink to be a thing, it's like the technology's not
interesting.
Where like not only is the technology not ready, we like 300 years ago, even now in some parts of the world, still make fires with 2 stones. Like we have not had a chance to evolve with technology. Like we genuinely haven't. Everything that's made around us fits us because we make it that way. The reason we have to use these like this, and they have these like ear cup things, is to fit around our ears. That's not the best way to put sound into your brain. That's the way us humans figured out how to do it. And we're just not ready. Like, we're just not ready for shit like that. As much as I want us to be.
I'm going to ask what I would consider a pretty divisive topic. I think most of people on Twitch would probably think that they'd probably agree with this, but I'm curious. I'm going to make a poll in chat in just a second on that topic.
I think Meat Beater thinks we're fighting right now. Can we fight about something?
We're not arguing anymore, Meat Beater. We're just hanging out.
Like your head.
Stop arguing, your children.
Dude,
Evan, why are you so close to your camera?
I mean, look how I'm arm length away, bro.
Dude, all I was gonna say as far as like that topic goes, though, is that I just thought it was interesting. You said we haven't like evolved to like equip ourselves with technology yet, and it's very true in just the sense of like stuff like anxiety and all this stuff that I've been like reading up on is just the cause of us like not evolving out of our times yet.
We're not ready. Like, it takes a while.
Yeah.
And there's no natural selection anymore.
If you guys want to vote in this chat poll, go ahead.
Yep. And so it's stuff like we used to be like have to be alert to be aware of like predators and stuff. We don't have that anymore. So now whenever something bad happens to us that's mildly inconvenient, we're like anxious.
Yeah.
See-
and like hedonic treadmill adds to that as well.
I agree the
Yeah,
question is
dude.
pretty vague, but given the character limit on Twitch, it's kind of hard to be a little more specific than that.
Would y'all say yes?
I did say
I'm
yes,
absolutely-
absolutely. Yeah.
I'm 100% a biohacker. Like
It's-
I think that is such a cool way to live.
It
Agreed.
is very fucking weird that the origin of this for me comes from DayZ, if you guys remember that game. But I actually got so obsessed with DayZ that I played it for, I want to say, like 37 or 38 hours straight in the same Skype call without ever ending it back in
Jesus.
high school.
you
And then I
walked across
finally
the field?
passed out. Yeah, I walked
Oh.
across one field, yeah. But I played it so much over the course of a weekend that once I put the game down, I felt like a subhuman because I could not zoom with my eyes like you could in DayZ. Because you spend the whole game like zooming in at like tree lines and like zooming in on buildings to get a better view. And when I played it so much that I felt like I was a weak person because I couldn't zoom with my eyes. So that's always been like the number one thing. I'm like, I want to be able to fucking zoom.
I get that same feeling when I play in VR for too long, because there's this awesome thing in VR you can do where you can just pop up, because if you connect to your PC, you can just like pop up your desktops. Like each of your monitors, you can just pop it up over here, make it as big as you want if you want to see. Oh, I'm watching a movie right now. It's like, I want to get a little closer. I'm doing some work, and that's amazing. And I would love to have that ability in real life where I'm like, my monitor's looking a little small, and I just fucking stretch it out. And it's a movie. I'm like, okay, I'm sitting back here now. And I get that's like kind of how projectors work, but I want that in like a physical. In a physical space, and like the same way you want like your eyes to be able to zoom, I want my eyes to be able to have
It's an
like
access thing, right?
yeah, these like whatever I want. And there's so
Yeah.
much shit like that is science fiction.
You
Like
see that
crazy.
too?
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that was weird.
You like froze for a
Aaron,
second, yeah.
I just like sped up like 9 times. He was like fucking freaking me out.
That's such a weird Discord thing where instead of just skipping, they're like, let me just make everything you just said 1 second.
Oh my god.
So
Well, yeah,
I
and,
feel
like-
I feel like the dividing line for a lot of people is like the line between something like Google Glass or contact lenses that do that versus it being a part of your physical form. I think that's where the line a lot of people don't want to cross is like having a new eyeball installed that has
Yeah.
all of this built into it, basically.
I think I would do that. I think we just have to do a lot of research first. I would be very hesitant, but I would do it.
Every time someone says something like that, it's like
Replace me,
thinking,
father.
I feel like it's thinking so small scale, right? Because like, yes, you can replace your eye and then you'd see different because that's like how you'd think. But like, why? Like, why would you do that when the occipital range is right here? Like, why wouldn't you just put a chip in the back of your head that goes straight to the source? That could do the exact same thing. Like, why would you need to, like, and that's every part of the brain. Every part of the brain's like that. We're like, oh, you don't want ears? Take off your ears. Put a chip here, behind the zygomatal. It's just like, do whatever you want. Brain's right there.
Actual PP.
Welcome back, CB.
Have a cock brain.
It will probably end up being a contact lens type thing. You're right. I think so. Advi says, my biggest problem is centered around who's making the biotech and who's controlling the data and who's in control of keeping it working. Very valid. Yeah. I can go ahead and guarantee you right fucking now, no one good for all of those.
It's gonna be EA. EA is gonna be the one to judge it. It's gonna have fucking loot boxes like dropping. It's like, oh, you want this thing? I'll be 99 cents.
So I think the day that life stops being worth living is the day that you wake up every morning to EA Sports. It's in the game, and then you watch a 2-minute ad for your day, and then you begin your day. That is going to be the day where it's just like, we're not humans anymore. Everyone quit. We fucked up.
Is the ad funny? If the ad's funny, I can live with it. If it's not funny, then yeah, I get it.
It's so weird because like, God, a lot of companies can take a hit
So Black
and
Mirror,
sell
yeah.
things for cheap
Yeah.
because they do that shit. Like Amazon could sell their stuff for so cheap because of all the advertising that are on them.
Mhm.
And it's like on Black Friday they sell this TVs for like $100 and you start it up and immediately there's ads. It's like, bro, you bought an ad machine. Like, and if you have cable, it's literally an ad machine.
It's so good.
I'm so amazed cable still exists, I'm going to be honest. So amazed.
Boomers. It's gonna go right away with RuneScape. So, it's going right out the door.
All right, listen. First off, RuneScape is a millennial thing. Okay, I let it slide last time because I didn't want to get into it.
Millennials, they both complain about the same generation.
What fucking 30-year-old was playing RuneScape when it came out in 2004 or whatever?
You.
I'm not a
with your
boomer.
fucking rotary phone.
I'm literally
No.
on the line between millennial and zoomer.
Millennials have been pissing me off though, because
Oh.
they're a little too close to boomers, especially like the more popular ones. They're a little bit too get off me lawn type shit. Because millennials, they're supposed to be the different generation. They're supposed to be the ones that empathize and sympathize with the zoomers. They're not though. They're pushing against it. They go, TikTok's rotting your brain and buy, you know, like NFTs are stupid and I hate the meta. VR is not the future. All these damn electric cars. I miss when my car made sound. Those are millennials saying
That's
that,
valid.
not boomers.
I feel like this argument feels less like
I hate that that's a real complaint that I've heard.
I feel like that's a less how did I phrase this? Less of an age gap or generational complaint and more of like a people who are out of touch with technology complaint.
Yeah. But there's a lot of those people, unfortunately.
I mean, that's fair.
Not to change the subject, but I believe Toma wants to fight me.
Oh, cool. Pick your game.
Said
I'll
that-
stream it. I'll host it.
I was thinking a boxing match.
Oh.
Toma, would you be down? I don't know how big or small you are, but I'll fight you at any size. Unless you're a woman. Then I'll beat the shit out of you anyway.
Let me see. I think okay, so I've been trying to think about what I'm gonna do after I finish the Elden Ring speedruns. And I was trying to think, should I just keep doing Elden Ring? Should I do all sorts of other games? I wanna host like 1v1s. Like I wanna find two people in chat who are like, nah, I'm the best at this game, and be like, okay, put some stakes on the line. Let's see where this goes.
Create a streamer version of WWE and have people just randomly show up in character and 1v1 each other in a random game.
I believe iDubbbz is doing that on the 15th of next month.
Fuck! Never mind.
It's called the Creator Clash.
I hate
Oh.
this. Everything I think of is
I bought
solid.
tickets to it.
Uh,
What do you mean?
I know you're joking, but that legitimately is my concern. We're already having. Oh, I wasn't joking at all, Abby. If you're talking about like bad people owning all the technology, no, I was completely serious about that.
Yeah, no, that's
That being
legit.
said, I would still like to be a better person, and not in like the you know empathy sense. I mean, just literally a better human. Although to
He's
be
like,
fair,
fuck empathy. I want to be able to jump 20 feet in the air.
to be fair, I also am one of the people that is just like, when the technology is available, just digitize me. I don't give a fuck about walking around. Just make me a part of my computer so I could just be here all the time.
Would you do it if it was like Soma?
You're gonna hate
Have
me.
you played that?
As
Have you
much as
played
I
that
want
game?
to, I haven't played it. I wanted to play it on stream, but Shelby also
too.
really wants to watch me play it, so I feel like I'm not going to play it on stream.
You haven't played
I
Soma?
know, I
You
know.
need to.
Devi, if I can derail your combo. Actually, you two have a combo. I'm gonna be derailed.
Okay. Hey, Chunk, what is your favorite Jolly Rancher flavor?
Not great.
Yeah!
I would say probably blue raspberry green apple.
Hold
Those are
on.
both very tasty
Hold
flavors.
I really like cherry. I think cherry's really good.
Ah!
Yo.
Fuck out, Baldy. This is
yo.
our stream.
Hey, yo. Get the fuck out.
Look at this! Look at that CB baby!
It's
Hey, yo.
like you, dude.
We have Debbie arrive, chat. We have Debbie arrive.
Oh my god, we got Debbie. Dude, we got Debbie come.
An emote has to go.
Stevie,
An
Stevie,
emote
how
has
much,
to go.
How much for one? I want arrive right now. I need that right now.
Arrive.
An emote has to go. We
I
will
don't
put
have
one up
Debbie,
to
so-
sacrifice. I'm gonna Debbie arrive literally everywhere I go.
That is an excellent.
Fantastic. I wonder that said mouse chicks for a second on the banner. Yeah, really confused.
I think Carl Fredrickson's name will look like an H.
Oh yeah, fuck the banner is over the shout out.
Yeah.
It's just integrated in the stream. It's on purpose.
It's integrated. Yeah. CB was actually advertising our
Yeah,
banner.
it's, hey, thanks, Stevie. We appreciate it.
Ugh.
Debbie leave.
Do you still want Debbie leave? I mean, yeah, but I'm also like, I don't know. I feel bad for asking for it almost. You just made me an emote out of nowhere.
What are you replacing, by the way?
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm gonna replace. I have absolutely no idea.
You put a cowboy hat on a bee. Does just say bee ha?
What? Who said that? Was that
I
what the
don't know.
glitch said?
No, CB just said yeehaw. I don't know.
No,
I
I'm
think
gonna
it
do
was
it.
a
You asked me
TikTok.
forever ago. All right, well, I'll pay you.
Also, I
tip-tapping.
I know it's kind of late now, but I think my perspective on Last of Us Part 2 has changed quite a bit.
Really?
Because beforehand, like overall, I hated the game. It seemed like decent. I didn't like that it was only on PS4. I didn't like the ending. I didn't like either of the main characters. But after coming out, I think I'd give it a try.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you know, if I'm being honest, I thought it was better, but I wasn't gonna give it a try. But after you mentioned that one thing that like sits still and like tries to the stalker thing,
Yeah.
that alone makes me want to play the game. That sounds really cool. I like that.
They really set it up with the infected, but then, unfortunately, it's not.
Some
I don't know,
offhanded
actually.
comments that I wanted to talk about, but like kind of cut out to save time. Now that we're kind of in the aftermath of it, I wanted to appreciate the attention to detail in that game because I've
It's
mentioned
insane.
this to both of you before already, but they spent the time to make sure that you can. There is an animation for opening and specifically looting every single drawer and cabinet and object in the game. There is no like press triangle to open and then the drawer slides open on its own and then press triangle to loot and the loot appears in your bag. It's like your character will grab onto the handle, realistically open it, and depending on what type of thing it is, will reach in realistically, grab that thing and put it in the bag. Like you can see your character pick an arrow up off the ground and slide it into the backpack. Like it's actually insane. In addition to
I don't
that,
think any of us were ever judging the actual gameplay of the game.
I'm just admiring it. I'm
Yeah.
just admiring it. That's why I left it
talk about
out.
it.
That's the thing, is the meat of the argument was always going to be the story. Like we all agree, this is like it looks good. It's
so good.
It's
functions
amazing.
Perfectly. It's yeah.
It's so
God,
polished
God.
too. Not one bug in my entire playthrough that I remember. Oh, never mind. There was one bug. There was one NPC that I hit so hard with a baseball bat that they bounced off the floor, hit the ceiling, and fell back down.
Nice.
Maybe that
Were you
was
playing
just
Abby?
yeah. Maybe that was just Abby.
Abby's great, dude, to be fair.
Another thing I really like is when it comes again with the point of dehumanization, they went above and beyond to humanize all of the NPCs that you fight. Like every human enemy, killing a human enemy will just be straight up like, you'll hear someone from across the room be like, Tommy, no! You know, shit like that. And it like really makes it feel like, you know, these people knew each other. The conversations the enemy have are super believable while also being disposition. That part kind of bugs me. It feels like they use the enemies for disposition too much. But I think there's one memorable moment that I think is programmed to happen at a random spot, but will happen at least once throughout your playthrough, is you will deal non-lethal damage to an enemy, like enough to almost kill them, but it won't kill them, and they will fall down to the ground onto their knees, drop their weapon, and it will move your camera to look at them. And they will go, yeah, you, come over here, look me in the eyes when you do it. And that moment, wherever it happens, because it happened at a different spot for me both times, it was like, whoa, like, well done to make me, like this one random fucking enemy that could have just ragdolled away and died. It was just like, whoa, you made that a moment. So I admire that. I admire that a lot.
And that's amazing. I love, and you know, Naughty Dog has always been a devil for the details, and I really enjoy that. That's why, in my opinion, Naughty Dog's the only competition Rockstar's had for years when it comes to storytelling and story-driven gameplay. I really like the way both of them like handle the little things. You know, the as you said, every drawer opens, and then the horse's balls shrink in the winter, and like all that stuff is great as a gamer.
That's what you love.
I don't want to say they're the only competition. They're definitely the biggest because, like, I don't know if you probably also haven't played the God of War reboot, but
The new one, I've watched 4 video essays on it.
not a fan.
One of them was Joseph Anderson's,
Oh.
so I basically have played them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Supergiant Games is what Adby brings up. What do they make? What Supergiant Games make?
Hello, Phoenix.
Hey, Phoenix.
That sounds so familiar.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's not
Like,
like that's not
Supergiant
the
Games.
Clash of Clans people, is it? That's what it sounds
No,
like to me.
that's
no,
Supercell.
that's-
Supercell, that's what it is.
okay.
Hades, Pyre, Transistor. Transistor fucking slapped.
Hades.
Bastion.
Yeah,
It's a great
honestly, good. Yeah, valid. Good take.
Okay, let me restate what I
I
said.
don't think it's a competitor. though,
Realistic,
right?
realistic third-person 3D.
Okay, all right.
Game.
We're getting a bit. Getting pretty
Also,
fucking.
it's just like I don't think it has the size to compete with them, right?
Once
Like,
we
Supergiant's
narrow
not
it down
that
to like
big.
5 genres wrapped in one specific type of game, you know? Prey is a good one.
Prey
Prey,
was Prey's weird because it was like it's Bethesda, but it's not. It's like
Yeah.
Prey's
Well, it was
kind of a weird
produced.
child.
Was it? Did they make it, or was it just produced by Bethesda or published?
Hold on, give me a second.
Well, I'm glad,
'cause,
Phoenix.
like-
We're gonna be doing it more often.
Yeah, how often is this show?
My intention was to do bi-weekly, so every other week.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I feel like Arcane Studios developed it. Okay, yeah, that's probably
Yeah,
why.
so
then, yeah.
Arcane developed it, and then Bethesda published it. But I think that like ZeniMax also had like quite a like. It's sort of like it's like the good ending to Mass Effect Andromeda. You know how Mass Effect Andromeda had like 15 different studios hodgepodge it all together? Like Prey is something similar, where like it was mostly made by Arcane, but they had help from a lot of different places. I love Prey.
Prey's
Prey's my
good.
second favorite game of all time, behind. Well,
Hold on, I need to hear this because you've always told me Prey was your favorite game.
okay. Here's why
I'm
pissed.
shocked right now. Hold on.
Here's why I'm pissed. I thought that Overwatch was dead to me, and then a little bit ago,
I'm not sure.
we started playing it again, and I was like, nah, this is it. Like this is everything I want from a game. So I put Overwatch back in the first place. Single player though, Prey is still number one, without a doubt. No commentary.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't surprise me anymore. It's a game with guns in it, so obviously you're gonna like it. So,
I know.
did I tell you, by the way, The Last of Us 2 is guns?
Does it really?
What?
No.
I didn't even notice. I couldn't tell from the way
Did
you
the
just
horse's
started everything with your
balls
fist
shrink,
and beating Debbie. I'm sorry.
Do the horse's balls shrink though? That is a good judge for games. I think.
Mine do.
Actually, real quick, Fox, I'm curious of your opinion on Death Stranding. I think I may have already heard it. Oh no, never mind. I heard your opinion on The Last of Us. I want to know if you like Death Stranding or not. I feel like I'm
could be on
definitely.
that one.
Hmm?
I couldn't be on that podcast if we talk about Death Stranding.
Really?
Yeah, because Chunk and I share the same opinion. That game is
Dude.
vomit.
It's I like especially it's just I don't think a game should exist that like it's not a game when it first releases because it relies so heavily on people to build stuff and make roads to make it easier and actually traversable
No.
of like other people.
I don't accept that
It's,
argument. It doesn't.
okay, but the rest of the if you don't have that, then game sucks. It's just
Here's the
a
thing.
chore.
Here's the thing. You don't have that anyway. When you play the game for the first day without online, or when you play it online with people, you have to navigate through the terrain first to reach a checkpoint to then activate the online features for that region. You don't get help
Is that
for
how it
players your
works?
first walkthrough. Yeah. You have to make it through the area first on your own before then the area behind you gets like the other player's stuff like access, and
Okay.
it makes it easier to
It's-
backtrack.
Still not fun, but it is at least consistent.
Maybe I
now.
can be on this podcast because my gripes with the game aren't at all with the mechanics. Like they're entirely with the story.
Really?
I hate, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
I think Hideo Kojima is
Ugh.
very talented. I think he missed the mark on this game, and I fucking hate the entire story.
No, dude, didn't you see his interview? He was like, people just don't understand my game.
Yeah, that's because it doesn't make any sense. You can't understand something that doesn't make any sense.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that was his like whole thing. He's like, I'm just too smart for you people. What do you want?
Also,
He's putting
Toasty,
too
it's
much
not
critical
itchy.
time.
I like the way it feels.
Dude,
Yeah,
I feel that. Like, you
I
do
get
that.
You ever do the thing where you like put a beard hair in your mouth and you're just like,
No.
oh, I guess it's not long enough. True.
You know what? I think Fox and I are just kind of,
Anymore.
maybe you guys are just uncultured gamers because Fox agrees with me. Death Stranding is really good. No idea how they made fetch quests fun, but they did. Traversing the land was the challenge, and it was fun. When I watched Poppy Eric played it, I love the story even more. The only thing I don't like is the combat. If I get caught by a BT, I would quit. Valid. I agree. I feel like I treat the gameplay of Death Stranding like it's basically fucking Euro Truck Simulator. It is a game that when I am in the mood to chill, I go on a calm, relaxing walk through nature, and occasionally something really fucking exciting and challenging comes along. Or it's also like a little bit of a logistics thing because you look ahead and see the terrain you're going to have to go through and you need to prepare for that journey. I like that gameplay, although I will immediately just say I totally get the people who are like, I just don't like the gameplay because it's a specific niche of gameplay.
I
feels
definitely
like not a game to me.
It is absolutely a game. It's
It's
way fucking more of a game than Euro Truck Sim is, and that game's popular. No one complains about that.
That's what I'm saying. Is I would also argue that Euro Truck Simulator is not a game, but that's fair.
Yeah, Sky, the apocalypse Amazon delivery man. Yeah.
I wonder if you like Death Stranding because you played DayZ.
Yeah, maybe. I'm very
The
patient
first
for
thing in
sure.
that game is like you need patience. Like literally, there are some moments where you're crouched, crawling across a field for like 2 hours. If you want to get through an area.
People who shit on Death Stranding are the same people who are happy to do copy-paste Assassin's Creed and Skyrim content. Not all of them, but I do see the pattern.
I don't like either.
Dude, I don't
Yeah,
either.
that's why I say not all of them. I know
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that I also think that a majority of the people who hated on Death Stranding were the people who either were too caught up in 100%ing the content and did not leave the first zone because of how many side quests there were, or people who just got like kind of bored and worn out of it before they left the first area. Because I think the real game starts once you finish chapter 1, and I know that I'm going to steal this from all the anime watchers out there. The game gets good at episode 22, guys, I promise. But I think the game really picks up the moment you leave the like tutorial starter zone because you get opened up to way more content, like a huge map, a lot more mechanics suddenly open up. You get way more access to like vehicles and different traversal methods like mechanical legs that allow you to navigate the terrain better and so on and so forth.
This is exactly why I like Prey so much. Because like with Death Stranding, it's like, bro, you got to give it like 20 hours. But with Prey, it's like, give it 5 minutes.
I'd say it's like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, it's still like, it's like you got to give it a little bit of a time.
Yeah.
Like Prey is just, give it 5 minutes. You'll get it. And I like that so much about like, what other games have that? What other games have a punch right away?
I mean,
genuinely trying to think.
The Last of Us 1.
Yeah.
That is a good point. That whole beginning scene is amazing.
Yeah.
Almost
It's
flawless.
really, really good.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Prototype.
It's like one of the strongest,
Yo, I loved Prototype, dude. Holy
You start
shit.
max, but you start out with like everything. Oh, BioShock. BioShock's another good one.
Bioshock's a
You start out
huge
in the
one.
water on fire after.
Yeah, and then immediately you're thrust in like a horror situation in that elevator.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Rocco, thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna say for the memes. I'm gonna say for the memes. What is it? Saints Row 4.
Hey, dude, Saints Row 3, I would agree with you.
Okay, so
Wait, you don't
that-
agree with that?
I agree.
Saints Row 4 is ridiculous, dude. It's like
ridiculous, but how?
I know,
acid
just the
trip.
opening, because the opening I would agree with.
Yeah, that's what
The
I'm saying.
opening is-
As a joke,
okay,
the
yeah,
opening
I
is
agree.
hilarious.
Fucking landing in the White House off his feet and propped up on the desk. There's nothing better. What do you
can
mean?
explain the Saints Row 4 intro in one sentence, you're like a scholar. Like that is nearly impossible to explain.
All right, let's go English major. You got this. What sentence?
It's do not even try. It's not possible.
It's
See what
a fever dream, dude.
Counter-terrorist force saves the world by disarming a nuke by hand while listening to Aerosmith, becomes president.
You skipped like 30 steps, but
I
yeah,
skipped
we
a.
got
I
there.
could have thrown a few more words in there. I made it a newspaper title. I made it a headline.
God.
But yeah, I have to start heading to bed. It's already 3
That's
a.m. for
valid.
me.
Guys,
Living
I
on
hope you had
forever.
fun. Once again, if you have any feedback on how you enjoyed it, if you enjoyed what we did after this, I was actually thinking before we started, it might have been fun to even do like a pre-hangout where we vibe for like 10, 20 minutes and just hang out with chat before we actually dive into the conversation, just to kind of like get everyone comfy. I don't know how you feel about that, but we'll discuss it.
I can give it a shot at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. But feel free to DM me if you have suggestions on topics, if you think that you know someone or you are someone that would be a good guest on the show, so on and so forth. We're going to go ahead and sign out now. Who should we raid?
Good
Who
question.
should we raid? Should we raid a new friend in the talk show and podcast channel?
Ooh,
Or
we
should
could
we
do
find
that.
someone who's...
It's not a bad idea.
Okay, let's do that thing.
Yeah, let's
then.
find a new friend in the podcast.
Shut up. We don't need a second opinion. That's the one we're going with.
See if we can find one that's gaming related.
Yeah, and or multiple peeps.
Yeah, and or multiple peeps. I mean, that's a lot. God, there's so many weird channels I'm seeing here. Maybe I shouldn't do this. What is happening?
There's some weird shit.
Yeah, I
What
feel
is
like
it?
we
What
can
is this
find
category?
Are we weird for being in this category? There's like a lot of weird stuff. In here.
Amaranth quits OnlyFans.
What the fuck is
Oh
going? What am
my
I looking at here?
Nearly none of this is in English.
What if? You know, I have another idea. I have another idea.
Okay, well maybe you know, that was a dumb idea, Aravan.
All right,
So, how about this? What if we raid someone playing The Last of Us Part 2?
That's a better idea.
Oh,
I will say,
Mega Brain.
Chat, no spoilers if this is this person's first try.
Yes.
Actually, I'm gonna try to find someone that's like tagged first playthrough. Maybe is that a thing?
Yeah, it is.
My sub to Daisy expired.
Oh my God, there's so
Yeah.
many people with one viewer and no camera. Holy shit, maybe this was also a bad call.
What the
That
hell?
guy's
That-
Portuguese.
it's
How
not
do
even
y'all
good
feel about
typing.
not understanding the language when you get in there?
All right, they're all Spanish speaking. Fuck, we can't do this either. Where do we go?
Do we have any friends online? Blasted Shepherd? I don't know.
Oh wait, hold on. I found someone with 2 viewers.
There's more than
You
one.
stream too late? Sure.
Way more than one. Starry is streaming.
Sorry.
English, controller,
Sorry,
casual
wasn't here
playthrough,
earlier.
beginner players, Australia, chilled. I like Australians. Yeah? Yeah? You wanna do that?
Australians.
I like Australians.
Don't worry, I'll go live right now. Let's go.
There's a streamer here, and her title is "Wearing Tight Dress for Daddy," and she's playing a weird game.
All right, we're going to grace
God.
this person who has 2 viewers with a gigantic raid. Hopefully, we don't explode them. Again, no spoiling. Please do not spoil the game. Be kind, and we do have a raid message. The first one without the emotes is what you'll use if you do not have a sub. The one with the emotes is the one you'll use if you do have a sub. Only post it once or twice. We don't want to absolutely blow out the chat box. But chat, I cannot stress this enough. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed the conversation, and hopefully you're looking forward to seeing this again. We'll have some top.
Signing off.
I'll have the topic of what we're discussing next week out shortly, probably a week from now. Everyone who rated in, I feel kind of weird. Maybe I'll address it better in the future, but I'm not sure how to properly thank you without like kind of derailing things. But I really appreciate you all of you. So have a wonderful night, everybody. I'll probably see. Actually, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Elden Ring speedruns.
Sure.
I gotta pee.
They can still hear you.
Shit.
They can still hear you.
Oh.
Hey, you didn't
They
hear
know I
that,
gotta
chat.
pee.
You didn't hear that, chat. Just pretend you didn't hear it. It's okay. It's okay. You heard nothing.
Everywhere, Jet.
All right, we're going now. We're going now. Bye. Bye.
Literally, I want to check. 'cause-